The day began like any other, without the slightest hint of trouble. That was, until the moment when Michael received devastating news: his sister had been seriously injured and hospitalized. Standing beside the unconscious girl, Michael gently stroked her cheek, his voice laced with an undeniable sadness. He reminisced about how much he used to enjoy teasing her, especially when she stubbornly stood against him. But now, Lucia showed no reaction at all, neither to his touch nor his voice, lost deep in unconsciousness. Michael gazed silently at his sister's face for a few long moments, as if grappling with an important decision. Finally reaching a conclusion, he quietly admitted something he had kept hidden from her all this time. Lucia was not the only one in their family whose abilities had awakened. He had awakened too. Revealing the truth, Michael explained that his ability was called Steal, the power to take the abilities of others. In the next instant, a blue pearl materialized above Lucia's head, pulling delicate threads of her energy toward it. As the pearl absorbed her energy and settled into Michael's palm, a notification confirmed that the ability theft was complete. Michael had gained a D-rank ability known as Mental Blast, capable of launching a mental charge that could attack enemies. However, surprise flickered across Michael's face upon realizing the rank of Lucia's ability. With such a low rank, it seemed impossible for her to have been turned instantly into an ice statue by what witnesses had described as an unintentional attack. Doubt gnawed at him, and he began to question the truth of the incident. At that very moment, angry voices echoed from the hallway. Michael recognized his father, Nicholas, arguing heatedly with someone. Philip, a lawyer, was trying to convince them that what happened had been purely accidental. Heroes, he reasoned, were not gods, they risked their lives fighting monsters, and accidents were sometimes inevitable. But Nicholas was having none of it. He rejected the offered compensation, throwing the documents aside and furiously shouting that they did not need dirty money. Philip, visibly unsure of what to do, hesitated, caught between duty and decency. Hearing the commotion, Michael stepped out of the room, picked up the discarded papers, and examined them. Seeing this, Nicholas, filled with disbelief, asked his son what he was doing. Surely they couldn't exchange Lucia's precious life for money? Michael calmly rose to his feet, placed a reassuring hand on his father's shoulder, and explained that they needed the money to care for Lucia, who would now remain in a vegetative state. His words struck a painful chord, and Nicholas realized that Michael was right. They could not afford to refuse help, no matter how bitter it felt. Turning his attention to Philip, Michael stated that before signing anything, he had some additional conditions to add. Philip's face registered a flicker of surprise, but he agreed to listen. Michael demanded that the hero responsible for harming Lucia personally apologize to her, face to face. Philip hesitated and offered to apologize on the hero's behalf instead. Michael firmly rejected the suggestion, insisting on a personal appearance. Reluctantly, Philip explained that the hero, David, was overwhelmed with battles and could not come in person. In place of an apology, they offered an additional 100,001 in compensation. Though it left a bitter taste in his mouth, Michael agreed. He signed the papers, handing them over to Philip, who accepted them with a grateful smile before quickly leaving the hospital, eager to escape the heavy atmosphere. Outside, Philip immediately called his employer to report success, though he noted the extra 100,001 they had to add. The hero on the other end praised Philip, promising that the money would soon be transferred through the secretary. Ending the call, Philip smiled, wishing he too could be a hero one day. Back in Lucia's hospital room, Michael sat quietly at her bedside. Speaking softly, he asked for her forgiveness for signing the agreement, explaining that the family's situation had left them little choice. He vowed, however, to uncover the truth about what happened. Michael no longer believed in coincidences. This tragedy had sparked something deep within him, a desire to change the world, to rid it of those among the awakened who were unworthy of being called heroes. To carry out his plan, Michael moved out of his parents' home and relocated closer to the city center. He quickly found an apartment for a reasonable fee in one of the better neighborhoods. Upon entering the building, he discovered that his new neighbors were already waiting to greet him. A blonde girl introduced herself first, calling herself Diana. She then introduced her friend, Marina, who was sitting beside her, and mentioned that a third girl also lived there but had not yet returned home. Michael was not surprised by their presence. After all, he had signed a cohabitation agreement with them beforehand. Calmly, he introduced himself in return. Diana smiled warmly and suggested celebrating the arrival of their new neighbor. However, Marina declined, explaining that she had planned to spend the evening at the library. As a junior at the university, she was determined not to fall behind in her studies. Diana and the others, she said, could go ahead without her. Michael, noticing the slight disappointment in Diana's expression, reassured her that there was no need for a celebration. He had only just arrived, was quite tired, and preferred to rest. With that, he turned toward his room. Inside, Michael set down his suitcase and immediately collapsed onto the bed. After some time, he pulled his phone from his jacket pocket and began browsing the news. His attention was soon caught by a video that had already gained a significant number of views, showing heroes battling monsters. There were also several videos explaining rare abilities. Around 20 years ago, dark portals had suddenly appeared across the world, allowing monsters to invade. Humanity managed to hold them back thanks to individuals with special powers. Over time, these individuals came to be known as heroes, people admired by both young and old for their strength. To prevent the misuse of their powers, the government had passed the ability law. This law permitted only those who passed official tests and received a hero certificate to use their abilities openly. Watching the footage of the heroes battling monsters, Michael recognized the event where Lucia had been injured. He replayed the video several times but found nothing suspicious. Sighing heavily, he set his phone aside, deciding that tomorrow he would review the footage once more with a clearer mind. When Michael checked his phone again to see the time, he was shocked to realize it was already 2:30 in the morning. Jolting upright, he hurried to wash up and get to bed, knowing he had work early the next day. Gathering his things, Michael stepped out of his room and headed for the bathroom, careful not to turn on the hallway light to avoid disturbing his neighbors. However, after taking only a few steps, he froze. Ahead of him, he spotted a girl barely able to stand, leaning heavily against the wall as she stumbled down the corridor. It was easy to guess that she was the third roommate he had yet to meet. Sensing someone's presence, the girl opened her eyes in a daze, trying to discern who stood before her. Without moving, Michael greeted her politely. Without replying, the girl pushed herself away from the wall and headed straight for the bathroom, mumbling an apology and saying she needed it first. Moments later, she collapsed onto the toilet and vomited, her stomach overwhelmed by alcohol. After a few minutes, the girl, whom he later learned was named Valeria, had fallen asleep right there, leaning against the toilet. Concerned, Michael cautiously entered the bathroom and gently touched her shoulder, asking if she was all right. When he received no response, he paused, contemplating what to do to avoid any misunderstandings later on. Deciding it was best to involve another female resident, he left the bathroom and knocked on Diana's door. After a few moments, he heard soft footsteps, and the door opened to reveal a yawning Diana, her voice thick with sleep as she asked why Michael was awake at such a late hour. Apologizing for disturbing her, Michael quickly explained that Valeria was drunk and needed help. He thought it would be more appropriate if another girl assisted her. Diana sighed, her expression tired. She said it was not the first time Valeria had gotten drunk like this, and told him simply to leave her as she was. She added that she had work early in the morning and immediately closed her door, leaving Michael standing alone in the hallway. Left with no other choice, Michael realized that he was the only one who could help Valeria. Michael returned to the bathroom and once again tried to wake Valeria, hoping to help her get back to her room. However, she did not stir. Her deep sleep seemed undisturbed by his efforts. Not wanting to interrupt her stay in the kingdom of Morpheus, Michael sighed and silently apologized for his next course of action. He carefully lifted the unconscious girl into his arms. As soon as he did, a message appeared before him, revealing a new ability called Brain Overload. This ability allowed a short-term overload of the brain, significantly increasing its computing capabilities. The message also noted that Valeria was unaware of this ability's existence. After reading the message, Michael carefully carried the girl into the living room, where he laid her down on the sofa and covered her with his jacket. With no regrets, he took away her ability, promising that he would repay her once everything was settled. A slight smile tugged at Michael's lips as he wondered what effect the new ability would have on him. The next moment, another message appeared, revealing that brain overload and mental explosion were both related to mental abilities and could be combined. Seizing the opportunity, Michael materialized a blue energy pearl in his free hand and whispered the command to unite them. Instantly, both pearls flew into the air and began to merge. After a few moments, an orange pearl settled in his palm, and with it came another message. Michael had gained the D+ rank Superb Brain ability. This ability automatically sent mental attacks and greatly enhanced his ability to calculate and deduce. Excited by the potential of this new power, Michael considered how it might help him uncover clues in the video of the incident in which his sister had been injured. Several hours later, the bright rays of the sun shone down on the sleeping city. Michael, still deep in the kingdom of Morpheus, continued to dream until persistent knocks on his door interrupted his rest. Sleepily, he climbed out of bed and opened the door, asking who was there. As soon as he saw the figure before him, surprise flashed across his face. Valeria stood in front of him, now awake and dressed simply. Michael noticed she was holding his jacket in her hands. Smiling, she introduced herself and thanked him for his help the previous night. The hero replied that it had been nothing, that he simply couldn't ignore her situation, and that she could call him Michael. Recalling that he had taken her ability the night before, Michael asked if she felt all right or if she was experiencing any discomfort. Valeria assured him that she was fine, having grown used to it, and that he need not worry. At that moment, Alex entered the room, his face lighting up with a joyful smile as he congratulated Michael on his move. When he saw Valeria standing next to him, Alex froze, his expression one of shock. He pointed at her and asked, bewildered, how Michael dared to date someone behind his best friend's back. Michael quickly cleared up the misunderstanding, explaining that Valeria was simply a neighbor. Alex's jaw dropped in surprise, and after a few moments, he straightened up, fixing his hair before clearing his throat. With a sheepish smile, Alex stepped closer to Valeria, extended his hand, and introduced himself as Michael's best friend and colleague. He told her she could call him Alex. Valeria, still a bit confused, shook his hand and introduced herself. Alex immediately began to excitedly explain that he was one of the few people with a special ability. His power allowed him to take pictures and videos with his bare hands. He cheerfully offered Valeria the chance to contact him anytime if she wanted to take some beautiful photos. Knowing how talkative his friend could be, Michael stepped forward and turned Alex toward the door, signaling that it was time to leave. He turned to Valeria and explained that Alex had come to give him a ride to the editorial office, and they were leaving now. The journey to the office was quick, as it was still early in the morning. Once inside the building, Michael settled into his work chair and immediately started playing the recording he had studied the previous evening. He had hoped it would provide some new insights, but unfortunately, he found nothing useful. In the video, the hero used his ice-controlling ability to quickly defeat the monster attacking their city. Michael then decided to activate his new superb brains ability and see how much it would help him in his investigation. As he played the video again, he began to notice smaller, previously overlooked details. One of these details caught his attention. During the battle, the hero made a strange movement with his hand, touching his lips. Before Michael could analyze this further, Alex nudged him with his elbow, pulling him from his thoughts. Rolling his chair closer, Alex asked with interest why Michael wasn't pursuing a relationship with girls, especially with someone as beautiful as Valeria. With a wide grin, Alex added that if Michael wasn't going to do anything, then he certainly would, and without hesitation, he continued talking, unaware of Michael's focus on the monitor. Michael replied in an even tone that they were just neighbors and nothing more. Not wanting to fall behind, Alex, still wearing his grin, said that it was very easy to go from roommates to bedmates. He even offered a couple of tips on how to do it. However, this exchange was cut short when suddenly the terrified screams of people rang out from the street. Alex immediately sprang to his feet and rushed to the window, trying to understand what was going on. Meanwhile, a monster had appeared on the street, rampaging uncontrollably. The speakers blared, announcing that a monster with a B-rank disaster level had appeared. People were urged to go to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. The heroes were on their way and would be arriving shortly to ensure their safety. Passers-by followed the advice they had heard and scattered, searching for a safe place to hide. Through the thick columns of dust, a tall figure appeared, walking confidently toward the scene. With a smile on his face, the hero boldly declared that the citizens no longer had anything to fear because the superhero of hot and sour noodles was here. He would not allow anything to happen to their city. When the people saw him, smiles began to spread across their faces. The hero had come to save them. The monster, however, also took notice of its new target. It immediately extended its deadly tentacles toward Adam, who stood bravely before it. Without leaving the window, Alex quickly activated his ability, preparing himself to capture some worthwhile material. He knew that one-eyed killers like this monster not only possessed incredible defense but also had a psychopathic ability for close combat. He was curious to see how the superhero of hot and sour noodles would fare against such a formidable foe, as he might not be able to handle it. Just as Alex was about to turn to Michael to say something, he was startled to realize that his friend was no longer in the room. Accustomed to Michael's oddities, Alex turned his attention back to the window and raised his hands, activating his ability to take a photo, knowing he could make some extra money from this opportunity. At that moment, another hero appeared below. Amelia, known by her nickname Fire Butterfly, flew up to Adam and asked if he needed help. The man didn't even glance her way, keeping his eyes fixed on the monster. He shouted at her that she had arrived just in time and asked her to attack while he held off the creature. Amelia, lacking confidence, replied that the hero of hot and sour noodles could rely on her. Meanwhile, TV channels didn't waste time and began broadcasting the heroic battle live. On the large screen, the dark-haired man, Thomas, criticized the hot and sour noodles hero for being too selfish and narcissistic when he first arrived on the scene. Nathan, sitting next to him, asked why Thomas held such a negative view of the hero. Thomas explained that in order to activate his ability, the hero needed to eat a bowl of hot and sour noodles. As a result, he usually appeared after the other heroes had already exhausted the monster, only to step in and deliver the final blow. A smile spread across the presenter's face as he cheerfully remarked that nothing else was expected from director Thomas. He always had information others didn't know. Clearing his throat, Thomas suggested that they stop the idle chatter and continue watching the live broadcast. Back on the battlefield, the hot and sour noodles hero struck the monster with a powerful attack, knocking it to the ground. As the monster lay motionless, Fire Butterfly, hovering in the air, called for the hero to step aside. The next moment, she extended her hand in front of her, and countless small fire butterflies flew out from her palm, immediately charging toward the monster. Within moments, the monster's massive body was engulfed in her scarlet flames. Adam managed to jump away at the last second to avoid being caught in the fire. Nathan, observing the scene, declared that the monster's life was nearing its end. However, Thomas disagreed. Without taking his eyes off the monitor, he explained that monsters were smarter than people thought. Throughout the entire battle, he had not seen any signs of anxiety from this particular monster. Suddenly, a powerful whirlwind of flames enveloped the monster's body, soaring upwards. The monster, who appeared unscathed, remained standing, its eyes burning with an eerie determination. Adam stood up, his face serious. Looking at the monster, he declared that their enemy had evolved and now possessed a fireproof shield. His words caused a look of horror to spread across Amelia's face, and she asked if the hero of hot and sour noodles could hold out just a little longer until the other heroes arrived. The man hesitated, a recent memory flashing through his mind. His management had told him that if he wanted to become one of the company's most famous stars, he couldn't afford to lose anymore. If he failed, Adam's fame would be significantly diminished, and the company would shift its resources to younger, more promising heroes. The hero realized that if he didn't overcome this challenge now, he might forever lose his place as the senior leader in the company. Meanwhile, Michael had been watching them from a safe distance, his palm raised to his lips. Adam popped a small pill into his mouth. Despite the distance between them, Michael noticed the pill, and a look of surprise crossed his face when he recognized it. He had seen such a pill before. Suddenly, one of the monster's tentacles grabbed Fire Butterfly's body, squeezing it with terrifying force. Amelia screamed in fear, calling out to Adam for help. The tentacle tightened its grip, and more of the monster's limbs rushed toward her at high speed. In a panic, Amelia shut her eyes and screamed that she didn't want to die. Then, one of the monster's tentacles detached from its body. The monster froze, looking at its severed limb, which had just moments ago been holding its captive. The hero of hot and sour noodles had arrived in time, saving Amelia from certain death. Nathan, watching the scene, joyfully slammed his fist on the table. He turned to the rest of the audience and explained that the hot and sour noodles superhero could only maintain his fighting form for 15 minutes. However, this time, he had not only lasted longer but had also become stronger than before. The inspired man jumped to his feet and, raising his clenched fist, shouted that their hero had not yet aged. Thomas, on the other hand, showed restraint, unlike the overly emotional presenter. Though he didn't voice it, it was clear he was pleasantly surprised by this turn of events. However, he was not allowed to finish speaking, as Nathan's expression instantly grew more serious. He sat back down, his eyes glued to the monitor. The one-eyed monster was attacking again. The monster's tentacles sharpened and rose into the air. The next moment, as they rushed toward Adam, a terrible roar echoed, and thick clouds of dust and small fragments of stone surged into the air. The hero, surrounded by blue lightning, managed to withstand the attack, his powers protecting him. Smirking, he declared that it was too weak. Then, with a furious cry, Adam launched himself from beneath the pile of stones. The monster didn't even have time to react before its limbs were severed and its body pierced through in an instant. Adam had put all his strength into this blow, successfully counterattacking his enemy. With a smile on his face, he watched as the monster's body, paralyzed by lightning, remained frozen in the air for a few more moments, while its tentacles rapidly fell to the ground. Without turning around, the hero of hot and sour noodles also fell to the ground, his back now facing the defeated monster. As soon as his feet touched solid ground, blood gushed from his mouth, followed by a choking cough. Feeling his strength rapidly leaving him, the hero sank to his knees, supporting himself with his hands to avoid collapsing completely. Amelia immediately noticed Adam's condition and rushed toward him, worried. Hearing her footsteps, Adam raised his head and met her gaze with his blue eyes. The girl instantly noticed his pale complexion and the bulging veins on his face, a sight that sent a shiver down her spine. She had never seen anything like it before. Overcoming her fear, she sat beside him and gently placed her palms on his shoulder, asking in a concerned voice what was happening to him. Adam turned away from her, squeezing his eyes shut in an attempt to control his condition. After a few tense moments, he finally managed to stabilize himself. His condition returned to normal, and he slowly rose, scratching his head under his mask. With a wide smile, he reassured the fire butterfly, saying that he was fine. He had just overexerted himself with his powers. The girl sighed with relief, significantly calmed by his words. Afterward, the hero of hot and sour noodles helped her to her feet, and together, they accepted the well-deserved praise from the residents whose lives they had saved. Michael, who had been watching from his hideout, finally decided it was time to leave. He felt the need to gather more information about the blue pill that the hero of hot and sour noodles had taken. However, just as he prepared to move, something caught his eye, a barely perceptible movement from the slain monster. He paused, frowning, and looked toward the creature. But when nothing appeared out of the ordinary, he shrugged, deciding it must have been his imagination. However, the next moment, a smaller version of the one-eyed monster crawled out from beneath the fallen creature's body. It began to frantically scan the surroundings. Noticing Matt standing nearby, the monster lunged in his direction, its eyes never leaving him. The hero, thinking quickly, reasoned that since the one-eyed killer's physical and elemental defense was too high, the most likely weak point would be its mental defense. As the monster covered the distance between them, it shouted that it would take revenge on the hero of hot and sour noodles once it found a new master and absorbed enough energy. For now, it planned to make the nearby man, who seemed quite nutritious, its new master. All this time, Michael continued to stand relaxed, never taking his eyes off the monster. As the creature got closer, a grin spread across Michael's face. He saw this as an excellent opportunity to conduct an experiment. With that thought, Michael extended both hands in front of him and activated his mental blast ability, directing it at the monster. The one-eyed killer froze in shock and bewilderment. Barely a couple of seconds passed before the small creature fell dead to the ground, never reaching the hero. Amelia, who was about to return, turned around when she felt a surge of power nearby. Realizing someone had used their ability, she quickly registered that Michael was the source of the energy. Meanwhile, Michael approached the fallen monster, grabbing it by its numerous pink tentacles to confirm if it was really dead. He understood that while he had suspected the creature's weakness was mental attacks, such a weak-level mental blast could not have killed it so easily. However, the monster was indeed dead. Fully convinced, Michael activated his extraction ability. A few moments later, a blue pearl appeared in his palm, from which weak lightning discharges emanated. Instantly, his entire body was covered in a blue aura, an A message appeared in front of him. It stated that he had acquired a new ability, Fireproof Shield, which granted immunity to fire attacks below rank B and significantly increased his physical defense. Deactivating the skill, Michael materialized another pearl in his other hand. He gazed at the blue and orange pearls in his palms and muttered to himself, the phrase, "No matter how strong an ability is, it will always have a weak spot that doesn't apply to me." Suddenly, a puzzled voice rang from above. It was Amelia, flying over the buildings in search of the source of the recent surge in energy. Michael quickly ducked behind the nearest building, hiding in the shadows. It wasn't yet time for the other heroes to discover his existence. Moments later, Amelia landed nearby, looking around, certain that the energy had originated from this location. During this time, Michael had managed to put on a mask that completely concealed his face, along with a long dark cloak. From his hiding place, he called out loudly, "Who are you looking for?" Amelia immediately turned toward the voice and asked, "Are you the one who just used your ability here?" Michael hesitated for a few moments before stepping out of his hiding spot. He answered, "Yes, it was me." When Michael was only a few meters away from her, Amelia eyed him suspiciously and asked, "Are you a hero?" "I've never seen you before." Michael shook his head and replied, "I'm not a hero. I'm just a passerby who helped clean up." With that, he threw the dead carcass of the monster he had killed in her direction. Amelia's face displayed surprise when she saw a miniature clone of the one-eyed killer land before her. She shifted her uncertain gaze to the stranger, wondering how such a powerful and dangerous monster had been destroyed single-handedly. Despite this, she reasoned that, since he was not a hero, he shouldn't be using his abilities without permission. Michael remained calm throughout their interaction. The silence between them stretched on, and after some time, the hero decided that his work here was done. There was no reason for him to remain, so with purposeful strides, he began heading toward the girl, planning to pass her by. But before he could, Amelia stepped to the side and extended her hand, blocking his path. Overcoming her shyness, she shouted, "You've used your ability illegally. You'll have to come with me to the Hero Association for a checkup." Michael looked down at Amelia, his gaze pointed as he asked her if she truly believed she could stop him. In response, fiery wings materialized behind the girl, and she soared into the air. With determination in her voice, she declared that his actions were completely against the law of abilities, and that she had the right to take certain measures against him. Despite her display of power, Michael remained still as butterflies, summoned from Amelia's palm, began to surround him, transforming into hot flames. Without a hint of hesitation, Michael reached out and touched one of the butterfly's wings. He calmly asked, "Is this how heroic defenders treat ordinary people?" Amelia's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as Michael crushed one of her butterflies with a single movement of his hand. He then casually moved closer to her, raising his clenched palm to her face. "It's my turn to attack now," he said, his voice cold. Realizing she was no match for him, Amelia shot upward at incredible speed. Without even looking back, she shouted a pleading apology. But Michael, almost immediately, dismissed her from his mind. His thoughts shifted to the strange blue pill that the hero of hot and sour noodles had taken earlier. He was now certain that this same pill had been consumed by the hero responsible for what had happened to Lucia. Taking off his mask, Michael swore to himself that he would uncover the truth at any cost. A few hours later, the city, no longer lit by the sun, was illuminated by countless stars. Michael's workday had ended, and he caught the late-night metro, which arrived on time despite its infrequent schedule. Sitting on the bench, Michael reasoned that, in order to avoid drawing unwanted attention to himself, he should stop collecting others' abilities. He also decided that focusing on developing his brain overload ability and gathering more information about the blue pills was his best course of action. All this time, a man with dyed purple hair had been watching him intently from nearby. As Michael closed his eyes and leaned back, the man waited for a few moments before walking past him, quietly apologizing. Michael didn't immediately realize what had happened. Without opening his eyes, he reached out for his backpack, which was lying nearby, but his hand met only the hard surface of the bench. Confused, Michael opened his eyes and looked around, noticing the space next to him was empty. His backpack was gone. Realization struck him quickly. The man in the green jacket, who had been standing opposite him, must have stolen it. Michael scanned the other passengers in the carriage, but no matter how hard he looked, the thief was nowhere to be seen. The hero frowned, suspecting that the thief might have an invisibility ability. Since they had not yet reached the station, Michael could not get off the train, so he closed his eyes again, activating his brain overload ability to enhance his senses. A few moments later, Michael's plan proved successful. He picked up the scent of his backpack from a nearby man, though the man's clothes and aura were completely different from what they had been moments ago. Michael immediately dismissed the idea of an invisibility ability. It seemed more likely that the man had the ability to change his appearance, or even reincarnate. A smile played on Michael's lips. Such a useful ability. I can't let it slip away, he thought. 20 minutes later, the metro arrived at the final station, and all the passengers disembarked. Michael followed the thief unnoticed, who was strolling leisurely with the stolen backpack. The thief, named Fred, was pleased with his luck. He had managed to rob someone and leave without being detected. Yet, alongside his joy, there was a creeping sense of unease. He didn't know it, but the reason for his anxiety was walking right behind him. After walking a few more steps, Fred turned around, glancing over his shoulder. To his shock, he saw a man happily waving at him, the same man he had just robbed. Fred's heart raced with confusion. How had this guy figured him out? Not wanting to get caught, Fred sprinted away, running as fast as he could. Fortunately for him, a public restroom appeared around the corner, and he dashed inside. Michael, however, had already guessed where the thief had gone. Michael approached the small building and, without hesitation, pushed open the door to the men's restroom. In a mocking tone, he called out, asking if Fred truly believed he could hide from him in a place like this. However, contrary to Michael's expectations, the restroom was completely empty. Frowning, Michael turned and stared at the sign for the women's restroom. It was the only other place Fred could be. Without wasting time, he entered. Inside, there was only one closed booth. Michael knocked on the door, ordering the person inside to come out. A high-pitched, panicked voice screamed back, claiming there was a pervert in the restroom. Sighing heavily, Michael declared that he had no other choice. With a swift kick, he broke down the door. Immediately, a barrage of objects, cosmetic items and a roll of toilet paper was flung at him in desperation. Brushing off the scraps of paper, Michael calmly remarked that Fred's ability was quite unusual. It was even capable of altering his voice. Before him stood Fred, cowering against the wall, dressed ridiculously in short women's shorts, a blouse, and stockings. Upon closer inspection, Michael realized that while Fred's ability could change his clothing and voice, it could not alter his physical body or facial features. Defeated, Fred lowered his head in shame and apologized, fully aware of the hopelessness of his situation. Transforming the purse he had stolen back into Michael's backpack, Fred handed it over with a trembling, apologetic smile. Michael immediately opened the bag to check its contents. Finding nothing missing, he slung it over his shoulder and, with a threatening tone, asked if Fred had dared to look inside. Terrified, Fred quickly shook his head, insisting he had not. Satisfied, Michael adjusted his glasses and advised Fred to find an honest job and live a better life. Fred, desperate, clasped his hands together and promised never to steal again, thanking Michael for sparing him. However, Michael suddenly stopped him, raising an eyebrow. He asked, bewildered, when exactly he had said anything about sparing Fred. What happened next left Fred so shocked that he fainted on the spot. Moments later, Michael, now in possession of a new ability, left the restroom with a satisfied smirk. Although he had previously sworn to stop stealing abilities, the temptation this time had been too great to resist. The ability, called changing clothes, allowed him to instantly change his outfit with a simple motion and even provided additional storage space. Eager to test it, Michael activated the ability before stepping outside. Instantly, his appearance transformed. The plain clothes he wore were replaced with a stylish black suit, jacket, shirt, tie, and trousers. His glasses were replaced by sleek contact lenses. Admiring his reflection briefly, Michael thought to himself how incredibly convenient this new skill was. Just then, two police officers approached. They explained they had received a report about someone shouting about a pervert in the women's restroom and asked if Michael had witnessed anything. Calmly, Michael nodded and pointed toward the restroom, claiming he had seen a suspiciously dressed pervert there. A few minutes later, the officers emerged, dragging the unconscious Fred between them. Michael watched the scene without a hint of guilt. In his mind, he reasoned that not everyone deserved the powers they possessed, and he would be the one to correct that injustice. 1 week later, Michael sat in the back of a taxi, heading to an address Alex had sent him. When the taxi arrived, he paid the driver and stepped out. There, waiting at the entrance, was Alex, who greeted him enthusiastically, waving and smiling as if he had been waiting for hours. Michael, however, was not in a joyful mood. He wearily asked what was so important that Alex had insisted he come all the way here. Throwing an arm over Michael's shoulders, Alex, still smiling mischievously, said that Michael would not believe who he had seen at the nightclub. Uninterested, Michael asked flatly who it was. Alex, clearly savoring the moment, finally revealed that it was Valeria, Michael's supposed girlfriend, working there as part of the service staff. Michael shot him a tired glance and corrected him. Veronica was not his girlfriend. He asked why Alex was telling him this. Laughing, Alex pushed him toward the club entrance, insisting that Michael could drop the act. Once inside, everything would be clear. Without another word, they crossed the threshold and entered the building. Our hero's eyes widened in shock the moment he spotted a familiar face. On the stage, within a caged platform, danced Valeria, his neighbor. Dressed in a daring bunny costume, she moved to the rhythm of the music, swaying her hips side to side, all while smiling brightly under the cheers of the crowd. However, her expression suddenly changed. Fear and panic flickered across her face as she noticed Michael entering the club alongside Alex, making their way toward the seating area. They quickly found an empty table. Alex ordered drinks for both himself and his sullen companion. As the drinks arrived, Alex nudged Michael, who sat hunched over the table, his chin resting heavily on clasped hands, lost in thought. Alex chuckled and encouraged him to lighten up, reminding him that there were still many beautiful women in the world besides Valeria. Tonight, he said, they were on Alex's turf, and Michael should try to enjoy the moment. Waving at a group of girls nearby, Alex beckoned them over. They approached the table with cheerful smiles. One by one, Alex introduced them to Michael, proudly pointing out that the man beside him was his best friend. The girls, not needing further invitation, sat down next to Michael, eager to entertain. Meanwhile, at the next table, a heated conversation was unfolding. Surrounded by two women, a young man loudly complained about his bad luck. He griped that if his brother hadn't taken his car, he would not have lost the race. Across from him, a composed man named Logan reached for the call button, advising him to simply accept the loss rather than blaming the car. Austin, the frustrated young man, shot back that Logan had no right to lecture him. After all, Logan had failed to earn his father's favor and had been demoted to the role of bodyguard. After a brief pause, Austin laughed mockingly, suggesting it was because Logan could never keep his mouth shut. Logan's lips curled into a dry smile. He replied coolly that an ordinary person, limited by a mere C-rank hero title, shouldn't concern himself so much. Clicking his tongue in irritation, Austin leapt up and, in a flash of anger, struck a waitress, Valeria, who had been serving their table. He insulted her, declaring her abilities worthless. Grabbing a bottle of alcohol she had brought, Austin sneered, asking how she could serve something so disgusting. His irritation, though directed outward, clearly stemmed from the embarrassment caused by Logan's words. Unable to vent his anger on his bodyguard, he chose instead to humiliate Valeria. Opening the bottle, Austin heartlessly poured its contents over her head. Michael, witnessing the entire scene, instinctively began to rise from his seat to intervene. But Alex hastily grabbed his arm, urging him not to act recklessly. He warned Michael that Austin was no ordinary troublemaker. He was the second son of a powerful A-rank hero from the Olympus Company, known as the Mechanical Hero. Worse yet, Austin was accompanied by Logan, the C-rank hero known as the Flame Fist. Challenging them would be dangerous for any ordinary person. Michael reassured him that he had no intention of starting a fight. He simply said he needed to use the restroom. Reluctantly, Alex let him go with a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Valeria sat frozen on the floor, drenched in alcohol, too humiliated to lift her head. Austin, losing all interest in her, returned to the girls on the sofa and coldly ordered the club's waiters to get rid of her. Without hesitation, two staff members approached. One of them grabbed a bottle and forcibly poured alcohol into Valeria's mouth, holding her head in place as she struggled weakly. Just as Valeria was about to give in to despair, someone shoved the waiter aside with force. Freed from their grip, she coughed violently, spitting out the alcohol she had been forced to swallow. Without even looking directly at her, Michael's voice cut through the tension. He said calmly that he had heard the son of the mechanical hero was present. Logan immediately stiffened, sensing the seriousness in Michael's tone. He asked sharply who Michael was. Seated casually in a chair opposite them, Michael replied with a cool demeanor that he was simply someone looking to make a deal with young Master Austin. Austin, pouring himself another drink, glanced lazily at Michael and asked what kind of deal he was proposing. Logan, growing increasingly uneasy, leaned in and suggested it was already late, they should leave immediately. Austin bristled at the suggestion. Furious, he hurled his bottle at one of the nearby security guards, shouting that no one should interfere with him. The moment Michael mentioned a deal, Austin's demeanor visibly darkened. His irritation flared, but Logan, bound by his role, could do little to rein him in. Losing all patience with his bodyguard's interference, Austin stepped forward and demanded to know what kind of deal Michael was proposing. Logan reached out, placing a firm hand on Austin's shoulder, urging him to step back. He muttered that Austin was far too drunk and should rest, casting a displeased glance at Michael and muttering that he would handle this clown himself. Meanwhile, Michael casually swirled the amber liquid in his glass. Hearing Logan's words, he smiled slightly and said that, Although he was normally against violence, the man's interference had forced his hand. He placed the glass back on the table and rose slowly, his gaze locked onto Logan. As he stood, Michael deftly wrapped bandages around his fists, activating his ability with a calm declaration they would soon see who would be teaching whom a lesson. Flames erupted over Logan's bandaged fists as he took an aggressive stance. He warned Michael that he would show no mercy. Michael, however, remained perfectly still, quietly observing. By now, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the prospect of witnessing a live fight between heroes. Amid the growing excitement, Valeria, with the help of a friend, managed to retreat toward the restroom to clean herself up. Without hesitation, Logan launched his attack. As he closed the distance between them, confusion flickered across his face. Michael wasn't moving, nor did he seem prepared to dodge. Just as Logan's flaming fist neared, Michael simply sidestepped effortlessly, asking mockingly if that was the best Logan could do. Logan sneered, declaring that no opponent had ever survived this technique. Waving his hand, he unleashed a massive torrent of flames toward Michael. The clubgoers gasped in terror and scattered, fearful of being caught in the blast. The flames were so intense it seemed the entire place might be reduced to ashes. Yet, from within the inferno, no screams were heard. A moment later, a hand calmly emerged from the swirling flames. The fire dissipated as if snuffed out by an invisible force, revealing Michael standing unharmed, his clothes, even his cloak, perfectly intact. Logan's expression twisted in disbelief. Deciding it was time to end things, Michael extended his palm and launched a mental assault. Logan barely had time to process what was happening before his face paled, his body freezing in place. Approaching swiftly, Michael struck him sharply on the side of the neck. Logan collapsed instantly, unconscious before he hit the ground. A stunned silence fell over the club. Austin, who had been watching from the sofas, suddenly sobered. Fear gripped him as he realized that Fire Fist, his personal bodyguard, had been defeated with a single blow. Ignoring the wide-eyed stares from the crowd, Michael crouched beside Logan and pressed his hand against his chest, extracting his ability without hesitation. It was over within moments. Now, Flame's strike was his to command. Rising calmly, Michael began walking toward Austin. Panic flashed across the young man's face. His remaining guards quietly slipped away, abandoning him to his fate. Frantically glancing around the club for any savior, Austin realized no help was coming. Forcing a shaky smile, he stammered, asking what deal Michael had wanted to discuss earlier. If it was money he needed, Austin promised he could transfer any amount immediately. Michael ignored the desperate offer. Closing the distance, he seized Austin by the throat and effortlessly lifted him into the air. Austin clawed at Michael's hand, trying to break free, but the grip was unrelenting. Choking and gasping, Austin managed to rasp out a question. Did Michael even know who his father was? Michael's gaze remained cold. He answered that he knew very well. Austin was the son of the mechanical hero. Then, he added flatly, and what exactly is that supposed to mean now? Austin, gasping for air, croaked that if Michael killed him now, his father would definitely hunt him down and take revenge. But instead of finishing him off, Michael pulled Austin closer and whispered that he had no intention of killing him, he simply wanted to share something with him. Confused and wary, Austin asked what exactly he meant. Michael responded with a question of his own. Did Austin want to gain an ability? The suggestion stunned him. Still kneeling on the floor, Austin rubbed his sore neck and stared up in disbelief. An ability wasn't something anyone could just hand out, only special circumstances or rare talents allowed such a thing. Scoffing, he accused Michael of thinking himself a god. Michael only sighed heavily. Without arguing, he turned and tossed a small piece of paper toward Austin. Calmly, he told him that if he truly wanted an ability, he should come alone to the address written there in exactly 7 days. Without waiting for a reply, Michael left the stunned young man behind. Outside, he quickly changed back into his casual clothes. As he stepped into the fresh night air, his phone rang. It was Alex, his voice slightly frantic, asking where Michael had gone. Michael simply replied that it was too noisy inside and he had stepped out for some air. When he asked if something serious had happened, Alex relaxed and joked that Michael had missed quite a show. He told Michael to wait outside, he would join him shortly, and they could grab some food together while he filled him in. Ending the call, Michael gazed up at the night sky, a small smile playing on his lips. The first phase of the plan was complete. Now, all he had to do was wait for Austin to take the bait. His real target lay within Olympus, the fastest path toward achieving his greater goal. Hours later, an emergency meeting was called at the headquarters of Olympus. All eyes were fixed on a large screen displaying CCTV footage of the fight between Fire Fist Logan and the masked stranger, Michael. Gilbert, Austin's father, and a prominent figure in Olympus, sat silently, watching every second. When the video ended, he finally spoke, asking the room for their thoughts. The ice adventurer spoke first, pointing out that the masked individual had used his hand like a blade to defeat Logan in an instant. Judging by his ability, the attacker was almost certainly above B rank. Another man sitting nearby disagreed slightly, saying it wasn't simply a knife strike. He emphasized that Logan had fallen the moment the masked man made a mysterious motion with his hand. Another official pushed a folder across the table. It contained the Identification Department's injury report on Fire Fist Logan. He urged everyone to read it before making assumptions. As the group skimmed through the document, shock spread across their faces. The report confirmed it: Logan's ability had vanished without a trace. A heavy silence fell over the room. It was clear now they were facing a terrifying new problem. Someone out there could erase abilities entirely. Pavel broke the silence first, asking where such a monster could have come from. Edgar responded grimly, saying that, to his knowledge, only one person ever possessed such an ability, an S-rank hero. Gilbert turned to him sharply, asking if he meant the hero. Before Edgar could fully respond, Sam leapt up, shouting that it was impossible. The transporter, the hero in question, was already an old man with one foot in the grave. There was no reason for him to reappear now and cause chaos. Edgar sighed heavily. He warned that Olympus wouldn't be able to handle this matter on its own and that they were obligated to report it to the Hero Association. But Pavel, raising an eyebrow, scoffed at the idea. A person with such a terrifying ability would be seen as a living weapon. No organization would willingly expose him. No one would report someone that valuable. Gilbert nodded in agreement. He decided that, for now, Olympus would keep this incident a secret. Another buried truth, hidden within their company. He ordered everyone to leave, needing time alone to think. Meanwhile, Austin had made it home safely. Morning light streamed through his windows as he lay on his bed, the small piece of paper in his hand. He couldn't stop thinking about it. An ability, his very own ability. His mind raced through endless scenarios, wondering what Michael would want in return. It had to be something serious. Michael had emphasized this was a deal after all. But Austin eventually pushed the questions aside. None of it mattered compared to the prize. In just a few days, he would gain the power he had always longed for. At the same time, Michael met with Alex in front of a museum. Alex, looking curious, asked why Michael had called him there. Alex explained that he had dragged Michael to the museum because he wanted to learn more about monsters, so he would know how to better hide when encountering one. Hearing this, Michael couldn't help but fall into thought. Maybe he could even attempt something riskier, like extracting an ability from an S-rank monster. As they walked inside, they accidentally brushed past two girls who were chatting happily near the entrance. Michael shot Alex a displeased look, accusing him of coming here not to study monsters but to flirt with girls. Alex grinned mischievously and admitted it openly, saying, "Everyone knows the prettiest girls hang out here. How could I miss a chance like that?" Rolling his eyes, Michael pointed somewhere deeper into the museum, muttering that unlike Alex, he actually came here for serious business. Soon, they approached one of the grand exhibits, the electric Tyrannosaurus, an S-rank monster that had once terrorized the city. Standing over 7 meters tall, it had unleashed devastating electric blasts, paralyzing the city and causing the deaths of 5 A-rank heroes and 20 B-rank heroes. Even now, the creature's preserved body seemed alive. Tiny discharges of lightning still crackled across its scales. Without warning, a beam of electricity shot from its mouth toward one of the display walls, startling nearby visitors. Alex watched in awe, amazed that even death hadn't stripped the monster of its terrifying power. Meanwhile, Michael remained calm, studying the beast with sharp interest. He slowly extended his palm toward the dragon, imagining how incredible it would be to harness such an ability. But before he could make contact, a security guard barked at him, baton in hand, demanding to know what he was doing. Michael quickly smiled and flashed a journalist's ID, claiming he was here to write an article about monsters. The guard narrowed his eyes, inspecting the card carefully. Eventually, he grunted and said Michael could look, but absolutely no touching was allowed. Michael cast a glance toward Alex. Understanding immediately, Alex nodded with a sly smile and approached the guard, distracting him with idle chatter, especially about where the cutest girls in the museum were. While the bewildered guard was being led away, Michael seized the opportunity. He reached out and placed his palm against the electric Tyrannosaurus, initiating an extraction. At once, he felt resistance. The monster's ability was still there, but extracting it was unusually difficult. Minutes dragged by before he finally succeeded. A small, purple pearl materialized in his palm. Examining it, Michael's heart sank. E-rank. The extracted ability was so weak that it could barely be used to charge a phone. He stared up at the electric Tyrannosaurus, baffled. How could an S-rank monster produce such a low-level ability? Thinking it over, he realized the likely reason: the monster had been dead for too long. Back when he fought the one-eyed killer, there had still been life left in the creature, allowing a proper extraction. With a sigh of disappointment, Michael wandered through the rest of the museum, hoping to find something better. But by evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in soft shades of purple and pink, he returned home, empty-handed in spirit if not in fact. Now seated at his desk, Michael laid out the fruits of today's labor, 3 ability pearls. The first, wreathed in a faint flicker of flame, contained an F-rank cloning ability, allowing him to create a clone that would last for just 1 minute. The second was the weak E-rank electrical ability extracted from the electric Tyrannosaurus. The third was an F-rank ability called Human Control, which could subtly make a person more interested in the ability user. Michael leaned back in his chair, staring at the pitiful collection. None of these were remotely powerful. He sighed deeply, thinking out loud that these abilities were simply too weak to be useful. But then a thought struck him: if abilities could be combined, couldn't they also be destroyed? Without hesitation, he summoned the pearl containing the flame control ability, preparing to test this new idea. Michael decided to put his new theory to the test. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the flame control pearl and firmly commanded, "Destroy." After a few moments, he opened his eyes, only to see the pearl still resting intact in his palm. But Michael wasn't the type to give up so easily. He refocused and tried again. This time, a faint cracking sound reached his ears. Opening his eyes, he saw deep fractures spiderwebbing across the pearl's surface. Moments later, the pearl shattered completely, and in its place materialized several small, black cubes. A system message appeared, explaining that these were products of the first level of dark energy. Intrigued, Michael picked up one of the cubes and turned it over thoughtfully in his hand. It seemed likely that all abilities were constructed from these cubes at their core. Now, he had confirmation: not only could he extract abilities, but he could destroy them as well. As he studied the cubes, a new idea took shape in his mind. What if he could use these dark energy cubes to enhance abilities? Without hesitation, Michael summoned the human control pearl he had collected at the museum. Bringing it together with one of the black cubes, he watched as the two began to fuse. After a brief process, a new message popped up: ability enhancement successful. The human control ability had advanced from F-rank to E-rank. Now, instead of merely making someone interested in him, he could exert actual mental influence, subtly manipulating thoughts and emotions to carry out scams or sway decisions. Michael stared at the upgraded pearl in amazement. He hadn't truly expected it to work. Laying the enhanced pearl aside, he looked at the remaining black cubes with satisfaction. Possibilities danced through his mind. Maybe, just maybe, he could even create an S-rank ability of his own. Suddenly, loud voices echoed from the hallway outside his room. Among them, he distinctly recognized Valeria's voice, frantic and distressed. Michael frowned and slipped silently from his room, unnoticed, to see what was going on. In the living room, a heavy atmosphere hung over the scene. A man sat on the couch, a pipe clenched between his teeth, glaring at Valeria, who was in tears. The man exhaled smoke and said coldly that she was only good at crying and irritating everyone around her. He added, almost indifferently, that they hadn't meant to deceive her, at first. Listening carefully, Michael pieced together the situation. Robert, the man with the pipe, explained that if they hadn't lied to Valeria about her father's illness, she would never have sent them money so willingly. Their real goal had been to secure enough funds for her brother, to buy a house, a car, and find a good wife, costing more than $1 million. Another woman standing nearby, clearly Valeria's mother, spoke up in a softer tone, saying they simply had no other way to gather that much money. She insisted that they only wanted what was best for the family. Valeria, fists clenched in fury, snapped back. How could they justify lying to her? They had told her her father was deathly ill, desperate for expensive treatment. At that time, Valeria had worked herself to the bone, taking on 4 shifts a day, just to send them the money as fast as possible. The man exhaled more smoke and said calmly that their family line could not simply end, no matter the cost. His words only deepened Valeria's anger. She demanded to know if this was their new method, forcing her to return home and marry a man she had never even seen. Her mother approached, trying to soothe her. She explained that even if the man lacked education, he was kind and would treat her well. Valeria pulled away sharply. With bitter rage, she asked them if they even knew where the $50,000 she had sent last week had come from. Fighting back tears, she confessed that she had been working not only as a bartender but also had become an escort, all to raise the money they demanded. The revelation stunned her parents into silence. Robert was the first to recover, his face contorting with rage. He stood abruptly, shouting that she had tarnished the family's name and reputation. Furious, he raised his hand, intent on striking her. Valeria simply closed her eyes, resigned. Even if he hit her, it wouldn't compare to the beatings she had suffered from abusive clients. At that moment, Michael intervened. Appearing swiftly beside her, he caught Robert's raised arm and calmly said that no matter what, she was still their daughter, and violence was not the answer. Robert, taken aback by the sudden interference, wrenched his hand free and demanded to know who Michael thought he was to meddle in their family affairs. Michael ignored him. Instead, he turned his attention to Valeria's mother, noting the clear difference between her regretful expression and Robert's cold indifference. Making a quick decision, Michael activated the human control ability, targeting the mother. Immediately, the woman stepped forward. Without hesitation, she slapped Robert hard across the face. Stunned, Robert stared at her as she berated him fiercely, blaming him for forcing their daughter into such misery. Turning to Valeria, Maria embraced her tightly, apologizing again and again for everything they had put her through. Robert, his anger draining away, sighed heavily and muttered that her brother would find his own way without needing Valeria's sacrifice. Watching this unfold, Michael couldn't help but think of his own sister, still lying helpless in a hospital bed. He clenched his fists silently, a burning resolve taking root within him. He would stop at nothing to uncover the truth and to achieve justice. The next morning, Michael and Valeria stood together at the train station, waving goodbye to her parents as they boarded the first train back to their town. Smiling brightly, Valeria shouted after them that she would visit for the New Year celebrations. From inside the train, Maria leaned out of the window, waving enthusiastically and calling out for her daughter to take care of herself and not to do anything foolish. A few minutes later, the train vanished over the horizon. Valeria turned to Michael, a warm smile lighting up her face, and thanked him for accompanying her through everything. Michael handed her a glass of a refreshing drink and told her that it would be even better if her brother learned a lesson from all this, understanding the value of things, rather than depending on the money she sent. Cheerfully, Valeria winked at him and beckoned for him to come closer, saying she wanted to tell him something. Michael, slightly embarrassed, hesitated but eventually took a step forward. Before he could react, Valeria leaned in and pressed a soft kiss to his cheek. Michael's eyes widened in surprise. Pulling away with a laugh, Valeria thanked him again, this time more sincerely. Later that night, Michael set off on a new adventure. Changing into his suit, he stealthily approached the heavily guarded Monster Corp's processing center. Security looked tighter than usual, and he pondered the best way to get inside without alerting anyone. Just then, a truck appeared from around the corner, heading straight toward the facility. Sensing an opportunity, Michael acted quickly, ducking underneath the vehicle and grabbing onto the crossbar, pressing himself flat against the undercarriage to stay hidden. Breathing a cautious sigh of relief, he thought he was in the clear, until he realized he wasn't alone. Right beside him, a girl was clinging to the underside of the truck as well, her eyes wide with shock at seeing him. She immediately gestured for Michael to stay silent. Realizing she had the same idea he did, Michael nodded and kept still. However, when the truck hit a bump, they were jolted violently, and he accidentally pressed even closer against her, earning a glare of irritation. Trying to break the tension, Michael whispered an awkward greeting, calling their meeting an incredible coincidence. The girl, clearly unimpressed, snapped that it wasn't a coincidence at all, it was a disaster. She insisted that they should ignore each other completely and act independently, relying solely on their own abilities. Introducing herself formally, she said she was Anna Cott, a representative of the F Chamber of Commerce, and then demanded to know who he was. Michael introduced himself in turn. Anna, looking ahead, informed him that they were close to the unloading zone, but with the way they were tangled together, she wouldn't be able to dismount properly. Before she could finish, Michael cut her off, telling her to hold on tight. Without warning, he jumped off the moving truck, holding her protectively. Twisting midair, he absorbed the impact when they hit the ground. For a moment, they lay stunned. Clearing his throat, Michael tried to get up but found he couldn't. Anna was still pressed against him. Half joking, he asked how much longer she planned on hugging him. Blushing furiously, Anna scrambled to her feet, turning away to hide her embarrassment. She irritably shouted that if the situation hadn't demanded it, she would never have hugged him in the first place. Eventually, they made it inside the processing center. Wandering through the dimly lit halls, they found the monster processing room. Anna, noticing Michael's wide-eyed look at the grotesque surroundings, teased him and asked if he was a rookie. Michael admitted honestly that he was. He said he would gladly follow the guidance of someone more experienced. Smirking, Anna decided to take him under her wing. Since he was being so open, she said she would allow him to tag along. Leading the way, Anna stopped before a huge table where the corpse of a massive werewolf lay. Explaining her mission, she said that her boss needed white chest fur from this particular monster. Drawing a knife, she climbed onto the table and skillfully sliced off a small tuft of fur. Summoning a special bag, an ability called storage bag, Anna carefully tucked the valuable material away, smiling with pride. Looking at Michael, she boasted about her bag's impressive capacity, saying her task here was now complete. While she was distracted by her speech, Michael seized the chance to extract an ability from the werewolf's corpse. A system message appeared, acquired ability, metal transformation. It granted the power to alter the appearance and structure of any metal. Just then, alarms suddenly blared throughout the building. Both Michael and Anna stiffened in horror. Seconds later, a man in a white lab coat burst into the room, terror-stricken and sobbing. He screamed that the monster in the next room wasn't dead after all. Before anyone could react, a grotesque limb whipped out of the adjacent doorway, coiling around him like a serpent. The man cried for help as he was dragged away, disappearing into the shadows. Michael and Anna stood frozen as the lab doors slammed shut behind him. Anna let out a shaky sigh and reached toward her cloak. Anna, still trembling, leaned against Michael and asked him to support her. Her legs had gone weak from the shock and fear. Just as she spoke, she felt a faint touch on her shoulder. Before she could even react, a slimy tentacle wrapped tightly around her waist, yanking her violently toward the exit. Michael lunged after her, but the room was too dark to see anything clearly. Without hesitation, he summoned his ability, calling forth a sphere of flame that burst into existence above the ceiling, casting light across the chaotic scene. Illuminated by the fire, Michael spotted the monster dragging Anna away. Without wasting a second, he sprinted after them. However, the monster was astonishingly fast, slipping away into the darkness ahead. As Michael chased it, he noticed the rows of metal lockers lining the walls. An idea sparked. He immediately activated his newly acquired ability, metal transformation. In an instant, the metal lockers began to ripple and reshape under his will, transforming into long, bladed tentacles. With a mental command, Michael launched them toward the fleeing creature. In just a few strikes, the sharp iron limbs managed to slice through the monster's grasping tentacle, severing it and freeing Anna. Michael rushed to her side as she collapsed onto the floor, pale and shaken. Breathing heavily, he asked if she was all right. Anna pushed herself up and kicked away the severed limb with a grimace, noting with disgust that the hooks along its surface were brutally sharp. As she turned her head, Michael's floating fireball drifted deeper into the corridor, illuminating the nightmare that awaited them. There, standing before them, was the monster in full. Its grotesque body was composed entirely of countless writhing tentacles, coiling and slithering as if with a mind of their own. The creature wore a horrifying bone mask, and from behind it, the tentacles twitched and shivered. Scattered around the monster were other victims, captives entangled in its limbs, desperately crying out for help. Anna's face paled further, a look of pure confusion and terror overtaking her. She had never encountered anything like this. The monster, sensing their presence, let out a low, guttural noise. Then, with terrifying speed, its tentacles sharpened into deadly points and lunged straight toward them. Reacting instinctively, Michael swept his arms outward and again transformed the nearby metal lockers, pulling them together into a massive shield. The creature's tentacles struck relentlessly, pounding against the metal barrier. Michael gritted his teeth and held firm, using the makeshift shield to block each violent attack. Blow after blow rained down, the force behind each one immense. Suddenly, one especially powerful strike crashed against the shield, tearing a chunk of it away. Anna screamed, seeing the shield visibly weaken. Terror in her voice, she shouted to Michael that the shield wouldn't last much longer, and he had to come up with something else, fast. As the monster's tentacles surged toward them, the girl panicked once more. She collapsed onto the floor, covering her head with her hands, and screamed that they were doomed to die there, eaten alive by the creature. Still holding his shield, the hero silently agreed with Anna. He realized he would not be able to withstand the monster's assault for much longer and frantically began searching for a way to escape. Then, a flash of memory struck him. He remembered spotting several canisters of gasoline nearby. Without wasting time, he called out to his partner. Michael told Anna to calm down, assuring her that he had thought of a way they might escape. Anna looked up at him with hope shining in her eyes and immediately asked what his plan was. But instead of explaining, Michael moved into action. He separated one of the metal rods from his shield and, with a wave of his hand, hurled it toward the side. The metal, yielding easily to his will, bent like a ribbon under his control. The rod struck the gasoline canisters, flinging them high into the air. Then, still under Michael's guidance, the rod continued its movement, this time aimed directly at the monster's body. Simultaneously, Michael divided the floating fireball he had conjured into several smaller ones, maneuvering them dangerously close to the airborne canisters. Without hesitation, he grabbed Anna by the hand and sprinted away from the scene. Moments later, a tremendous explosion erupted behind them, a wave of intense heat lashing at their backs. The other prisoners, who had also been held captive by the monster, seized the moment and broke free. They, too, ran toward the exit with all the strength they could muster, leaving the monster trapped within a raging inferno. However, Michael's plan did not succeed as perfectly as he had hoped. The explosion had failed to kill the creature. One of the monster's massive tentacles shot out, pursuing them relentlessly. Anna was once again teetering on the brink of death, until, out of nowhere, a figure appeared. With a swift strike, the newcomer severed the tentacle and then positioned himself directly in Michael's path, blocking further escape. The man glared at them with a cold, commanding look and, in a voice filled with menace, demanded to know if they were the thieves responsible for reviving the monster and unleashing it upon the area. Anna, bristling with irritation, stepped defiantly out from behind Michael. She demanded to know who he was and why he was spouting such nonsense. The stranger, glaring at her from beneath heavy brows, replied sharply that she was far too disrespectful for someone of her age. Anna fired back with even greater irritation, accusing him of being the one disrespectful toward young people, despite being nothing more than an old man himself. Throughout their argument, Michael remained silent, scrutinizing the man closely. There was something familiar about him. Searching his memory, Michael suddenly recalled, this was Simon Kurd, the hero who had defeated King Kong Berserker 10 years ago. Stepping forward, Michael placed himself protectively in front of Anna and offered Simon a respectful apology for his partner's behavior. Simon let out a low chuckle and turned his gaze back to the monster, commenting that Michael was certainly more polite than the girl. Yet, he added, he had no time to waste, the monster needed to be dealt with first. Without another word, Simon leapt into action. He drew the sword slung across his back and shouted, "Polar Star Attack, Style 1, Greedy Wolf Strike." A torrent of energy burst from his blade, manifesting as a massive wolf. With just a few swift slashes of its claws, the spectral wolf severed several of the monster's tentacles before disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Michael and Anna watched in stunned silence. Michael, almost in awe, muttered that if this truly was the legendary Polar Star Attack, then inherited power, then even warriors with S-rank abilities would be forced to retreat. Enraged by the loss of several limbs, the monster roared and attacked Simon again, launching its tentacles from every direction. Yet Simon remained unfazed. He countered with the second style, North Star, Heaven's Hunger. In a breathtaking instant, his blade sliced the monster's body into hundreds of tiny pieces. But Simon did not stop there. To deliver the final blow, he unleashed the third style, or Water of Heaven. With this technique, he hurled his sword directly into the monster's bone mask. The weapon struck with such force that the monster, once so fearsome, crumbled. Having defeated the beast in mere moments, Simon landed gracefully back on the ground. Without hesitation, he retrieved his sword and immediately turned his blade toward Michael and Anna. It was clear Simon now intended to deal with them. Michael saw the fierce determination, the lethal intent, burning in Simon's eyes. Quickly, he raised his hands in a gesture of peace, trying to explain that they were not the ones who had resurrected the monster. Simon, however, was unconvinced. He declared that they seemed far too suspicious for him to simply trust their words. Anna, voice trembling slightly, called out to Michael. She asked in a hushed tone whether he thought he could defeat the old man standing before them. Michael turned to her, uncertainty clouding his eyes. The hero replied with regret that, unfortunately, defeating Simon was beyond his ability. He then asked Anna if she truly expected him to succeed against such an opponent. Anna shook her head and smiled, saying she simply wanted to lend him a weapon. Without warning, she handed him something, and before Michael could even react, armor swiftly wrapped itself around his entire body. Meanwhile, Anna turned and sprinted away, calling over her shoulder that the armor was crafted from the materials of a B-rank monster. It should offer him reliable protection, at least for a short time. At that very moment, Simon launched another sudden attack, a brutal reminder of his presence. The assault was so swift that Michael could only instinctively step back and shield himself with his right hand. Behind the rooster mask, his eyes widened in shock. The armor had withstood the blow from a hero of Simon's caliber. Simon showed no intention of letting up. Driven by the desire to eliminate his opponent, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Yet, Michael managed to dodge each strike by the thinnest of margins. Realizing he couldn't last like this forever, he made a desperate move. He activated his brain overload ability, hoping it might tilt the odds in his favor. To his astonishment, it worked. Simon's movement seemed to slow, allowing Michael to read his attacks more clearly. Although this improvement lifted Michael's spirits, he knew it would still not be enough to defeat a legendary swordsman like Simon. Noticing the brief hesitation in his opponent, Simon sneered and warned him to be more cautious in battle. Without giving Michael a chance to recover, he targeted an open spot and lunged forward. Michael stood frozen in horror. There was no way to dodge in time. His only chance was to maximize his human control ability. In an instant, Simon froze in midair, unable to move even a finger. His face twisted in shock as he looked at Michael, demanding to know how he had been paralyzed so easily. The effect, however, was fleeting. As soon as it wore off, Michael leapt aside, narrowly avoiding Simon's sword. Catching his breath, Michael called out that if he had not used that ability, he would already be dead. Furious, Simon charged again, shouting that cheap tricks were all thieves could manage. Michael knew that relying on the human control ability again would drain him too much. He needed another tactic. Activating his metal transformation ability, he forged a crude sword from thin air, just enough to defend himself. Their blades collided fiercely. Michael struggled against the incredible force behind each strike, realizing that if he did not find a way to end this quickly, he would eventually be split in two. Then, unexpected voices echoed from nearby. A group of men, strangers to Michael, watched the battle with amazement. They marveled that someone was able to stand against the legendary Simon Kurd. Some speculated that Michael must be the A-rank hero from the 6th God of Weapons zone. Hearing this, Michael frowned. He had never heard of any God of Weapons before. His train of thought was cut short as Simon's voice rang out. With a smirk, Simon declared that judging by Michael's skill and attacks, he wasn't a thief after all. He then sheathed his sword. Turning his sharp gaze toward the onlookers, Simon ordered them to leave the corpse processing area at once. He needed a private conversation with the young man who had stood against him. Anna and the others, still shaken from the battle, hesitated. One of the rescued captives asked nervously if they were truly allowed to leave. But when they met Simon's cold, commanding gaze, they wasted no time, fleeing down the corridor without a second glance. Anna called back, shouting that she would wait for Michael outside and wished him luck. When the area finally cleared, Michael turned to Simon and asked what he wanted to discuss. Simon's demeanor grew serious. He said he knew for certain that Michael was not the god of weapons, his skills were far inferior. The only similarity between them was the ability to control metal. Simon's sharp eyes missed nothing. He had noticed that Michael possessed multiple abilities, marking him as someone quite powerful, and someone like that would not have come here just to steal monster fur. Simon's expression darkened. He asked, in a grave tone, whether Michael had come in search of the world's secret. Michael had no idea what Simon was talking about. He had never even heard of such a secret. But sensing an opportunity to gather information, he nodded and answered truthfully that he had indeed come in search of the world's secret. The sincerity of his reply seemed to make Simon pause. Simon burst out laughing, saying that he liked ambitious young people and would tell Michael everything. Michael was taken aback by how easily the man trusted him, but it worked in his favor, so he remained silent and listened carefully. With pride swelling in his voice, Simon revealed that the true purpose behind the creation of the center was to open a one-way tunnel to the monster world, the so-called White Hole. He explained that 15 years ago, the White Hole in their city, City L, had been discovered. In response, the Hero Association dispatched a small squad of high-ranking heroes with a mission to infiltrate the monster world. Simon himself had been among them. His voice grew heavy with sorrow as he recounted the grim tale. During that mission, many S-rank heroes lost their lives. In the end, only Simon and 2 others survived, and that was only because they had been willing to risk everything. Pointing toward the furnace where the scarlet flames blazed, Simon explained that each monster corpse processing center had been built on one of the Earth's weakest points. By continuously burning monster corpses at these sites, they kept the White Hole open, sustaining a fragile bridge to the monster world and beyond. After absorbing all of this, Michael glanced at the freshly killed monster's body and asked why it had come back to life. Simon's face darkened as he admitted that this was a secret they kept hidden from the public. In truth, that monster was a mutation, a creature that had evolved from the monsters emerging through the White Hole. The center believed that humanity was little more than prey, trapped in a cage with beasts. Only by uniting all human strength would they ever have a chance to defeat the monsters and bring an end to this nightmare. Finishing his story, Simon turned and waved dismissively. He told Michael that he was free to go, regardless of which organization he belonged to. He reminded him that, above all else, he was still an important part of humanity. Meanwhile, tension simmered within the center's upper ranks. Katerina was furious. Simon's reckless behavior had long been a problem, but sharing classified secrets crossed an unacceptable line. Sitting beside her, a calm man, Jacob, reasoned that even if Simon had stayed silent, the truth would eventually have leaked out. It was impossible to keep such monumental secrets contained forever. Katerina sighed heavily and turned, asking if preparations for the video conference were complete. The next moment, dozens of windows lit up, showing the faces of participants from various places. A female voice announced that over 25 people were attending, and all conditions for discussing an S-rank matter had been met. Katerina and Jacob listened attentively. Once the report concluded, Jacob nodded and stated that it was time to begin. They would finally reveal the truth to the associations representing the highest-level heroes, those exceeding even A rank. At his words, a flash of fear crossed Katerina's face. She wasn't sure if humanity was ready to hear what was coming. Meanwhile, Michael visited his sister in the hospital. Sitting beside her bed, he quietly shared that he had learned a terrible secret that day. His mind drifted back to the memory of walking out of the corridor into the common area, where workers had already gathered. They stared at him, whispering in confusion, unable to understand why only he had emerged from inside. Anna rushed up to him, visibly worried. She hesitated before asking if he was all right. Michael froze, realizing he could not afford to reveal his abilities. Taking a cautious step closer to her, he asked her to look him in the eyes. Anna blinked in confusion but did as he asked. That moment was all Michael needed. Activating his human control ability, he cast her into a trance. Mentally, he ordered her to forget seeing him use any fire or metal-related powers. He also made her forget that he had brought her the armor, and added that he owed her 10,000,001. With a snap of his fingers, he released her. Anna jolted back, blinking in confusion. Smiling awkwardly, she said she was relieved he was okay, then hastily made an excuse about curfew and ran off. Michael smiled fondly at the memory, remarking to his sleeping sister that Anna reminded him so much of Lucia, sweet, caring, and just as obsessed with money. Gently stroking Lucia's cheek, Michael whispered with hope that once he achieved his revenge, he would find a way to wake her up. He stayed with his sister until late into the night, until the nurses announced that visiting hours were over. Reluctantly, Michael left and returned home. There, he threw himself into critical preparations for his upcoming meeting with Austin, using his metal transformation ability to forge what he would need for the battles ahead. Back at home, Michael finished his final preparations. On his right middle finger, he attached a homemade stellar absorption ring. In his free hand, he held a small jar containing a shimmering blue liquid, the so-called ability medicine. Michael needed a way to hide his true powers, and these two items would serve as perfect tools to deceive Austin. He also had a special mask prepared for this operation, a snake-themed mask. Taking it in his hands, he put it on, then activated his transformation ability, instantly changing into a different outfit that matched the mask. This identity, known simply as a snake, would possess a C-rank electricity manipulation ability, and if necessary, could also wield fire attacks. Michael had a grander vision in mind. He intended to create an entirely new organization, a group composed of his many alternate personas. It would be called Judges, and its mission would be to pass judgment on fallen heroes. With Austin providing funding, Michael was confident there would be no obstacles to establishing this secretive organization. The next morning, Michael headed to the meeting place. Austin had been waiting there since dawn and, exhausted, had fallen asleep right on the ground. As Michael approached, he nudged Austin's side with his foot, waking him up. The boy jolted upright, blurting out threats, but as soon as he recognized the mask and cloak, his anger vanished, replaced with a sheepish, guilty look. Michael simply sighed and thanked him for coming. In response, Austin threw himself at Michael's legs, clinging to them desperately. With pleading eyes, he promised that if Michael could grant him an ability, he would repay him with anything he desired: money, women, status, whatever he wanted. Michael frowned in disgust and shook him off, stating coldly that he had no interest in any of those things. He then told Austin that obtaining an ability was simple, all he had to do was look him in the eyes. As their gazes met, Michael immediately activated his human control ability, expecting Austin to fall under his influence. He quickly ordered Austin to reveal everything he knew about the blue pill. But to Michael's surprise, Austin remained silent. Frowning, Michael tested it again, commanding Austin to slap himself. Yet again, there was no reaction. A suspicion formed in Michael's mind: this boy must possess an ability of his own, and it was strong enough to block human control. Moving quickly, Michael raised his palm and lightly tapped Austin's forehead, unleashing a mental attack. Austin collapsed instantly, unconscious. Staring down at him, Michael recalled that when they first met in the bar, Austin had appeared weak and unremarkable. He hadn't imagined the boy could have any ability at all. Yet now, it was clear there was more to him. Deciding to test further, Michael used ability extraction on the unconscious boy, and to his shock, it succeeded. Reading the ability's description, Michael realized he had extracted an A-rank power called Resurrection, an ability that allowed its user to come back to life once after death, returning to the previous day. Smiling to himself, Michael pressed the green pearl to his chest, absorbing the new ability. He knew that resurrection would prove invaluable in the battles ahead, potentially changing the course of his entire plan. After securing the ability for himself, Michael took out another ability pearl, one he had acquired at the corpse processing center. He carefully fed it to the unconscious Austin. When the pill had been fully absorbed, Michael commanded him to wake up. Austin shot upright, dazed and confused, asking how he had fallen asleep without even realizing it. Michael waved it off, saying that he was simply exhausted and needed the rest. Next, Michael showed him the ring he was wearing. Seeing Austin's puzzled expression, he explained that it was a stellar absorption ring, crafted by their organization. With it, Austin would be able to steal ability factors from other people. Austin's eyes widened in shock. Michael continued, pulling out the small bottle of blue liquid from his pocket. He explained that their organization had developed special methods to transform ability factors into liquid ability medicine, a way for ordinary people to awaken powers. Tossing the bottle to him, Michael told him he could test it himself. Austin hesitated. It could be poison, he thought. But logically, if they had wanted him dead, they wouldn't have waited until today. Steeling himself, Austin chose to take the risk. He drank the contents of the bottle in one long gulp. The empty bottle slipped from his fingers and shattered on the ground. Almost immediately, Austin clutched his head, writhing in agony as searing pain tore through his entire body. As Austin writhed from the burning sensation coursing through his body, he looked up at Michael in confusion and demanded to know what he had done to him. Behind the snake mask, Michael hid a satisfied smile. He calmly told Austin that soon, he would experience the true power of abilities. Austin pulled his palms away from his face, trembling. He said his whole body felt like it was on fire. Michael silently watched as the transformation unfolded, even though the truth was, the blue medicine had nothing to do with it. It was Michael who was remotely controlling the pearl of ability he had implanted into Austin. Suddenly, the changes became visible. Austin's ears grew pointed and became covered in fur. His hands morphed into animal-like paws. Before Michael now stood a towering werewolf, much larger than an average human. Furious and terrified, Austin demanded to know what was happening to him. Michael explained that he had granted him the ability to transform. He was now a werewolf. Staring at his clawed paw in disbelief, Austin hesitantly asked, his brother could transform into a dragon, who was stronger now? Michael responded bluntly. His brother's dragon transformation was an A-rank ability, while Austin's werewolf form was merely E-rank. At this, Austin exploded with anger, shouting about the massive 3-rank difference. But Michael quickly soothed him, explaining that Austin had only just joined the organization, and for now, they could only grant him F-rank medicine. Michael had, in fact, upgraded it slightly for him to E-rank. Hearing this, Austin's anger melted away into admiration. Looking at Michael with sparkling eyes, he seemed utterly devoted. Michael sighed internally. Even though Austin now looked like a fearsome werewolf, his behavior was closer to that of a clumsy, oversized husky. Seeing an opportunity, Michael continued, explaining that since they would be working together, he had made a special exception for him. Hearing this, Austin's mind raced with dreams of one day becoming stronger, stronger even than his father. Overwhelmed, Austin suddenly knelt down and hugged Michael tightly, calling him father and begging if he could receive A-rank medicine too. Startled, Michael tried to pry himself free and asked why Austin was calling him father. Tearfully, Austin replied that he would call him Godfather because he had never met anyone who treated him so kindly. Commanding Austin to release him, Michael then took a few steps back and explained firmly, regardless of what Austin called him, A-rank medicine was only given to those who completed enough missions according to the organization's rules. Once Austin nodded in understanding, Michael began explaining the structure of their secret group. Their organization was called Judges, created by a mysterious and powerful leader. Beneath the boss were 12 Zodiac-themed leaders, and Michael, under the identity of Rooster, was one of them. Eagerly, Austin asked just how powerful the boss must be if someone as strong as Michael was only a subordinate. Michael warned him not to speculate. Their boss was secretive and rarely appeared in person. Still buzzing with excitement, Austin asked how he could quickly rise through the ranks. Michael assured him that he had already prepared Austin's first mission. Pointing directly at the transformed werewolf, Michael explained, using his identity as the young master of the Olympus Company, Austin would need to investigate the mysterious blue pill. Austin, puzzled, asked what was so special about this pill. Michael explained that it supposedly could drastically enhance a person's strength, which was why he had come to this city to uncover the forces behind it. Hearing this, Austin's eyes lit up with wonder. A pill that could increase strength sounded like a miracle. However, seeing Austin's excitement, Michael sternly slapped him on the head and warned him not to get any dangerous ideas. He then told him about a real incident. A hero who had used the blue pill had ended up accidentally harming an innocent person. As he finished, Austin's werewolf form receded, and he returned to his human appearance. Rubbing his sore head, he asked who this careless hero was. Michael calmly answered, it was the A-rank hero known as the Ice Adventurer, from none other than the Olympus Company. Austin's jaw dropped in shock. He couldn't believe it. The proud, seemingly invincible Ice Adventurer was actually a drug user. Yet that shock soon turned into delight, sensing opportunity. Michael then told him that once he found valuable information, they would meet again. As a reward, Austin would be granted a D-rank ability. Pressing a hand to his heart, Austin swore he would do his best. Satisfied, Michael turned to leave. But after a few steps, he paused, realizing he had forgotten to mention a critical detail. Turning back, he warned Austin the effect of the medicine he had taken would only last for 1 week. He had to complete his mission before the week ran out. Hearing this, Austin's confident expression froze. The ticking clock shook him deeply as Michael disappeared into the distance, leaving the boy alone, the weight of the task pressing heavily on his shoulders. After leaving Austin behind, Michael found an empty alleyway where he changed out of his disguise and into his everyday clothes. Today was his day off, and he decided to take it easy. Grabbing a cold cola from a nearby vendor, he wandered through the busy city streets, enjoying the simple pleasure. As he passed a newspaper stand, something caught his eye, an advertisement posted on the side. Curious, Michael stopped to take a closer look. His eyes widened in shock. The poster announced that Anacott was searching for a young man dressed in a black cloak and wearing a white rooster mask. A phone number was listed below for anyone with information. Michael was so stunned that he choked on his drink, spraying cola onto the newspaper stand's wall. The angry shouts of the seller jolted him back to reality. Quickly apologizing, Michael tore down the wanted poster and hurried away. As he walked, studying the poster, he couldn't believe it. He had never expected that girl to go so far. Suddenly, he stopped. Up ahead, he spotted a group of men roughly dragging a familiar-looking girl into a side alley. Narrowing his eyes, he realized it was Anna. Quietly, Michael followed, staying out of sight. Whatever trouble she had gotten herself into again, it couldn't be good. In the dead end of the alley, Anna pulled away from the men and a stern-looking woman accompanying them. With clear irritation, Anna demanded to know who they were and what they wanted. One of the men, Edward, snapped at her to cut the act and return their young master's blade while they were still asking nicely. Anna blinked innocently and claimed she had no idea what they were talking about. She insisted she didn't even know how to wield a weapon, let alone steal one. But Edward's patience was wearing thin. He accused her of playing their naive young master all along, tricking him and stealing the precious Muramasa blade. Michael's eyes darkened. The Muramasa blade was rumored to be an S-rank legendary weapon. If Anna really had it, she would be in far more danger than she realized, and it would be almost impossible for her to get rid of it. Anna, realizing from Edward's words that the blade she stole was more valuable than she thought, tried to play dumb. She claimed she didn't even know the young master they were talking about and suggested they had the wrong person. Michael almost groaned aloud at how poor her acting was. Any bystander could tell immediately that she was guilty. The stern woman with the group, Vieta, spoke coldly, saying there was no point wasting time. It was time for more decisive measures. Following her cue, Edward drew his sword and advanced on Anna, while Vieta rapidly formed several hand seals, creating a clone of herself with impressive speed. Michael's expression turned serious. He realized immediately that these two were wielders of hereditary abilities above C rank, far stronger than ordinary fighters. Seeing no way to talk her way out, Anna summoned her storage bag and pulled out a B-rank fan. Brandishing it defiantly, she shouted that she wouldn't go down without a fight. With a powerful swing, she unleashed a gust of wind so strong it knocked Edward and the clone off their feet. Laughing triumphantly, Anna leaped into the air, riding the wind. Vieta narrowed her eyes. She wasn't about to let a thief escape so easily. She activated her own ability, and in an instant, her appearance transformed. The Mistress of Snow had awakened. The change was immediate and overwhelming. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and snow began falling in thick, heavy flakes. Michael, recognizing the escalation, frowned. This was getting dangerous. Just in case, he quickly changed back into his rooster costume. Anna, still floating, glanced down and realized with growing horror that the snowflakes weren't natural, they were moving with terrifying speed straight toward her. Concentrating her power, Vieta summoned a full snow typhoon. A swirling storm of sharp, icy flakes tore through the sky toward Anna. Michael felt a rare flicker of fear for the reckless girl. The power Vieta was using wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Below, the growing spectacle had caught the attention of passers-by. Many craned their necks to watch the dramatic aerial battle. A reporter on the scene quickly launched a live broadcast, urgently calling out for any nearby heroes to intervene. Meanwhile, Vieta's blizzard caught up to Anna. A powerful blast knocked her from the sky, and she plummeted, hitting the asphalt with a painful crash. Groaning, Anna raised her head slightly, dazed and vulnerable, as the snow continued to fall around her. Lying bruised on the cold asphalt, Anna looked up to see Vieta towering over her, a threatening glint in her eyes. In a cold, commanding voice, Vieta demanded that Anna return the stolen item at once. Gritting her teeth, Anna pushed herself upright. A sly smirk played on her lips as she pulled two small knives from her storage bag. Mockingly, she asked whether they had lost the gold blade or the silver one, promising, with false sweetness, to return whichever they had misplaced. Vieta had no patience left for games. With a flick of her fingers, she froze Anna's feet in solid blocks of ice, rooting her in place. Her tone dropped even lower, warning that if Anna didn't start answering honestly, she might find her frozen legs shattering into tiny pieces. But Anna's defiance didn't waver. With confidence flashing in her eyes, she declared that she would never fall for such cheap tricks. Reaching back into her bag, she pulled out a long blade, claiming she had won it fair and square and wouldn't give it up so easily. Then, in one swift motion, Anna hurled the blade over Vieta's shoulder toward the watching figure behind her. Laughing, Anna shouted that she was gifting the weapon to Michael, completely free of charge. Michael, still disguised as the rooster, casually caught the blade midair. He chuckled and praised Anna's clever thinking. But when he examined the weapon, his smile quickly turned into a scowl. With a sharp bark of irritation, he said that nobody would want such a worn-out, flimsy piece of junk, even if Anna paid them to take it. Anna pouted and protested that was exactly why she had stolen it. She never imagined a worthless blade would cause this much trouble. Realizing that Anna's partner, Michael, had been hiding among the crowd this whole time. Vietta's eyes flared with fury. She ordered her men to attack. In an instant, the air filled with shurikens as numerous clones lunged at Michael from all sides. One of the men, Paul, shouted confidently that no one had ever survived their assault. Michael, however, remained completely still. All the while, he could feel the blade Anna had thrown absorbing his energy. And though this unsettled him, he was curious to see just how valuable this so-called legendary blade really was. Then, something strange happened. Without warning, Michael's body began to move on its own. His hands gripped the blade tighter, and in two clean, instinctive swings, he effortlessly cut through every single clone around him. The original attackers didn't fare any better. They collapsed in stunned disbelief, the shock plain on their faces. Michael himself stood in the middle of the chaos, genuinely confused. He hadn't consciously moved. Something inside the blade was guiding his actions, and he had no idea what was happening. Edward crept up behind Michael, blade raised high, fully intending to end his life in a single strike. But at the last moment, Michael managed to leap aside, narrowly avoiding death. As he gripped his sword tighter, a strange phenomenon began. Purple aura started leaking from the blade. Within seconds, the aura became visible to the naked eye, trailing behind him like purple flames. Violetta's eyes widened in shock at the sight. In an instant, Michael vanished from her view, only to reappear right beside Edward, delivering a fatal blow. During this attack, he made contact with Edward without being noticed and successfully extracted an ability from him. It was the 3 styles, Sun Moon Blade, a C-rank ability that allowed him to activate his sword's true power and fight with enhanced strength. Suddenly, a tremor ran through Michael's body. He realized the sword had absorbed too much of his strength. It would be difficult to hold out much longer. Before he could recover, a barrage of Violetta's ice needles hurtled toward him. Turning around, he saw no path of escape. If he couldn't dodge in time, he'd be forced to rely on the revival ability he'd received earlier. Then, a powerful beam of green light flashed across the sky, stunning everyone. In the blink of an eye, all the ice needles disintegrated before they could strike. Michael recognized the beam's aura. It was the light of despair. Anna was equally stunned when she saw the figure stepping through the fading light. The lazy swordsman, Edgar, had arrived. He stepped forward, facing Violetta directly, and declared coldly that while they might have ignored the lawlessness of her group in the 6th area, they would not tolerate open rebellion in the 1st. Violetta frowned, responding that they had come only to reclaim what originally belonged to them. At this point, Anna interjected angrily, shouting that her master was the one to blame. He had willingly given away his old blade. Violetta turned her attention to Anna, assessing the situation. She knew she couldn't stand against 2 A-rank heroes, so she prioritized her own safety. Ice needles began to swirl around Anna, trapping her. In a calm but stern voice, Violetta offered a bargain. If they returned what belonged to her clan, she would leave the city and release the hostage unharmed. Edgar laughed at her words, a smirk on his face. He said no one had promised her safe passage. This was the 1st region, a place one did not enter or exit so freely. Turning to his partner, Edgar asked him to handle Violetta while he checked the abilities of their masked intruder, Michael. The lazy swordsman moved forward, cautioning Edgar not to go too far, reminding him that the company had plans for the boy. Edgar brushed off the warning, claiming he understood perfectly. Then, with his fist raised, he charged at Michael. All Michael could do was raise his sword in defense. Edgar's punch was devastating, sending Michael flying several meters back. Anna screamed his name in panic. Violetta, seizing the opportunity, launched a sneak attack at Edgar, sending a storm of ice needles at his back. But his partner reacted instantly, summoning a blade of wind that neutralized all the needles in one sweeping strike. Violetta looked on in disbelief as a retaliatory beam surged toward her. She couldn't react in time. The blast hit her, and her body shattered into countless shards of ice. The swordsman clicked his tongue in mild irritation, muttering that he had missed. Anna, shocked, asked what he meant. Violetta had just been destroyed before their eyes. Pavel explained calmly, it had been an illusion. Violetta had escaped, but she couldn't have gone far. Looking around, Anna suddenly realized something else. Michael was gone. While everyone was distracted, he had slipped away, vanishing around the nearest corner. Now out of danger, Michael dropped the blade from his hand. It had drained all his strength, and he was left wondering how to deal with the current situation. Then, a sudden idea struck him. If this blade had come from a monster, maybe, just maybe, he could extract an ability from it. Determined, Michael placed his hand on the sword once more and activated his ability, Extraction. Moments after activating his ability, black cubes began pouring out of Michael's blade. A message appeared before him: "You have received 250 units of dark matter." Setting the sword aside, Michael stared at the cubes of dark energy, realizing that while he had failed to extract a new ability, he had instead acquired a significant amount of rare material. He examined the dark cubes thoughtfully. Based on their presence, he surmised that the blade's material must have been no lower than S rank. Holding one of the cubes in his hand, Michael pondered which of his abilities he could enhance in order to stand a chance against the dragon. After weighing several options, he chose the one that felt most strategic. Summoning a pearl containing the D-rank ability Metal Transformation, he brought it closer to the dark matter. The ability, in his estimation, offered the best potential in the current situation. In just a few seconds, the dark energy was fully absorbed into the pearl. Its color shifted from blue to emerald. A new notification flashed before him: Metal Transformation upgraded to A rank. Grants control over all metals within a 1,000 meter radius. Maximum controllable mass, 1,000 tons. Wasting no time, Michael pressed the pearl to his chest and absorbed the enhanced ability. Elsewhere, Violetta, still nearby, felt an unusual fluctuation in the energy surrounding the place she had just escaped from. Meanwhile, as the new ability surged through Michael's body, he lifted his head. He could now sense every metallic and concrete object in the area. Clenching his fist with satisfaction, he muttered, "Finally! I can fight on equal terms." Suddenly, a fierce barrage of ice needles flew toward him from behind. Without turning around, Michael raised his right hand. Above him, a swirling mass of scarlet flame began to form. The fiery vortex expanded and spun rapidly, intercepting the ice needles and instantly melting them into water. The backlash of heat and force even threw Violetta backward. Despite being knocked aside, she refused to surrender. Rising to her feet, she extended her palm, preparing another attack. But Michael calmly advanced, the fiery vortex still spinning protectively at his back. No matter what she threw at him, nothing reached him. Her expression twisted into confusion. She couldn't understand why her attacks weren't landing. Seizing the moment, Michael dissolved the fiery shield and launched several firebolts in her direction. The flames twisted mid-air, transforming into burning chains that wrapped around her body and lifted her into the air. Suspended, Violetta shouted in anger, demanding to be released. But Michael ignored her protest. "I'll be gentle," he said dryly, "since you're a girl." With that, he placed his hand against her chest and activated Extraction. An emerald-colored pearl emerged from her body. Michael examined it. The ability, Ice Mistress, A rank, granted the power to summon a snow woman for combat support. Even more surprisingly, the user could choose to merge with a divine entity, temporarily fusing with a god. Michael raised an eyebrow. He had hoped for a raw elemental ability, but a summoning power like this was exceedingly rare. Deprived of her core power, Violetta lost consciousness. The fire chains evaporated, and her body began to fall, but Michael caught her by the shoulder before she hit the ground. At that moment, Pavel and Edgar arrived. A strange grin crossed Pavel's face. "Not the best place to flirt with a girl," he remarked, clearly amused. Behind him, Edgar frowned, his body tensing. He noticed something strange: the masked man's aura had changed. Michael calmly set Violetta down. "She was the Mistress of Ice," he said. "But she's been dealt with." Edgar stared at him in disbelief. "You? How could trash like you take down someone that strong?" Michael took a few steps forward, meeting their eyes. "You're welcome to find out for yourselves," he replied. Stopping just a few meters away, he asked with quiet intensity, "So, who wants to go first? Or are you coming together?" Meanwhile, the entire battle was being streamed live by Tim, a reporter broadcasting from the scene. His voice rang out with awe. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing something unbelievable. An unknown hero, wearing a rooster mask, is preparing to take on two A-rank heroes, alone." Throwing his fist into the air, Tim shouted, "This will be one of the most exciting battles yet." And Edgar heard every word. With a smirk tugging at his lips, Edgar addressed the audience, saying that no matter how much they tried to hype up the moment, he had no intention of teaming up with a lazy swordsman just to defeat Michael. Doing so would only damage the pride of A-rank heroes. Hearing that, Michael exhaled, clearly disappointed. "A one-on-two battle would have been more fun," he muttered. Edgar leaned toward his companion and whispered, "To defeat an enemy, you have to understand him first." The lazy swordsman gave a small nod. "I'm well aware." Then, Edgar pointed out something strange, the ring on Michael's finger. It didn't look ordinary, and Edgar suspected it might be the key behind his opponents mysteriously losing their abilities. They needed to be extremely cautious and watch his every move. Without hesitation, Pavel stepped forward, brandishing his blade. "Don't worry," he told Edgar. "I just want to see how this boy defeated the Snow Mistress." He raised his voice for all to hear. "If you can beat me, then the Black Dragon will face you next." Michael gave a nod and gestured for him to come forward. "Go ahead. Let's see what you've got." Pavel didn't need any more encouragement. He lunged forward, swinging his sword and unleashing a powerful stream of energy. Michael didn't move. Instead, he summoned a blazing wall of fire to block the attack. As the flames erupted, blinding his opponent's view, Michael darted behind Pavel and struck. But Pavel sensed him in time. He turned quickly, parried Michael's strike, and their blades clashed. As they did, the flames around Michael's weapon began to morph, twisting and binding around Pavel's sword. The older man's eyes widened. "No one controls my sword," he roared. With a heavy step and sheer willpower, he broke the flame's grip and swung again. The force of his attack sent the fire hurtling back toward Michael. Caught off guard, Michael was thrown backward. He crashed to the ground but quickly regained control of the flames and redirected them, forming another massive wall between himself and Pavel. Within seconds, Michael had made two critical observations. First, Pavel's sword was forged from monster materials. It wasn't metallic. Second, there was nothing else on Pavel's body he could manipulate with his metal control. At this rate, there was no way he could win unless he did something drastic. Then, an idea hit him. He quickly retrieved two pearls, one containing the Snow Woman's ability and the other human control. He hesitated, considering his options, and ultimately crushed the Snow Woman's pearl, feeding its fragments into the other one. As the shards merged into the second pearl, its glow intensified. A notification appeared: Human Control Ability, Rank A, allows illusionary manipulation of A-rank targets. Can brainwash targets below A-rank and borrow their powers for up to 10 years. Grants temporary control over a target's body for up to 2 hours. Michael studied the purple pearl in his hand. This could actually turn the tide. Meanwhile, behind the wall of fire, Pavel's voice rang out impatiently. "What are you doing over there?" "Our fight's not over." Michael opened a small window in the wall and smiled. "Don't be so impatient." Then, without warning, he activated his newly enhanced ability, Human Control, and sent his consciousness into Pavel's mind. The effect was immediate. Pavel staggered, his legs barely holding him up. Confusion spread across his face as a strange weakness crept through his body. Then came the illusion. In his mind, Pavel saw a young girl standing before him, her face strikingly similar to his own. She wore a delicate yukata and looked at him with sorrow. "Brother," she asked softly, "are you really going to raise your sword against me?" His eyes widened in disbelief. Regret flashed across his face. Slowly, she stepped forward and reached out, her hand brushing his cheek. At that moment, the illusion cracked. With a growl, Pavel broke free from the manipulation. He slashed through the mental fog and struck, cutting through a blade Michael had conjured from his palm. The illusion shattered. The swordsman smirked. "I suspected it. You're using more than one ability, aren't you?" Taking a step forward, he attacked again. Michael barely avoided the strike, jumping back. "Too bad you realized it too late," Michael replied. "Though I'll admit, I didn't expect someone who mastered the Storm's Word technique to have such a glaring weakness." But the truth was, Pavel couldn't replicate that same precise strike again. The mental attack had left its mark. He was clearly weakened. Completely drained from the mental attack, Pavel collapsed to the ground, leaning on his sword for support. Gasping, he confessed in a trembling voice, "That was my sister. I won't let anyone mock her memory." Gasps spread through the audience. Their once proud champion now looked utterly defeated. For many, hope wavered. Doubt crept in. Could even the lazy swordsman lose? But not all had given up. There were still loyal fans who believed in him to the end, cheering as loudly as they could. Back in the commentary booth, the stunned reporter raised the microphone to his lips. "Ladies and gentlemen, the lazy swordsman, he's fallen. He looks completely drained. It must have been a powerful mental attack. There's no other explanation for how someone so strong could collapse like this." Without blinking, the reporter continued his analysis. It's clear now. All this time, he was afraid of the enemy's metal-based ability. But he never could have predicted that Michael would have two abilities. If we're being realistic, this fight may already be over. Just as he finished speaking, Anna jumped up in her seat, overjoyed. Yes, Michael! Keep it up, she cheered, bouncing on the spot. In the short time since the fight began, she had genuinely started worrying about her new ally, the same ally who owed her 10,000,001. Michael could clearly hear her, and a sarcastic thought crept into his mind: she doesn't care about me. She only cares about getting paid. At that moment, the black dragon stepped up beside the fallen swordsman. Without taking his eyes off Michael, Pavel muttered, "I did my job." He was forced to use his trump card. Then he looked up at his partner and warned, "Don't look him in the eye. If you do, you'll see the person you love most. That's the illusion trap." The dragon gave a solemn nod and stepped forward. Purple flames erupted from his body, wrapping him in a fiery aura as he approached Michael. His transformation was already beginning. As he stopped a few feet from Michael, our hero greeted him with a confident smirk. "I've been waiting for you," Michael said, voice calm. The man didn't respond, he simply studied Michael carefully, his amber eyes scanning every detail. Then his body began to shift. His features sharpened, his pupils narrowed into dangerous slits, claws extended from his fingers, and a powerful tail uncoiled behind him. His dragon form was awakening. Finally! He spoke. "This fight, it means something. Let's raise the stakes. A bet." Michael raised an eyebrow. "I'm listening. What are you putting on the table?" Edgar's eyes narrowed. "If you lose, you'll hand over your ring and tell me its secrets." Michael extended his hand, showing the ring on his finger with a grin. "If you want it that bad, come and take it." But inside, he was pleased. Perfect, he thought. Everything I've done so far was to draw attention to this ring. I needed them to notice it. Edgar accepted the challenge without hesitation. In a flash, he was airborne, his knee already flying toward Michael's chest. The surprise attack left no time for reaction. Michael managed to throw up a metallic shield just in time. Edgar's knee slammed into it, denting it with raw force, but the dragon wasn't done. He vanished and reappeared behind Michael, landing a heavy blow to his back. Michael winced from the sudden pain, but before he could recover, Edgar struck again, this time sending Michael flying through the air. The audience was stunned. The reporter's voice cracked with disbelief. "Did you see that? The black dragon's speed, it's too much. The metal around him can't keep up." Michael crashed into the ground with a thud. Edgar stood tall, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Is that it? I expected more from someone with two abilities." Michael groaned, rising to his feet slowly, one hand pressed to his stomach. His mask was cracked, deeply. His breathing was heavy. "He's too fast," Michael thought grimly. "And his scales are absurdly tough. On top of that, he's got flame powers." Across from him, Edgar wasn't letting his guard down. He analyzed Michael carefully, eyes locked onto his every move. "You've got grit, I'll give you that," he said. Still standing after that kind of hit, Michael realized Edgar wasn't planning to strike right away. He'd been given a brief window, a moment to act. And he seized it. He raised his hand and activated his upgraded human control ability once more. The very next moment, horror twisted across the black dragon's face. In place of Michael stood someone else, his younger brother, eyes filled with tears, clutching his neck and desperately begging Edward to save him. The image was so vivid, so raw, that for a moment, Edward froze. Then Pavel's warning echoed in his mind, "Don't look him in the eye. He'll show you the person you cherish most." Rage surged within Edward. Clutching his head, he shouted, "How dare you take his form?" A furious roar erupted from his throat as he shattered the illusion in one devastating surge of power. In the blink of an eye, Edward transformed into his true form, a black flame earth dragon. Michael's eyes widened in surprise. His illusion had been broken almost instantly, and worse, it had only made his opponent angrier. The audience gasped, unable to believe what they were seeing. The reporter's voice cracked with excitement. "Incredible! We're witnessing something very rare, the second phase of the Black Dragon transformation. This only proves how strong the masked stranger must be to force his opponent to go this far." Consumed by rage, Edward launched himself at Michael. "You better be ready to die." Thinking fast, Michael used his metal control to create a massive, spiked shield in front of him. But Edward was not an ordinary opponent. His entire body pulsed with dark energy, and mid-air, he transformed again, becoming a whirling cyclone of black fire and power. With a mocking tone, he scoffed, "You really think some spikes are going to stop me?" Michael, while surprised by the transformation, didn't falter. "If you want to kill me so badly, you'll have to catch me first." And with that, he launched himself into the air atop his metal shield, narrowly avoiding Edward's strike. But Edward wasn't letting him escape. "You won't get away," the dragon roared, soaring after him at full speed. Michael waited patiently. He knew the dragon would come closer. When the moment was right, Michael thrust his hand forward, and the metal around them responded. In an instant, chains of solid metal wrapped around Edward's limbs and torso, locking him in place mid-air. Edward looked stunned, only for a smirk to crawl across his face. "Did you forget about this?" Suddenly, his entire body ignited in black flames. The fire grew larger, fiercer, threatening to melt everything in its path. The reporter cried out. "It's the black flame. It's melted metal before, he could break free at any moment." Anna, furious, slapped the man beside her on the back of the head. "Don't doubt my brother. He's not just strong, his tactics are brilliant. He doesn't waste moves." Several minutes passed. The black flames finally began to die out. When the smoke cleared, the metal bindings were still intact. The audience stared in disbelief. Michael smiled to himself. So the B-rank fireproof shield was worth it after all. Even the mighty black flame dragon hadn't been able to burn through it. But Michael wasn't done yet. It was time to move to the final phase of his plan. Suddenly, all around the battlefield, anything metal, cars, trash bins, lampposts, began to rise into the air. High above them all, a massive block of metal took shape. Edgar looked up, eyes wide with dread as he realized what was coming. Michael slowly lowered his hand. "Let's end this." The enormous metal boulder echoed his gesture and began its descent, falling faster and faster toward the frozen dragon. All across the arena, people leapt to their feet and ran for cover. The sheer size of the falling metal sent shockwaves of panic through the crowd. The black dragon stared death in the face, unmoving, knowing he could not escape. So this is how it ends. With a deafening crash, the metal cube slammed into the earth, sending giant clouds of dust billowing into the air. Even Anna and the reporter had to retreat to a safe distance as chaos erupted. When the dust began to settle, the reporter finally dared to raise his microphone. "And now that the dust has cleared, let's find out whether the black dragon has survived that blow, or not." Everyone stared at the colossal block of metal. The silence was thick. "There's no way anyone could have survived that," whispered a thought shared by many. Suddenly, a small flame flitted into the arena. It was the fire butterfly, trembling as it searched desperately for the black dragon. Her eyes glistened with tears. Then, another figure appeared behind her. A voice rang out. "Fly away! Now!" Startled, she immediately obeyed, fluttering off into the sky, leaving the battlefield behind. The mechanical hero narrowed his eyes and focused on the enormous metal cube. A moment later, twin blue laser beams shot out from his eyes, striking the surface of the cube with incredible precision. Deep cracks spread across the structure like spiderwebs. The crowd watching from a distance gasped, then broke into relieved smiles. If he was here, the legendary mechanical hero, then there was nothing left to fear. A few tense minutes passed. Finally, Gilbert managed to pull both the lazy swordsman and the unconscious black dragon out from beneath the rubble. Though bruised and battered, they were alive. Pavel, voice tinged with guilt, said he'd only managed to survive thanks to a protective wall of air. He expressed sincere regret that their company had been forced to lose face in such a dramatic fashion. Gilbert placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's fine," he said. "As long as we're alive, the rest doesn't matter." From behind him, Amelia peeked out and asked hesitantly, "Do you guys need help?" The lazy swordsman, still catching his breath, gave her a tired smile. "I'm fine." Then he glanced down at the unconscious dragon beside him. "But he's going to need it." Meanwhile, Michael had already returned home. On the way, he stopped by a pharmacy and picked up supplies. Now he sat alone, treating his cuts, bruises, and aching muscles. The pain was sharp and unrelenting. After about half an hour, he exhaled deeply and leaned back. Meeting the Snow Mistress and the Black Dragon, that was definitely not how I expected today to go. Shaking his head, he forced himself to focus on his main objective, the mysterious blue pill. He already had 2 solid leads. The first was the ice adventurer, whose case he'd passed along to Austin. The second was the B-rank hero known as Hot and Sour Noodles, who was set to hold a fan meeting soon. I'll have to attend that, he thought. Looking down at the dozens of painkiller bottles on the table, Michael came to a hard conclusion. This kind of danger, it's not something I can share with others anymore. If he kept living with roommates, they'd eventually get dragged into his mess. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the silence. Why does it smell like medicine in here? Michael flinched and barely stopped himself from yelling in surprise. Valeria stood nearby, frowning. Her eyes scanned the room and locked onto the medical supplies. He forced a nervous smile. I bumped my foot on the corner of the table. Had to rub some ointment on it. She raised an eyebrow, clearly not buying it. Michael quickly looked away, and just then, Diana and Marina entered the room. Seeing them all together, he decided it was time. Since you're all here, I wanted to let you know that I'm moving out. The word stunned the girls. Valeria blinked in disbelief. What? Resting his elbows on his knees, Michael explained, when I first moved in, I didn't have the money for anything else. But now that I've been promoted and my salary's gone up, I figured it was time. I just don't feel comfortable living with a bunch of girls. Marina's expression changed. Pointing at Valeria, she asked, then what about her? What's going to happen to her? Michael scratched the back of his head. We don't really have anything in common. Why would you ask that? Valeria's lips tightened. Without saying a word, she turned and walked silently to her room, closing the door behind her. The silence she left behind was heavy. Marina sighed. Well, if that's your choice, we can't stop you. We all have each other's contact numbers, so call us when you're free. Michael nodded. Of course. I'll treat you all to a good meal before I go. Think of it as a farewell dinner. Suddenly, slam. Valeria's bedroom door echoed through the apartment, causing everyone to jump. Michael frowned. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction. What did I say wrong? For a few seconds, no one said anything. Then, breaking the silence, Michael suggested, if we're going to eat, we might as well go together. That's when Marina finally snapped. Stepping forward, she asked angrily, why, Michael? Why does a beautiful, kind girl like Valeria not deserve to be with you? Why are you treating her like this? After voicing her frustration, she exhaled slowly, trying to calm down. Then she turned away. Handle things with Valeria. We'll eat after that. And with that, Michael was left alone in the living room, staring at the floor. He knew what he was doing. He wanted to distance himself from Valeria, for her sake. If she stayed close, she'd only get hurt. But the guilt still gnawed at him. After a few minutes of silence, he got up and walked quietly to her room. He knocked. From inside, her voice came, soft but tense. Come in. She was lying on the bed, facing the wall, not even bothering to look at him. Michael stepped inside and stopped near the doorway. He wanted to apologize, but the moment he said I'm sorry, Valeria cut him off. Why are you apologizing? She asked sharply. You didn't say anything wrong, right? After all, we have nothing in common. When Michael said those words, he hadn't meant them the way they sounded. But Valeria's eyes widened, and then, with tears forming, she abruptly sat up in bed. Just be honest, she snapped. You don't like me, do you? Michael took a careful step forward, trying to explain. You've misunderstood. That's not what I meant, but his words only seemed to make things worse. Her brows furrowed, her voice trembled. Then what is it? She asked, hurt and bewildered. Is it because I'm ugly? Michael let out a heavy sigh and gently rested his hands on her trembling shoulders. Please, calm down. There was no anger in his voice. Only concern. He paused, then asked quietly, can't we just stay good friends? But instead of answering, Valeria repeated her question, her voice soft and trembling. So, you really don't like me at all? Michael hesitated. He looked into her tear-filled eyes and remembered everything he'd come to understand about her. Valeria's warmth toward him wasn't just affection, it was an escape. A way to fill the painful void left behind by her broken relationship with her family. To her, he had become a reason to believe she could be loved again. And yet, he had never properly responded to those feelings. She must think that I see her past as something shameful, he thought. The image before him of Valeria sitting there, eyes downcast and vulnerable, reminded him of a porcelain doll. Beautiful, but so fragile that the smallest mistake could shatter her completely. He couldn't do that to her. Not now. Michael opened his mouth to speak, but Valeria beat him to it. Maybe you're right, she said quietly, looking away. Michael blinked in surprise. What do you mean? Turning back to him, she explained, maybe I was rushing things. I thought, after the kiss, that we had already found each other in our hearts. She stood up and slowly approached him, her voice trembling with hope. I know maybe now's not the right time. But I don't want us to become strangers, Michael. So, can you be my first real boyfriend? Her words weren't confident, they were pleading. There was desperation in her eyes, like this was her last chance to hold on to something real. And seeing that, Michael couldn't say no. While Michael was confronting emotional turmoil, Austin was already deep in the field, executing his mission. His brilliant plan? Lure David, the ice adventurer, into a nightclub and get him drunk. Simple, but effective. He watched the hero like a hawk all night, internally grumbling that if it weren't for his new godfather backing the investigation, he wouldn't have to blow so much cash just to get intel. Hours passed. Finally, David dozed off on one of the plush couches, completely out cold. Austin didn't waste a second. Moving with precision, he crept closer and began rifling through David's pockets, searching for anything that looked like the infamous blue pill. That's when he found a small, strange case. He was just about to open it, when David's eyes snapped open. What the hell are you doing? He asked sharply. Austin's heart practically stopped. But his instincts kicked in. Keeping a straight face, he quickly pulled out a cigarette. Looking for a light. Lost mine, he lied with a strained smile. David stared at him for a beat, then wordlessly handed over a lighter. Where'd the girls go? He asked. Austin, now lighting the cigarette with shaky hands, forced a casual grin. They're in the next room. I can even ask the one you like to join you in the bath. That seemed to please the adventurer. He smirked and got up, heading toward the bathroom. An hour later, with muffled voices and laughter echoing from behind the closed door, Austin slipped back into the room. He got straight to work, tearing through their belongings until he found the strange case again. Opening it, he carefully pulled out a small blue cube. It was smooth and faintly aromatic. Is it candy? He wondered. Gum? But the scent, though pleasant, wasn't sweet. It was something unnatural. Something dangerous. For a split second, he felt a strong urge to eat it. Just a tiny bite. But he stopped himself. Focus, Austin. This is the pill. As he examined the cube more closely, he noticed something, a broken edge. His eyes widened. This is it. The actual blue pill. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the bathroom. A girl's voice. Sharp, frightened, then abruptly cut off. Austin froze. For several long seconds, he didn't dare move. Finally, he slammed the case shut, shoved the cube into his pocket, and quietly put everything back in place. Then, with measured steps, he approached the bathroom door. David, he called out, knocking softly. Everything okay in there? The door opened. David stood in the doorway, face pale, lips tight. The tension in the air was unmistakable. Austin's eyes flicked past him, toward the bathroom. Something felt off. Peering over David's shoulder, his blood ran cold at the sight beyond the door. Tell me this isn't what I think it is, Austin whispered, a sliver of hope in his voice. David stepped into the room, began grabbing his clothes in a rush, and muttered, "You're not wrong. She's dead." Austin stared at him in shock. "Then you need to leave. Now," he said. "I'll handle things from here. I'll get someone from the company." David gave a brief nod, finished dressing, and without another word, stormed out of the room, completely ignoring Austin. Now alone, Austin collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling sharply. Relief washed over him, not because of what had happened, but because David hadn't realized what else he'd done. If he had? Austin was certain his own corpse would be lying next to that girl's. Meanwhile, David had already made it down to the parking lot and gotten into his car. But the moment he closed the door behind him, the fury he had been holding in finally erupted. With a guttural growl, he yanked the strange pill case from his pocket and hurled it at the windshield. The latch burst open on impact, and the contents scattered wildly across the car interior, blue cubes, glinting under the dashboard lights. David gripped the steering wheel tightly, chest heaving. This wasn't the first time. Every time I take these pills, I lose more control. His strength, the very thing that made him powerful, was slipping further and further from his command. He shut his eyes tightly and tried to slow his breathing. He needed to calm down. If he didn't, something else, something worse, could happen. Then, his eyes flicked to the scattered cubes. He started counting them. 1, 2, 3. His heart skipped. One's missing. Frowning, he frantically patted down his jacket, searched his pockets, checked the seat crevices. Nothing. After a minute, he leaned back in the seat, exhaled hard, and shook his head. Forget it. There were only a couple of days left before the next game. It's not worth spiraling over. The next day, Michael reached out to Alex and asked for help moving. Now, the two of them were riding in a car together, Michael driving, while Alex chattered non-stop in the passenger seat. But why the sudden move? Alex asked, clearly fishing. You had such great neighbors. Michael sighed, clearly annoyed. I was delusional, that's all. Living next to girls isn't as amazing as people think, it's just inconvenient. Alex chuckled. That inconvenience is exactly what makes it interesting. Michael gave him a deadpan glare. You seriously need to stop filling your head with pervy nonsense. But Alex just grinned wider, entirely unbothered. A few minutes later, they pulled up to an enormous mansion. Alex's jaw dropped. Dude, where did you get the cash to rent a place like this? Michael, carrying one of the boxes, answered casually. My adopted son gave it to me. Alex raised an eyebrow. Right. And I'm the king of the underworld. Just say you won the lottery, man. It didn't take long for them to unload everything. Once the last box was set down, Alex gave a lazy wave and left, leaving Michael alone to settle in. The very first thing he did? Collapse onto the massive bed in his new bedroom. But then a thought hit him. He had never activated the summoning ability from the Snow Woman's golden pearl after the battle with the Black Dragon. He sat up and summoned the pearl into his palm. Though he had already spent some of its dark energy to improve the human control ability, the power still remained at a C-rank level. Holding his hand out, Michael activated the summoning skill. Within seconds, a chilling breeze swept through the room, and a figure began to materialize. The moment he saw the spirit's form, he froze. Instead of a fearsome entity or elegant warrior, a small, delicate lowly-looking girl stood before him. As soon as she appeared, the room's temperature plummeted. Frost crept across the windows, and Michael shivered violently. He sneezed, arms wrapped around himself. The girl, her pale hair and icy aura unmistakable, tilted her head in concern. Climbing onto the bed, she asked softly, "Are you all right, Master?" Michael panicked and began crawling backward, one hand raised in protest. "Stay back," he said firmly. But the girl simply smiled. "There's no need to be afraid. I won't hurt you, the temperature is just a little low, that's all." Michael stared at her with chattering teeth. A little is an understatement. Then, an idea struck him. He extended his hand and conjured a small tongue of flame above his palm. The snow spirit's eyes immediately lit up. "Fire, may I come closer, Master?" she asked, hope in her voice. Instead, Michael brought the flame toward her. To his surprise, she leaned in happily, her small hands reaching out to bask in the warmth. "Aren't you supposed to hate fire?" he asked, baffled. "I don't hate it," she replied sweetly. "I love warmth." Now sitting closer to the fire, the spirit gave him a soft, serene smile. "I'm lucky to have an owner like you." Michael stared at her in silence, processing her words and her presence. He realized then, the icy atmosphere she created was simply passive. Her presence might have chilled the room, but it wasn't actively harmful. If it had been, his flame wouldn't have lasted a second. Then, her eyes began to droop. Her body leaned toward him, her expression turning sleepy. "Master is very warm too," she murmured, resting against him. Michael tensed up immediately, unsure what to do. He wanted to move away. But as he glanced down at her peaceful face, her content smile, he hesitated. In the end, he sighed, grabbed the blanket, and gently wrapped it around the both of them. "This is the first and last time," he muttered. "Don't get used to it." But even as he said that, her quiet, happy breathing was already beginning to lull him into a strange calm. A few days later, the long-awaited day finally arrived. From early morning, a massive crowd had gathered around a giant stage, fans buzzing with excitement, waving signs, and chanting with energy. They were all here for one reason, the hero of hot and sour noodles. Everyone was fired up, shouting their love for him in unison. And among them, dressed head to toe like a true superfan, was none other than Michael. He had wormed his way into the front rows, fully equipped in the standard get-up of any devoted supporter. But in truth, he wasn't enjoying it at all. Being shoved around, getting elbowed, and even yanked by the hair, it was hardly a pleasant experience. Still, he endured it. After all, he needed to get close. Suddenly, a girl appeared on stage. Flashing a bright smile, she greeted the crowd. "Are you ready?" she shouted. "Because the hero of spicy and sour noodles is." The crowd roared in response. Yes, they were ready. The presenter cupped a hand to her ear. "What? I can't hear you." That only made the fans scream even louder. Then, with a blast of colorful confetti, the stage exploded into action, and he appeared. The legendary hero stepped out, cape fluttering, voice booming, "Have no fear. You are safe now. The enemies will be crushed by my iron fist." The fans went wild. Michael was barely able to stay on his feet. One overly enthusiastic fan shoved him hard, knocking him off balance. He teetered, arms flailing, about to fall onto the stage itself. His eyes widened in horror. But then he felt a strong pair of arms catch him mid-fall. Looking up, Michael found himself face to face with the very man he had come to see, Adam, the hero of hot and sour noodles. With a charming grin, the hero said, "You should be more careful, buddy." Michael's eyes sparkled. It was a mix of awe, gratitude, and disbelief. Scrambling to his feet, he bowed slightly. "Thank you. I'm Michael." Adam shook his hand. "Pleasure's mine." But as their hands clasped, Michael subtly channeled energy. He had transferred something. A smile tugged at his lips. "I'm your biggest fan." The event went on for another 2 hours, with fans cheering, taking pictures, and waving goodbye as the show wrapped up. Later, in the dressing room, Adam had changed back into casual clothes and was walking to his car with Olga beside him. "That was a success," she said with satisfaction. Adam nodded. "Sure was. But shaking hands with so many people, exhausting. I just want a hot shower now." He opened the car door and climbed inside. "You go grab lunch," he told Olga. "I'll nap a bit before the evening show." She paused before shutting the door. "Are you sure you can handle this kind of schedule? You've been pushing too hard." Adam sighed but forced a smile. "I don't have a choice. I have to keep going. Just don't forget, clear my schedule next weekend. I want to be there for my daughter's birthday." The door shut. Alone in the silence of the car, Adam leaned his head back and exhaled heavily. The debt was like a black hole, bottomless. No matter how much he earned, it kept swallowing everything. For a moment, he even thought about going to the casino to try and win it all back. No. He shook the thought from his head. But then, a voice. "Isn't it tiring to live like this?" Adam's eyes flew open. There shouldn't have been anyone else in the car. Slowly, he turned and saw a familiar figure. A boy with a mask. The same one who had faced off against the Black Dragon and the Lazy Swordsman. "How did you get in here?" Adam asked, wary. Michael, still wearing the mask, didn't answer that. Instead, he said calmly, "Relax. I'm not here to fight. I just want to ask a few questions." Adam's expression tightened. He knew exactly who he was dealing with. A man capable of taking down high-ranking heroes alone. Fighting him now would be pointless, maybe even suicidal. So instead, he exhaled. "Fine. I'll talk. Just understand, me, the Black Dragon, the others, yeah, we're in the same company. But we're not equals. I've got nothing to do with what happened back then. So don't take it out on me." Michael's voice was calm. "You've misunderstood." His gaze sharpened. "I think you're the only one who can help me." Before Adam could respond, their eyes locked, and in that instant, Michael activated the human control ability. Everything around him blurred. In the next moment, Michael found himself deep within the subconscious of the hero of hot and sour noodles. One by one, windows began to materialize in the vast expanse of space. Each window held a different memory of Adam. Michael's gaze sharpened as he studied them, scanning each one carefully, hoping to find the clue he needed. And then, in the distance, he saw a figure, a man with a blurry face, holding something in his hand. The sight immediately caught Michael's attention. There, in the man's palm, was the blue pill, the very thing Michael had been searching for all this time. He focused, locking onto that memory. In the flashback, the mysterious man handed Adam the pill, promising that if he took it, his abilities would grow immensely. He would be able to reach the peak of his career, erase his debts, and finally return to his family. The promise was enough to ignite something inside Adam. His heart swelled with hope, and without hesitation, he stepped forward, demanding the pill. But the stranger raised an eyebrow. "I'll give it to you," he said, "but only if you give me something in return. Information, to be precise." Adam frowned, wary but desperate. "What kind of information?" The stranger's smile grew as he explained. He was interested in the secrets of heroes, and Adam had the connections to find them. There was no turning back. Adam sighed, knowing he had no choice but to cooperate. He began spilling whatever he knew, the words flowing in exchange for the pill. As Michael watched through the memory, he fast-forwarded through some of the exchanges. He saw the stranger and Adam meeting on several occasions, more than 5 times, discussing deals and trading information. In their most recent meeting, the stranger asked about a new ability possessor, someone Adam had heard about, someone who could erase the powers of others. This newcomer had defeated not only the Black Dragon but the Lazy Swordsman as well. The stranger's eye sparkled with interest. "Anything else? Any information about this person?" Adam admitted that he knew very little. The mysterious figure had kept a low profile, never revealing his true identity. All Adam knew was that he could erase abilities, but nothing more. The stranger seemed satisfied with this, rubbing his chin thoughtfully before tossing a bag of blue pills toward Adam. "Good," he said. "Get as much information as you can about this newcomer. I'll be waiting. And remember, it's for your daughter's birthday next week." Adam took the pills and nodded, though his mind was racing with questions. Michael, however, wasn't interested in lingering any longer in this memory. He could already sense the larger plan. The blue pills were meant to weaken heroes, to manipulate them, turning them into puppets controlled by this stranger. Michael left Adam subconscious with a final, lingering thought about this mysterious figure's true motives. He came back to reality, his vision clearing. But when he looked around, he found himself alone. A few hours later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Austin stood impatiently at a pre-arranged meeting spot, swatting away mosquitoes and growing increasingly frustrated. "I've been forgotten," he muttered, annoyed. Just as he was about to give up, a voice cut through the air. "Say that again." Austin whipped around, his eyes lighting up when he saw Michael approaching. With a grin, he ran to his so-called godfather and shouted, "I've been waiting for you forever." Without wasting time, Austin pulled a small box from his pocket and opened it, revealing the blue pill inside. He held it up, his face beaming with pride. "I worked hard for this," Austin said. "Got it from the ice adventurer himself." Michael took the pill from him, inspecting it closely. It looked identical to the one he'd seen in Adam's memories. Austin went on, explaining that the reason David had killed a man was because of the effects of the pill. "It's that dangerous," Austin said, his voice cautious. "But what are the side effects like, really?" Michael didn't hesitate with his answer. In their pursuit of power and glory, heroes will do anything. Side effects won't stop them. The temptation is too strong. Austin nodded in agreement. These people don't deserve to be called heroes. Michael chuckled darkly at his words, before throwing his own question back at him. "What do you think real heroes should be like?" Austin stiffened, wariness crossing his features. The question felt like it carried the weight of something much bigger, expectations, and his heart skipped a beat. Placing a fist over his chest, Austin spoke with conviction. "A true hero is someone who understands the weight of responsibility. The greater the influence, the more they owe to the world. Heroes don't betray their faith for power. They live to save humanity, no matter the cost." Michael studied him for a moment, then gave a soft chuckle. That's one way to look at it. But deep down, Michael knew Austin's version of a hero was far from the truth. Michael couldn't help but shake his head in frustration. He had been foolish to trust a guy who was merely parroting a quote from some bizarre movie. Pushing the thoughts aside, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a flask containing a red liquid. Without hesitation, he tossed it to Austin, remarking that, despite his earlier actions, he had really made an effort to reward him. "This potion," Michael said, "will raise your ability to D rank." Austin's face twisted in displeasure. "D rank? Is that all? I deserve more for my efforts than this." Michael, ever calm, extended his hand to the boy and said, "You need to gradually raise your rank. Don't rush for instant success. but if you are dissatisfied, you can return the potion. Austin's expression tightened, but he forced a smile. It's fine, he said. Thanks for the generosity. He uncorked the flask and gulped down the contents. His face scrunched in disgust as the potion left a sickening aftertaste. Why does this taste like ketchup? Austin complained. Michael shrugged nonchalantly. Just imagine it's something better. He then approached the boy, placing a hand on his back as he prepared to try something. From his palm, he summoned 2 E-rank ability pearls, merging them. The result was the ability Werewolf Power, D-rank, a transformation that allowed the user to freely shift into a werewolf form, regardless of the moon. Austin, confused and expecting some kind of dramatic change, was disappointed to see no immediate effects. Michael chuckled lightly. You have to activate it, Austin, or else nothing happens. The boy raised an eyebrow in confusion, and before he could react, Michael clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch to his face. Austin collapsed to the ground, the impact leaving a bruised black eye. Stop! Austin cried, tears in his eyes, but Michael didn't stop. This is necessary. You need to be stronger. For the next half hour, the park echoed with the boys' agonized cries as Michael continued the brutal training. Finally, Michael activated the ability pearl within Austin's body. The boy's transformation was immediate, his body rippling with newfound power as he shifted into the werewolf form. He marveled at the change, his strength surging. Michael allowed him a few moments to revel in the transformation before calling him back to his senses. You need to cancel the transformation now, Michael said, observing Austin's growing exhaustion. That form is exhausting to maintain for long periods. Austin, though displeased, followed the instructions and reverted back to his original form. Michael then offered some advice. Keep a close watch on the blue pills. Be careful, those who use them are often emotionally unstable. Austin smiled, satisfied with the new power he had gained. Thanks for the advice. Ignoring the gratitude, Michael continued, for your next task, I need you to gather dirt on heroes who secretly engage in dirty deeds. Austin hesitated, asking if this meant the organization wanted to recruit new followers. Michael grinned, his voice dripping with intrigue. Not everyone can join. Some are just raw material. Austin's eyes widened in surprise. You mean? The organization plans to absorb their power. Michael laughed darkly. Where do you think the potion came from, Austin? With a sudden movement, he activated his metal shield, flying into the air. Gather the necessary materials for your C-rank ability. Work hard, Austin. The boy watched him, disheartened, but knowing he had no choice. With a sigh, he pressed his hand to his forehead and shouted, I'll do it. I'll complete the mission, no matter what. Later, Michael flew across the sky, making his way to the rocky coast to train in isolation. He had no intention of attracting attention. Landing on an empty beach under the night sky, he removed his mask and smiled in contentment. This secluded spot was perfect for training his snowwoman abilities. He extended his hand, summoning a golden portal. Moments later, a joyful Sophia emerged, rushing to him with a bright smile. I've missed you so much, she exclaimed, eager for their reunion. But Michael halted her, his tone serious. Now's not the time for that. We need to train. Sophia, frowning, hesitated. I don't want to hurt you. Michael reassured her, you're a C-rank summon. You can't harm me. Her hesitation faded as confidence filled her, and she jumped back, landing on an icy ledge. Then I'll attack first. A satisfied smile played across Michael's face as he nodded approvingly. Exactly what I expected from you, Sophia. He observed as she concentrated deeply. In response, Sophia unleashed all of her power, and the surrounding sea was quickly covered in a thick layer of ice, extending for kilometers. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, adding an eerie chill to the air. However, Michael's focus shifted when he noticed a small rift in the space before them. A frown creased his face as he immediately suspected something was wrong. The rift grew wider, and soon, a massive paw from a monster emerged, followed by the creature itself, an enormous frog, crawling out of the rift. A message appeared before Michael, confirming that it was a B-rank humanoid monster. His relief was fleeting, as he realized that this was only a D-rank invasion, but still, it was a dangerous situation. Just as he was processing this, another creature, a unicorn, also leaped out of the rift. Both monsters immediately locked their sights on Sophia, who had no idea what was about to happen. It wasn't until Michael shouted a warning that she turned to face them. Upon seeing the creatures, Sophia froze in shock. Before she could react, the frog closed the distance between them and struck her with a powerful blow, sending her flying through the air. Realizing the danger, Michael knew he couldn't afford to do nothing any longer. He rose into the air, but before he could act, a blinding flash of light enveloped him. As the light faded, he removed his hand from his face and looked around in confusion. The first thing he saw was a huge block of ice, now hovering above the water. Cracks began to form along the block, and as the walls shattered, Sophia emerged from the ice, fully grown. She hovered above the ground, her gaze fixed on the monsters. Her voice, cold and menacing, echoed as she threatened the creatures, "Are you really that desperate to die?" With her words, the snowstorm intensified, and the temperature dropped further. The frog, struck by a fragment of the ice block, staggered out of the hole it had created. It stared at Sophia, croaking loudly as if to communicate. Sophia cursed under her breath, clearly irritated. At that moment, Michael cautiously approached, noting how much Sophia had changed. She explained, "This is my combat form." Michael blinked, clearly a little embarrassed, and turned his gaze away. Before they could speak further, Sophia wasted no time. She turned her attention back to the frog monster, unleashing a barrage of ice needles. The creature was instantly frozen into an ice statue, but Michael's question about its fate was met with a quick response. "It's not that simple." As if on cue, the frog broke free from its icy prison, and smaller fragments of ice flew in every direction. Michael, seeing an opening, activated his flame control ability. A bolt of blue fire shot toward the frog, but the creature managed to dodge. Undeterred, Michael launched several more fire attacks, each one narrowly avoided by the frog. Turning to Sophia, he urged, "Try to stop it." Sophia nodded and created more ice needles, this time pinning the frog to the ground, restricting its movements. Taking advantage of the moment, Michael used his fire ability once again, creating several fireballs that engulfed the frog. The creature let out a painful roar, but moments later, it was over. With the battle won, Michael landed gracefully on the ground. He approached the now-dead frog and knelt, activating his extraction ability. A message appeared, indicating that he had acquired the physical training ability, D rank, which allowed him to enhance his physical stamina through training. Sophia, sitting down beside him, remarked, "We lost one." Michael rose from his knees, scanning the area for any sign of the unicorn. Sophia, pointing towards the distant city, noted that there was a high probability the creature was heading there. Michael agreed, and they prepared to pursue. However, just as they were about to set off, Sophia suddenly clutched her head, shouting in frustration, "It's not fair. I've only just broken free, and now part of me wants to take control again." Michael, concerned but focused, watched as Sophia struggled with her internal conflict. What had seemed like a routine training session had quickly escalated into something much more dangerous, and the situation with the unicorn was far from over. Michael's curiosity got the best of him as he excitedly asked Sophia what was happening. But the response he received wasn't from Sophia at all, it was from a completely different entity inside her. Miranda, as she revealed herself to be, desperately tried to resist taking control of Sophia's body. She shouted, "My name is Miranda, not the Snow Maiden." Before Michael could react, Miranda grabbed him by the cloak, her grip tight as she whispered that she wouldn't let anyone take this opportunity away from her. In a move that left Michael in a state of shock, Miranda closed her eyes and leaned in for a kiss. His face turned a mix of surprise and embarrassment. However, her desires didn't come to fruition as she suddenly reverted back to her smaller, more innocent form. Michael quickly reacted, catching Sophia in mid-air and gently lowering her to the ground. Sophia, now back to her usual self, looked confused and asked, "What just happened?" Michael, surprised by her question, stroked her head softly, asking if she truly didn't remember anything. She responded with confidence, saying she had no recollection of what had just occurred, only that they were about to begin training. This moment left Michael with a chilling realization: Sophia seemed to have two personalities, and they didn't share a common memory. His thoughts were interrupted when Sophia suddenly smiled brightly and joyfully exclaimed, "Finally, you stroked my head." With a childlike innocence, she stretched out her arms, asking him for a hug. Michael was stunned by her request. After a brief pause, he sighed, realizing that dealing with her dual personalities would certainly cause problems in the future. Standing up, he offered her his hand to help her up, but Sophia shook her head and said she was too tired and wanted to sleep. He agreed and told her she could return and rest. With his permission, she activated a portal, covering her mouth with her hand and waving to him as she said goodbye. "I'll miss you," she called out before disappearing through the portal. Left alone on the deserted shore, Michael glanced towards the city. He knew he had to hurry, but at that moment, a joyful Austin was making his way back, passing by the same shore. He noticed something unusual in the distance and slowed down, trying to understand what was going on. As he peered into the distance, he soon saw a huge unicorn charging toward the shore. A wave of horror gripped Austin, and he immediately slammed on the brakes. He spotted a group of young people relaxing on the beach and quickly ran out of the car, waving his arms and shouting at them, "A dangerous monster is coming. Get out of here!" The group, initially skeptical, turned their attention to him. A dark-haired girl glanced at Austin and told the others to pay attention to the strange man. Albert, irritated by Austin's behavior, dismissed him as someone trying to draw attention. However, another girl listened closely and caught his words, realizing he was warning them about a monster. At that moment, the group turned toward the water and saw the unicorn, its massive form now mere meters away from them. Austin, frozen in place, didn't know what to do. Should he risk his life to help these people or retreat to safety? Weighing his options, he decided to rush toward the shore, thinking back to when he had failed to act before. He wasn't going to make that mistake again. Before he could make it far, the situation became even more dire. Pina, one of the beachgoers, was swept into the sea by a powerful wave. Frantically, she reached out for help, and Kevin, another boy, appeared beside her, pushing a log toward her. "Grab onto this," he told her. However, just as Pina reached out for him, a huge unicorn emerged from the water, its jaws snapping around Kevin's hand. The unicorn lifted him high into the air, and in the blink of an eye, Kevin lost his arm to the beast's powerful bite. With a final scream, Kevin was dropped back into the water, and the unicorn dove after him, creating another massive wave. By now, Austin had reached the water and dove in, swimming desperately toward Pina, who was clinging to the log. He shouted at her to hold on, assuring her that he would help her to safety. As she cried, the scene around them grew even more chaotic. As Kevin was dragged into the sea, he cried out for Austin to save him first. But Austin, without hesitation, stretched out his hands to Pina, telling her he would save her first. He urged her to swim to him as quickly as possible before the monster returned. Pina, terrified of the unicorn, closed her eyes and jumped toward Austin, shouting that she was scared. Within minutes, Austin had Pina safely ashore, all the while wondering how someone so slender could weigh so much. As they reached safety, the sound of an approaching helicopter filled the air. The doors opened, and a live broadcast began. The reporter announced that the station had received numerous reports of a monster and huge waves near shore number 8. Turning the camera to Austin, who was holding Pina in his arms, the reporter stated with relief that they had miraculously escaped danger. The reporter, Alexandra, recognized Austin as one of the most famous internet personalities, young Mr. Austin. Meanwhile, back in the gym, Edgar was working out and venting his frustration over his father's decisions. As he did a set of abdominal exercises, he complained about the ice adventurer and the mechanical hero, saying it was better to work out than follow such people around. His friend, Pavel, chuckled and told Edgar to stop being jealous. But suddenly, Pavel's face twisted in horror as he shouted, "You need to see the live broadcast. There's a monster on the shore, and your brother is there." Edgar immediately froze, disbelieving the news. He couldn't believe his ears. He refused to believe it at first, thinking that his little brother Austin would be too scared to face a monster. But when the image was zoomed in, Edgar's heart sank. Austin was indeed there, and the unicorn was closing in on him fast. Alexandra said with urgency that if the heroes didn't arrive soon, the monster would catch up with Austin and Pina. Edgar, panic rising, screamed at the TV, begging Austin to run. But his voice could not reach his brother. At that moment, Austin looked over his shoulder and saw the monster fast approaching, its terrifying presence looming. Pina clung to him as they raced against time, but Austin, determined to save her, made a shocking move. Much to Edgar and Pavel's surprise, Austin transformed into a werewolf. His powerful body increased his speed significantly, and he surged ahead, defying the monster's pursuit. Edgar watched in disbelief, stepping back as the realization dawned on him. His brother wasn't just a regular human, he had the power to transform into a monster. Austin's transformation gave him the upper hand. In an instant, he was at a safe distance with Pina in his arms. He set her down gently and told her with a reassuring smile that she no longer had to worry about her safety. Before Pina could fully process this, Austin turned and rushed toward the unicorn. He moved with speed and confidence, fully aware of his new powers. Meanwhile, Michael had also arrived at the shore, pulling a drowning man from the sea. He turned his attention to the battle between Austin and the unicorn. With a smile, he created metal spikes, eager to see how his godson would fare. Austin, now fully in his element, chased after the unicorn with a smirk. He grabbed the unicorn's leg and, with a flash of determination in his eyes, said, "Today's a great opportunity to test my new technique." The unicorn attempted to dive under the water to shake him off, but Austin held on tightly, refusing to let go. In a move that stunned everyone watching, Austin began to spin at high speed, dragging the unicorn along with him. He released the unicorn at the right moment, sending it flying high into the air. Austin watched with a confident grin as the unicorn soared away, and he proudly declared, "I've long stopped being the kind of person who runs away or hides until the rescuers arrive." Moments after Austin launched the unicorn into the air, the beast crashed lifelessly into the water just meters from where he stood. Believing he had claimed victory, Austin threw his hands up triumphantly and shouted that he was now just one step away from surpassing his father and older brother to become an S-rank hero. Michael, who had been quietly watching from the sidelines with his metal spikes ready, smiled and acknowledged that Austin had done well. He noted that the young hero had truly changed public opinion for the better. Meanwhile, Pina's terrified friends ran up to her, frantically asking about Kevin. Still shaken, Pina explained that Kevin had been dragged into the sea by the monster while trying to save her. Albert and Vicky looked at her in disbelief. But Pina pointed at Austin, saying this brave hero had promised to help her save Kevin. Suddenly, the calm was shattered. The water below began to swirl unnaturally. Austin froze in confusion. Hadn't the monster already been defeated? Without warning, the water surged up and wrapped around his legs, lifting him high into the air in a vortex. From behind came the chilling neigh of the unicorn. The monster, still alive, drove its sharp horn into Austin's back. A scream of pain escaped from Austin's throat as the unicorn struck and hurled him downward with its hoof. Despite the injury, Austin managed to land on the shore, barely conscious. In the helicopter above, Alexandra watched in horror but continued to narrate the events live for the public. Far away, Edgar, Austin's older brother, couldn't bear to watch his brother be killed. He immediately donned his combat gear and stormed out of the Olympus office building. As he left, Pavel reminded him to leave the rest in his hands. Edgar took flight toward the battlefield. Back at the scene, Austin struggled to his feet, trembling with pain. The unicorn, refusing to relent, charged at him with renewed ferocity. As it transformed into another giant water vortex, Austin stood stunned, unable to counter the sudden burst of power. Alexandra reported that the monster had entered a berserk state, escalating the danger dramatically. The whirlwind engulfed Austin, submerging him once again and stealing his breath. Gasping, he caught sight of a familiar figure, his godfather, standing calmly on a distant rock. Desperate, Austin shouted for help. But the water held him tight, dragging him under. On the shore, the gathered crowd watched in helpless horror. Pina's eyes filled with tears. She clasped her hands tightly, praying for someone, anyone, to save him. And then, like a flash, someone dashed past them, fast as lightning. It was Michael. Alexandra, shocked, identified him as the mysterious masked figure seen recently on TV during the battle against the Black Dragon and the Lazy Swordsman. Michael reached the vortex and thanked Austin for distracting the unicorn long enough. Raising his hand, he activated his metal manipulation ability. A metal pole twisted from the sand, sending nearby onlookers scrambling. From this, Michael formed a fresh batch of deadly metal arrows. The unicorn didn't see him coming. Locking eyes with the beast, Austin declared that this would be its end. With a flick of Michael's hand, the arrows shot forward like missiles. 3 of them struck true, piercing the unicorn in the neck and stomach. Instantly, the raging vortex dissipated. Austin dropped to the sea below, unconscious. But before he could hit the water, Michael caught him, laying him safely on a floating metal platform. As soon as he touched the shield, Austin's body reverted to human form. Hovering over the fallen monster, Michael activated his extraction ability. He retrieved a glowing core, an A-rank power called Surfing Master, which granted waterwalking and hydrokinesis. Though the reward was his, he quietly said he would let Austin take the credit for today's victory. On the ground, Pina looked up and gasped as Michael descended with Austin. He gently handed the wounded hero to her. She quickly tended to his injuries, and to Kevin, who had been rescued in the chaos. Some time later, Austin stirred awake. He sat up slowly, only to be immediately embraced by Pina. She threw her arms around his neck and thanked him through tears. Embarrassed, Austin asked her to be gentle. Her embrace was pressing hard against his wound. Soon, a crowd surrounded them. Everyone had watched the battle unfold, and questions rained down. When had Austin awakened his power? How long had he been hiding it? Michael, satisfied that things were under control, quietly left the scene. But just as things began to settle, a man none of them recognized forced his way through the crowd. Austin turned and immediately knew who it was. The man, stern and stone-faced, told Austin that he had broken the law by using his powers. In a public place without official permission, he ordered Austin to come with him to the Hero Association. Murmurs and whispers spread through the crowd as disapproving glances turned toward the official. But the man, I nicknamed Grumpy, was unfazed. Austin tried to defend himself, saying he was only trying to save people, but Grumpy cut him off. "Doesn't matter. You still broke protocol," he said flatly. Just then, a commanding voice echoed through the crowd. "That decision doesn't belong to the association anymore," it said. Everyone turned and gasped. Standing there was none other than the Black Dragon, Edward. Admiring murmurs filled the air. The atmosphere shifted completely. Even Grumpy flinched at the sight of Edward, the mighty S-rank hero and Austin's older brother. He'd come not just to protect his sibling, but to face down anyone who dared threaten him. Austin's eyes widened with surprise as he saw his brother Edgar approaching. He stepped forward, asking what Edgar was doing there. But Edgar ignored the question. Instead, he examined Austin closely. After a moment of silence, he remarked that Austin's regenerative powers were impressive, his wounds were nearly healed. Then, with a stern look, Edgar warned him not to get involved in such reckless situations again. He explained that incidents like this brought unnecessary problems to their company. Austin, clearly irritated, replied that he'd try, but made no promises. Grumpy, the Hero Association officer who had insisted on arresting Austin, realized he was no longer relevant in this scene. He turned around, muttering that he hoped the Olympus company would provide a proper explanation of today's events. Without another word, he walked away. But Edgar barely noticed, his mind was elsewhere. He couldn't stop wondering how Austin had awakened such power so suddenly. As far as he knew, his younger brother had never even shown signs of having a gift before. Elsewhere in the city, Michael returned home quietly. After everything that had happened the previous day, he finally allowed himself to rest. The next morning, he stepped out of a hot shower, dried his hair, and looked at his palm. There, he materialized the glowing pearl of ability he had extracted from the unicorn, surfing master. Michael stared at the pearl and sighed. He already possessed several elemental abilities, flame, metal, and plasma manipulation. For a moment, he considered experimenting, maybe combining them to unlock something new. He summoned the pearls for those three powers and held them in the air before him. But then, his eyes dimmed with restraint. He pushed the idea aside. There was something more important weighing on his mind. His little sister. She was still suffering, and he hadn't yet found a healing ability strong enough to help her. That thought sparked an idea. Somewhere in the Hero Association, there had to be someone with powerful healing powers. Maybe he could find out more by entering the mind of one of their heroes, perhaps someone high-ranking, like the well-known hero of hot and sour noodles. Closing his eyes, Michael activated his human control ability. Adam, better known by his heroic alias Hot and Sour Noodles, was leisurely strolling through a nearby park on his day off when suddenly, his body froze. His consciousness faded. Michael had taken over. Inside Adam's body, Michael opened his eyes, grinning. The takeover had worked. But the smile quickly faded when he tried to summon his metal manipulation and found that his powers were unavailable while inhabiting someone else. He scowled. Just then, voices caught his attention. He turned and spotted a man in glasses grabbing the wrist of a young girl. The man, speaking with arrogance and irritation, told her that if she wanted to join the Divine Dragon Hero Company and train there, she needed to follow the rules. His words grew sleazier as he crept closer to her, suggesting that if she pleased both him and their boss, she'd be accepted without question. His hand reached toward her, lifting her skirt as he continued to persuade her. At the mention of healing powers, Michael's ears perked up. The man boasted that his boss had incredible healing abilities. It was exactly what Michael had been searching for. But the scene unfolding was intolerable. As the man tore at the girl's jacket, she fell to the ground sobbing, begging Jacob, the man, to stop. Her plea was answered. In an instant, Jacob flew into the air and slammed into a nearby bush. He stumbled out, shouting in rage, only to find himself facing Michael, in Adam's body, standing with clenched fists and an ominous smile. "I am the embodiment of karma," Michael declared. "And your retribution begins now." Jacob blinked in disbelief. Why is the hero of hot and sour noodles getting involved in this? "It's none of your business." Michael ignored the question and helped the girl, whose name was Via, to her feet. "If someone tried to blackmail your sister or daughter like this," he said coldly, "you'd do the same." Jacob's expression twisted. That wasn't harassment. "She's been interning with us for months. She's been waiting for this." Via couldn't take it anymore. She turned and shouted, "I never wanted this, you liar." Michael gently told her that if she truly wanted to be a hero, she needed to stay focused and never let people like Jacob break her spirit. A tearful smile crossed her face. "I'll remember that," she said, then turned and marched away with a final insult hurled at Jacob. Now alone, Jacob's temper flared. He glared at Michael and stepped forward, raising his fist. "You let her ruin everything I worked for. I'll break you for this." Michael didn't flinch. He popped an orange pill into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, his appearance changed. He'd triggered Adam's transformation into the actual hot and sour noodles. Power surged through him. Jacob charged. Michael didn't hesitate. He threw a devastating punch directly into Jacob's stomach. The force of the blow folded the man in half. The impact of Michael's punch had launched Jacob several meters through the air, sending him crashing back into the bushes. Michael stood still, expecting his opponent to reappear, but the surroundings remained eerily quiet. His brow furrowed as he called out, demanding Jacob to come out. Hidden among the leaves, Jacob's voice responded, dripping with resentment. He taunted that even if Michael had used an oversalted capsule to transform, the power of the hot and sour noodles hero would still vanish after just 15 minutes. That short duration startled Michael. He had already realized that while abilities didn't transfer between bodies, their internal strength did, because it was tied to the soul. And since Michael had amassed a terrifying amount of inner power by collecting abilities, the full potential of a transformation could be greatly amplified if harnessed correctly. In theory, using the spiritual energy of the octopus he once defeated, he could unleash enough power to make the transformation last longer than expected. The thought made him smirk. He focused and instantly sensed Jacob's presence a few meters behind him. Without hesitation, he leapt forward and dragged the man from the bushes. Jacob's eyes widened in confusion. How could a mere B-rank hero detect him? Michael's lips curled into a smug grin. Maybe I'm not showing my real strength. Now panicked, Jacob quickly admitted defeat. He promised to stop interfering and even offered to speak with the Divine Dragon Company to reward Michael with material compensation. Holding Jacob off the ground, Michael gave him a chilling stare. "I'll let you go if you promise not to cause more trouble or chase revenge." But then, a sinister thought crossed Michael's mind, and a dark smile spread across his face. Jacob, sensing something was wrong, covered his backside in fear and stammered, What are you going to do? Are you gay?" Michael didn't answer. He remained silent, his eyes glinting with amusement. Jacob, terrified, pleaded for a peaceful conversation. But Michael had a different plan. He wasn't just going to punish this scumbag, he was going to ruin his reputation. He dragged Jacob into the bushes. Moments later, screams echoed through the park, Jacob's frightened voice begging Michael not to take off his clothes. Minutes passed before Michael emerged, calmly transforming back to his original form. Chuckling to himself, he pulled out his phone and examined the photos he had just taken, enough to ensure Jacob would never harass another girl again. He left a message on the device, "Don't delete the new photos if you don't want more problems." Then he closed his eyes and deactivated the human control ability. Instantly, Adam, now back in control of his own body, blinked in confusion. Still standing in the park, he assumed he had dozed off while walking. But the phone in his hand buzzed with a strange message. Opening the gallery, his eyes locked onto a photo of a half-naked stranger. Adam screamed in horror, completely bewildered. Elsewhere, in the L City Hero Association branch, a meeting of top heroes was underway. William, the head of the L City branch, scanned the room. Tension crackled in the air. The co-head beside him looked just as tense as they addressed the gathered heroes. William began, "Planning the first defense phase will require the help of the Olympus Company. The scale of the depressions is enormous, everyone needs to be on alert. Yang elaborated, once the plan was in place, the heroes would simulate driving monsters back to their world, with Olympus members leading the charge. The rest of the heroes cheered in agreement. But the mechanical hero remained silent. He was thinking about the hidden motive behind this operation. The association planned to allow one A-rank hero from each company into the core deviation zone to monitor and suppress the depression phenomenon. But there was another reason. Rumors that the monster world could enhance weapons and equipment. That opportunity was the real bait. The ice adventurer also understood what was at stake. The possibility of upgrading his own ability thrilled him. As night fell, Michael was back at work. He summoned a clone using the Pearl of Ability and began experimenting. First, he broke down a low-tier metal manipulation pearl. Then, he enhanced the plasma pearl to A-rank and used a B-rank support ability to bind them. The result was a brand new B-rank ability, Shadow Substitution. This allowed the clone to shift positions during combat and forge shadow weapons on the spot. Once the process was done, he embedded the two ability pearls into the clone's body. He imprinted one final message in the clone's mind: "You're powerful. Stay cool. Stay sharp." With the transformation complete, a sleek snake mask appeared on the clone's face. Michael patted his shoulder and grinned. "It's your turn now," he said. "Go out there and start collecting abilities." The next morning, Michael arrived in the 2nd district of Shish. After landing at the airport, he decided to stroll through the unfamiliar city, observing its chaos firsthand. Just then, a yellow taxi screeched to a halt beside him. The window rolled down to reveal a smiling blonde driver who asked where Michael was headed. Without thinking much, Michael climbed in and gave his destination. Almost immediately, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Austin. He had found and emailed the details Michael requested on the Saints organization members. While Michael was distracted by his phone, the driver began chatting, casually mentioning that Shish was famous for its gambling industry. He suggested visiting a casino and even hinted at another local attraction, slyly pulling out a photo of a bikini-clad woman. He called it Paris Dreams, a place filled with beautiful women. Michael gave a faint smile. This city certainly lived up to its name, the City of Chaos. A few minutes later, the taxi pulled up in front of the Heaton Hotel. When Michael reached for his wallet, the driver demanded 500 Azure coins. Michael's brow furrowed. The meter clearly displayed 98 coins. He asked the man to explain the inflated fare, only for the driver to grin and claim the extra was for the valuable local knowledge he had provided, a lesson for any newcomer. Then, he pulled out a gun and aimed it directly at Michael, threatening that if he couldn't pay with money, he'd have to pay with his life. Unfazed, Michael stared back coldly and said, "You chose the wrong victim." In an instant, he activated his human control ability. Moments later, the two of them were inside the hotel. Michael checked in and thanked the receptionist politely. As he walked away, the hotel staff whispered among themselves, puzzled at how a man like that cab driver was now obediently helping carry someone else's luggage. One of the receptionists even dabbed on fresh lipstick, hoping Michael might invite her to dinner. Inside the elevator, Michael told the now submissive driver to leave once he delivered the bags. Upon reaching the 37th floor, he pulled out his phone and opened the email from Austin. It contained the location of one of the Saints organization heroes. Michael located the room number, 441, and moved swiftly. He summoned his shadow clone and sent it ahead. The clone merged into the shadows and slipped under the door. Inside, it took human form once more. From the next room came voices, laughter, teasing, and the sound of water. Michael's clone crept forward and found his target, a masked hero named Sam, lounging in nothing but a towel, flanked by two women. Before the man could react, several black arrows emerged from the shadows and wrapped around the women's necks. Their giggles turned to choked gasps before their bodies went limp. Sam, wide-eyed and furious, shielded himself with one of the corpses and bellowed that Michael wouldn't get away with this. Absorbing the fear of the dead, he lunged toward the shadowy attacker. Michael's clone dropped low and fired a shadow spike at Sam, but the man swatted it aside. As he closed the distance, he asked, stunned, "Who are you?" "No one's ever used shadow manipulation like this before." Michael didn't answer. Deep inside, he felt the discomfort of the brutal method he was using, but this had to be done. Sam grew more agitated and attacked again. His punch tore through Michael's head, only for the image to dissolve into shadow. It had been a decoy. Suddenly, shadows ensnared his wrists, binding him. Desperately, Sam pleaded for release, claiming the priest would kill him if he returned empty-handed. The clone said nothing and ripped off his mask, calling it trash. Then he placed his palm over Sam's head and extracted his ability. A glowing pearl emerged, a C-rank ability called Mask of Fear, which allowed the user to absorb fear to grow stronger. When the process ended, Sam collapsed, sobbing. "What did you do to me?" he cried. "Give it back. Without it, the priest will kill me." The clone calmly said, "Then let's meet this priest you keep mentioning." He activated human control again. Sam's body went limp, and the clone entered his subconscious. From his memories, Michael saw the truth. Sam had fought in the war of abilities and was left fatally wounded until a mysterious priest appeared and offered to heal him. Sam agreed to serve him in return. His body had been healed in seconds, and ever since, he'd sworn loyalty to the priest. Using the memory, Michael guided himself to a set of garages near the coast. There, he searched until he found the one Sam used. Closing his eyes, he dived once more into Sam's mind. A vivid scene unfolded. Inside a grand hall, the priest sat on a throne with two women by his side. Before him knelt disciples, his most trusted lieutenants. A dark-haired woman reported that a young swordswoman had infiltrated their secret production base. Sam, groveling at her feet, swore he'd find and kill her at once. But nearby, another of the priest's commanders, bloodthirsty Rose of the Deep Sea Army, doubted his ability to take down an A-rank hero. The great land mage, stroking his beard, muttered that even if the girl were an A-rank, the saints had no reason to fear any hero, no matter how powerful they were. And with that, Michael realized he had just scratched the surface of the saints' power. And his battle against them had truly begun. The saint intervened in the conversation with a sinister smile curling on his lips. He ordered his subordinates to capture the girl who had infiltrated the base, declaring that before her punishment, he wanted to enjoy her for himself. At his words, 3 of his confidants stood from their seats, swearing to fulfill his command. Sam also bowed his head respectfully and requested permission to take a vacation. Just as he turned to leave, Jackson called out to him. Sam knelt before him again, awaiting instructions. Lighting a cigarette, Jackson mentioned that some goods had arrived at the port on the first platform, a container that might hold information about the infiltrator. He ordered Sam to investigate and report immediately if anything important turned up. As he turned away, he patted Sam on the back and added with a smirk that every damaged item can still be useful if handled properly. Back in the present, Michael came out of the memory trance and stood in front of the garage. He scanned the area and spotted a fingerprint reader on the door. Holding out his hand, he was relieved when it accepted the print and unlocked the entrance. Without delay, he activated his plasma manipulation ability, opening the heavy door and slipping inside. A few steps in, he discovered a staircase leading underground. The garage, it seemed, was merely a front. As he descended, the metallic tang of blood grew stronger. On reaching the basement floor, Michael saw a man seated at a table, Clark, the one managing the storage. Clark stood up immediately and saluted the masked visitor, unaware of who he truly was. Michael approached with authority and asked if anything unusual had happened that day. Clark casually mentioned that some valuable new goods had arrived, though the creatures had started to get on his nerves. Michael, tense at the word goods, demanded to see them. The two walked deeper into the corridor. As they passed a row of barred cells, Michael's stomach turned. Inside were children, silent, bruised, and broken. Clark barked a threat at them, warning that if they dared to make a sound, they'd face worse than a beating. Michael clenched his fists, struggling to contain the fury rising within him. He knew now what Jackson had meant by product. Suddenly, cries of agony echoed through the corridor. Behind one of the walls, a boy was being brutally whipped. Blood streamed from his ear. Freshly bitten off. The enraged warden raised his whip again, but Michael stopped him cold, his voice like steel. When he demanded an explanation, the warden sputtered, trying to cover up the incident. Then a blue-haired man, known as Mantis, one of the preachers of the organization, stepped in with a vile smirk. He casually revealed the truth. Marcus had tried to have fun with the boy's sister. That was all the boy had needed to retaliate. The word struck Michael like a dagger. He glanced at the small, trembling girl nearby, barely clothed and no older than 11. Mantis laughed and remarked that Michael should have been off enjoying his vacation instead of visiting the dungeons. Michael, forcing himself to stay in character, said the girls were fine, but today he came to check the condition of the goods for the Deep Sea Army commander. Pointing to the blooded boy, he ordered him to be released, claiming he could fetch a high price. Lucian approached and sneered, saying that even without teeth, the kid could still be sold. Then he stepped aside. The battered boy, teeth missing, growled in his native tongue that he would kill them all. Michael gave him a hard look and said quietly, "Just wait a little longer. I'll grant your wish." Then, in one fluid motion, he struck. A beam of energy pierced Lucian's chest, his face twisting in shock. "Why?" the man gasped as he fell. Michael stood tall and said with cold fury, "Because we're the same. You just don't realize it yet." And with one final movement, he severed Lucian's head. Panic spread. The other guards froze in disbelief. Michael summoned strands of shadow infused with blue flames. "All of you will die here," he declared. One of the blonde guards lunged at him, but Michael's shadows engulfed his body mid-air, flames consuming him. An electric pulse shot through the shadows, paralyzing the man with pain. Clark tried to flee, trembling, but a shadow strand shot after him and dragged him back. A wide trail of blood followed in its wake. From his corner, Lucas watched it all unfold with wide eyes. Suddenly, he saw two glowing pearls appear in Michael's hand. The boy looked up with determination and asked, "Who are you?" Michael turned to him and replied, "I'm the one who came to save you." Lucas didn't buy it. "I heard how you laughed at us," he said grimly. Michael sighed. A blue flame flared in his palm as he stepped back and sliced through the boy's chains. "Sit here a little longer. I've still got work to do," he said. Lucas stood, silent, and walked toward his little sister, kneeling beside her protectively. He pulled his sister closer, her small frame trembling as she buried her face into his chest. Lucas hugged her tightly, as if trying to shield her from everything they had just witnessed. Watching this silent moment of reunion, Michael couldn't help but think of his own sister, still unconscious, still unreachable. His heart clenched with sorrow. But that moment was short-lived. Suddenly, guards swarmed in from both ends of the corridor, weapons drawn and eyes wide with panic. Without hesitation, Michael raised his hand, shouting, "Shadow bonds!" And with a ripple of dark energy, the shadowy tendrils burst forth, dancing like serpents wreathed in blue flame. In a matter of seconds, the corridor was cleared, each enemy falling to pieces, cut down by a single swing. Just as the dust settled, a new figure emerged. A long-haired man stepped around the corner, his pale face calm and almost bored, holding a strange disc in the air. "Impressive," he murmured, then looked behind Michael. "You're surrounded now. You won't escape." Another man appeared, his expression cruel and pleased. "I'll go first," he said with a nod, and the long-haired one, known as the Lord of Music, grinned wickedly. "Then let the music begin." He raised the disc and twisted it. A horrific sound tore through the air like broken glass scraping metal. Instantly, the children screamed in agony, clutching their heads. Michael staggered, the frequency burning his mind, but he quickly realized the music wasn't physical. It was attacking their consciousness. If he didn't act fast, they could go mad. So he acted. Michael dropped his hands and slouched forward, laughing to himself like a man possessed. His strange behavior made the Lord of Music grin triumphantly. Thinking the hero had fallen to the sound, he tossed the spinning disc straight at Michael, but it passed through empty air. He had disappeared. A breath later, Michael reappeared behind him, and with a brutal kick to the back, he sent the man sprawling. The Lord of Music choked on blood, reaching out in desperation to his partner. "Help me!" The spearman didn't hesitate. With a roar, he hurled his flaming spear at Michael. The weapon found its mark, piercing clean through the hero's shoulder. Michael didn't even cry out. He just looked down at the wound for a moment, clenched his fist, and then smashed it into the Lord of Music's skull with everything he had. The man's eyes went lifeless instantly. The spearman froze. "Why?" he whispered. "Why betray the organization?" Michael stood slowly, blood trailing from his arm. "You really don't know?" he asked bitterly, then swept his hand toward the cages. "For them. For justice." The word confused the spearman. He scoffed, masking his fear with a sneer. "You call this justice? You're no better than us. And you still won't leave alive. The commander of the Deep Sea Army is already on his way." Michael's eyes narrowed. "Then I'll kill everyone who comes." Sensing danger, the spearman gripped his weapons tightly. A thin thread of heat energy extended from his forehead, connecting to Michael. In that moment, Michael absorbed his ability. The energy rushed through him like fire in his veins. Panicked, the spearman launched both flaming spears. Michael crossed his arms, letting the weapons sink into his skin. Then, with a surge of strength, he flung them back. The spearman didn't even move. He just stared, mouth agape, before his own spears tore through his chest. Silence returned. Michael sighed, feeling the ache spread across his body. "That hurt more than I expected," he muttered. From behind one of the cages, a boy peeked out. "Are you okay?" he asked timidly. Michael turned, managing a small smile. "It's nothing." He then unlocked all the cages, setting the children free. One by one, they stepped out, scared, cautious, but alive. Lucas came last, his sister asleep on his back. Standing before Michael, he looked him straight in the eye. "I don't want to be weak anymore," he said firmly. "Make me strong. Like you." Michael nodded. "Then swear loyalty to me. Eternal loyalty." Without hesitation, Lucas responded, "I'm ready. I'll be your most devoted student." Satisfied, Michael handed him a glowing pearl, the same one he had taken from Mantis. "This is an ability pearl," he explained. "It will let you turn your hands into blades. With this, you can protect yourself and her." Lucas accepted it with a glowing smile and a nod of gratitude. Then, carrying his sister, he followed the other children toward the exit, glancing back once at the masked man who had saved them. Michael turned back to the corpses. There was one last task. He stretched out his hand, activating his extraction ability. One by one, he pulled the pearls from the dead bodies, harvesting their powers. A pleased smile crept across his face. "Last time, it took me forever to get 2 pearls from the frog and unicorn," he muttered. "This time, I hit the jackpot." He first upgraded his shadow exchange to A rank. Now, he could summon 5 clones, and during battle, switch places with any shadow, including an enemy's. Task complete, Michael stepped out of the garage. But then, he stopped. He felt danger. Behind him stood a girl with sharp eyes and a sword aimed at his back. "Who are you?" she demanded. "And where did these children come from?" Michael slowly turned his head. "And who are you?" Before she could answer, the children ran to her joyfully, calling out her name. "Alex! He saved us!" She blinked in shock. Realizing her mistake, the swordswoman sheathed her blade and bowed slightly. "Forgive me." Michael smiled. "It's fine. You're the A-rank swordswoman, Alexa." She nodded. "I heard rumors of human trafficking in this area. I came to save them, but I didn't think anyone would beat me to it." She walked over to Lucas and gently touched his cheek. "I'm sorry. I came too late." Suddenly, the ground beneath the children's feet began to tremble. Panic spread across their faces, and Michael felt the unnatural vibrations as well. He glanced at Alexia in confusion, asking what was happening, but there was no time for an answer. From beneath the port, thick, thorny vines burst upward, coiling around the children's legs and yanking them into the air. In mere seconds, the entire port was overtaken, garages, crates, and every inch of space consumed by the creeping tendrils. Tears welled in the children's eyes as they cried out for help. Michael shielded Lucas with his body and whispered that they had to run. He'd saved the others himself. Ahead, 3 men and a woman stood among the vines. At their center sat a man atop a giant blooming rose, the source of the vines. Amanda, the woman among them, scoffed at Michael's confidence and questioned how he planned to save anyone. A smug smile appeared on Wilhelm's face. Raising his staff, he gestured toward his subordinates and ordered them to demonstrate the true power of the saints. He then activated his healing ability, a divine energy surging from him and into Amanda's back, instantly revitalizing her. She straightened up, strength flooding her limbs. The priest had restored her entirely. With a mocking tone, Wilhelm warned Alexia not to interfere with the saints. Goods. If she valued her life, she should surrender now. Then, his gaze turned cold as it landed on Michael. Without hesitation, he commanded the traitor to be eliminated on the spot. Michael and Alexia stood ready. She gripped her sword with both hands, determined. She was confident she could handle the 3 subordinates, but the priest would be another matter entirely. Fixing her eyes on Wilhelm, she warned him that the Hero Association was already on its way. If they didn't surrender now, they'd be executed for defiance. But Wilhelm only sneered. He repeated his order. His subordinates charged. Alexia stepped forward, activating her seal power. Her sword gleamed with dangerous energy, shocking even Michael. This was no ordinary A-rank technique. She dashed forward, determined to stop them. The Earth Mage, Jackson, conjured a sand-based magic circle, and a massive wall of earth erupted in her path. But Alexia didn't falter. With one mighty swing, she shattered the barrier and pressed on. Jackson didn't stop. He began casting again. Nearby, 3 spheres of water materialized. Alexia moved first, unleashing a searing wave of fire from her sword. But as she looked down at her attack's path, her eyes widened in horror. Amanda stood ahead, holding a captured child in front of her like a shield. With a twisted smile, Amanda declared that this child would be her first victim. The flames engulfed the boy before Alexia could react, leaving no trace behind. Trembling, Alexia screamed, asking how she could stoop so low. Amanda's smile only deepened. Kindness, she said, was weakness. And she still had more hostages. Behind them, Jackson smirked. His body dissolved into water, and in an instant, he reappeared behind Alexia, blade raised. She never saw it coming. But before the sword could fall, Michael intervened. He threw himself between them, the blade slashing through his mask and tearing it away. Beneath it, another snake-shaped mask lay hidden. With irritation, Michael muttered that had been too close. 1 more second and the second mask would have been damaged too. Then, with swift vengeance, he spun and struck Jackson, driving his sword into the man's neck. Blood spurted as Jackson staggered back, clutching the wound. Alexa moved to finish him off, but Michael stopped her. Behind them, Wilhelm rose from his rose throne, raising his staff high. He used his healing ability once more. Jackson's wound instantly vanished. The man let out a relieved laugh. With the high priest nearby, they were practically immortal. Wilhelm then activated his enhancement skill. A glowing blue light engulfed his subordinates, amplifying their powers even further. Michael frowned. At this rate, their combat strength could rival A rank or more. Jackson dropped to one knee, concentrating. Energy surged around him. Alexa cried out in warning. The Earth Mage's next spell would rival the power of A rank destruction. Michael understood instantly. If that spell landed, the hostages would be caught in the blast. He had to stop it, no matter what. He looked at Alexa and said, "I'll handle him. You take the others." The girl hesitated. "But even if you stop him, what about the children?" Michael didn't answer. He simply told her to trust him. For some reason, she did. With a deep breath, she gripped her sword tightly and whispered that she'd clear the path. Then she leapt forward and clashed with Justin, Amanda's ally. Their blades met with explosive force. Justin called for backup, and Amanda, annoyed, responded by summoning more vines. A sweet, cloying aroma filled the air as red rose petals rained down. Alexa paused, suddenly dizzy. Her strength was fading rapidly. Amanda explained with glee that her body secreted a scent that aroused desire, weakening opponents by seducing their minds. Justin created water clones, approaching Alexa from behind. He leaned in, taunting her. But at that moment, Alexa unleashed her trump card, the Mind Seal. A pillar of blinding light burst from her, knocking Justin and his clones away. Amanda's eyes widened. This swordswoman had accessed something rare, something powerful. Before Amanda could react, Alexa vanished. Her sword cut Amanda in two before the woman even understood what happened. Standing behind her, Alexa whispered that she had only recently mastered this rebirth technique, allowing her to resurrect her strength in moments of crisis. Meanwhile, Jackson completed his incantation. A colossal earthen dragon materialized and roared, charging toward the children. Screams erupted across the port. But before the dragon could reach them, a dark shadow crawled along the vine stems. Lightning crackled. Michael appeared. His hand sparked with electric energy. With precision, he launched a bolt straight into the dragon's open mouth, paralyzing it. He clenched his fists, and a massive explosion rocked the port. From above, a rescue helicopter neared. The explosion below sent dust and smoke billowing into the sky. The dragon fell. Jackson, barely alive, reverted to his human form and fell to one knee. He looked at Wilhelm and thanked him. "If not for you, I'd be dead." But Wilhelm scowled. His voice was laced with contempt. "You're all useless," he muttered. "I've already lost 2 B-rank followers for this." Even though the Saints had suffered defeat, the old man remained calm. He assured Wilhelm that the organization could be rebuilt. After all, the high priest was still alive. Restoring everything wouldn't be difficult. Wilhelm slowly turned his gaze toward the battlefield, nodding in agreement. Amid the thick dust still swirling through the air, his eyes locked onto a single figure, Michael, carrying an unconscious Alexa on his shoulder. The priest narrowed his eyes. If this man could neutralize an A-rank attack with a single strike, then he was far more powerful than anyone here. They had to retreat before it was too late. Just then, a new pillar of blinding light burst from the ground, not from Michael, but from Wilhelm himself. It was a reverse summoning. Watching the glow rise, Michael narrowed his eyes and muttered coldly, "It doesn't matter where you run. One day, I'll find you." He gently laid Alexa on the ground and walked over to one of the fallen enemies. Stretching out his hand, Michael activated the ability extraction process. In a matter of seconds, a glowing pearl appeared in his palm. This was the B-rank ability Deep Sea Ghost. It granted the user control over the water in a human body, allowed them to create water clones, and summon massive waves, so long as there was moisture nearby. Without wasting time, Michael approached the rose-controlling girl. Repeating the same process, he extracted her power too, another B-rank ability known as Bloodthirsty Rose. It gave the user the power to summon thorny rose vines using their own blood. These vines emitted a scent that could boost attributes but came with a dark side. The user risked losing control over them entirely. Now holding two B-rank abilities, Michael had no intention of keeping them as they were. Instead, he broke them down into F-rank abilities and combined them with the skill he had previously acquired. A few minutes later, a bright emerald pearl pulsed in his hand. It was the newly synthesized A-rank ability, Superb Brain. As he absorbed it, a rush of sensations overwhelmed him. His vision, hearing, smell, touch, and even his sixth sense became razor-sharp. Not only that, it allowed him to release a wave capable of paralyzing an enemy's nervous system. Right then, Alexa stirred. She opened her eyes slowly, blinking at the ruin port around her. Michael noticed and approached. The girl stood, took a few hesitant steps, and then turned to him. What rank are your abilities?" she asked, bewildered. "And who are you?" Michael replied calmly, "I'm from the judges' organization." Alexa frowned, confused. "I've never heard of that. Not once in all my time in the Hero Association," but then her eyes caught something that froze her blood. The vines, the ones that had imprisoned the children, were now empty. With dread in her voice, she asked, "Where are the kids?" Michael didn't answer immediately. He simply nodded behind her and said, "Turn around." When she did, Alexa's eyes filled with tears. All the children were safe and running toward her. The protective dome had fallen, and they were free. They clung to her, excitedly telling her how Michael's shadow had cut the vines and taken them to safety. One child explained how, even after the explosion, his shadow formed a dome that shielded them from harm. She was stunned. This man had saved them all. Alexa turned to thank him, but the mysterious stranger had already vanished. As the dust began to settle, a helicopter hovered above the scene, loudspeakers echoing across the ruined port. From this moment on, the Hero Association has taken control of this area. Please refrain from any further action. The chopper landed near the garages, and several association members poured out. Among them was a young reporter named Valeria. Nervously adjusting her microphone, she turned to her assistant and asked where to begin. He pointed to Alexa. "Start with the seal swordswoman." Valeria approached the still-shaken girl, introduced herself, and politely asked for an interview. Alexa nodded in approval. According to the Hero Association's report, Valeria began, "You sent the emergency signal. The entire port is now destroyed. Can you tell us what happened here?" Without hesitation, Alexa told her everything. She had come to rescue the kidnapped children from the Saints organization, which had been planning to sell them illegally. The story immediately stirred a powerful reaction from the broadcast's viewers. Valeria frowned. "We've heard rumors about this criminal group before. From what we know, they operated out of Shu City, involved in all sorts of illegal activities. Do you think the government will investigate now?" Alexa shook her head grimly. "They've been doing this for a long time. I had to infiltrate their ranks just to get this far. And even then, I could only save these kids." The crowd that had gathered nearby listened closely. Some wept. Others shouted in anger that the criminals must be punished. Then, Alexa continued. "I wouldn't have made it out alive if I had fought the high priest alone, but someone came to help me." Valeria's eyes widened. "A masked man?" "Yes," Alexa replied. "His skills were far beyond mine. He broke through the priest's enhancement spell, a power normally only usable by A-rank heroes." She pointed to a scorched crater still smoldering with smoke. "He did that. All I know is, he wore a mask with a snake emblem. And he said he was from the judges' organization." Valeria glanced around, trying to find the mysterious savior, but saw nothing. "He ran off toward the garages," Alexa added. "He was chasing the high priest." By that time, Wilhelm and the Earth Mage had already escaped to a hidden location. By this time, Wilhelm and the Earth Mage had already taken cover in a safe location. Casting a deeply displeased glance at the old man beside him, the priest asked if the mage sand magic was capable of eliminating the brat who was interfering with their plans. The Earth Mage nodded confidently, replying that he had saturated the area with his magic. Even if their enemy tried to launch an attack, it wouldn't make a difference. Unbeknownst to them, Michael was hiding just around the corner, hearing every word they spoke. He listened carefully as Wilhelm, now moving toward the far end of the parking lot, instructed the old man to find a suitable car so they could escape and lay low. Michael frowned. He had no intention of letting them get away. In fact, his plan was to make this place their grave. Everything was going according to his carefully laid out strategy until disaster struck. A phone in Michael's pocket suddenly began to ring, shattering the silence and revealing his presence. The moment the ringtone echoed through the air, both men froze and turned sharply toward the direction of the sound. Michael cursed silently, wondering who could be calling at such a critical moment. As the melody rang out again, the two enemies began cautiously approaching the nearby partition, his only cover. Quickly taking out his phone, Michael saw the caller ID. It was Valeria. Footsteps crept closer, stopping just a few meters away from the wall. Thinking quickly, Michael realized his best option was to disguise himself as an ordinary passerby. He used his ability to change into his everyday clothes, then answered the call in a casual, cheerful voice as he stepped out from behind the corner. His sudden appearance startled the two men. Doubt clouded their eyes. They weren't convinced this guy was just a civilian. Still, they chose to remain on high alert, unwilling to let their guard down. Valeria's voice chirped through the phone, teasing that Michael would never guess where she was. Confused, he asked if she wasn't supposed to be at home. She casually replied that she had flown to the city of HH aboard a Hero Association helicopter. Michael froze momentarily. The news threw him off balance. Why was Valeria here, and how did she manage to fly with the association? Trying to keep his tone light, he remarked that the city was currently in turmoil and asked what had brought her there. She cheerfully explained that she'd landed a new job and simply wanted to share the good news. Michael's surprise deepened. Valeria proudly told him that she had been accepted as a journalism intern for the Hero Association. She had already conducted her first interview with the sword-wielding heroine, Alexa, and now planned to find and interview the mysterious masked man, him. Still reeling from the revelation, Michael barely kept his balance. This news was anything but welcome. With the association's resources, Valeria could very well track him down. Regaining his composure, he congratulated her and promised they'd celebrate her new position soon. All the while, the two men continued watching him, and once he disappeared into a dark corridor, they convinced themselves he had indeed been just a passerby. But Wilhelm sensed otherwise. He realized too late that they had been deceived and had let their guard down. Without warning, Michael, now back in his serpent form, leapt from the shadows, trailing chains of shadowy energy enveloped in blue flame. The Earth Mage reacted instantly, summoning fierce earth wolves and commanding them to attack. One of the wolves lunged at Michael, but his body vanished into thin air upon impact. Wilhelm, amused by the illusion, remarked with a grin that they needed more wolves to deal with this guy. The Earth Mage reassured him that each of his wolves was strong enough to defeat an A-rank hero, so there was no need for concern. But before they could act, shadowy tendrils sliced through the air. With only a few swift and powerful swings, Michael tore through the wolves. Neither man noticed when Michael appeared behind Wilhelm, piercing his left shoulder with a shadow spear. Shadowy bonds prevented the man from turning around. Blood welled up in Wilhelm's mouth as he asked how Michael had mastered multiple types of magic. The old priest beside him met a similar fate. With a final plea, Wilhelm offered his cooperation, saying he would owe the hero a great debt if spared. Michael, unfazed, raised a finger to his mask in a silent gesture for the man to be quiet. "I don't save lives for my own benefit," he said coldly, "only in the name of justice." Immediately, the shadowy fetters coiled tighter around their necks, squeezing with increasing force. Realizing he had one last chance, Wilhelm pulled out a pair of small blue pills and quickly swallowed them. Sensing danger, Michael immediately leapt back, unsure what effect those mysterious pills would have. Suddenly, Wilhelm's body was engulfed in a golden glow. He bent over, clutching his head in his hands, groaning as his body trembled under the strange power. Moments later, the glow faded. When he lifted his head, he turned to Michael with a maniacal smile stretching across his face. You force me to do this, Wilhelm hissed. I'm not only a healer. I know much more. Then, without hesitation, the man shoved his hand into his own mouth. Screaming in agony, he began to pull out a massive object. Michael's eyes narrowed. The energy radiating from Wilhelm had suddenly changed. It was familiar, uncannily similar to what he had once sensed from Alexa's sword. A few long seconds passed. At last, Wilhelm drew out an enormous golden spear. It was immediately surrounded by a divine radiance. His wild laughter echoed through the air as he declared, "Behold! My trump card, the legendary Spear of Justice." Raising the weapon high into the air, he activated a skill called Sacred Thorn. The moment the skill triggered, numerous golden portals appeared in midair. From each one emerged identical replicas of Wilhelm's spear. With fury in his voice, Wilhelm roared, "Justice will be done!" Obeying his command, the glowing spears all launched toward Michael at once. Michael narrowly dodged the first wave, leaping aside just before they could pierce him. But the attack didn't stop. More and more spears poured from the portals, chasing him relentlessly. No matter where he turned, they followed. Suddenly, one of the spears grazed his left leg. A sharp, deep wound was left in its wake. Wilhelm, watching from a distance, burst into gleeful laughter. "You can dodge all you want," he taunted. "But your end has already been decided." Michael dropped to one knee, pain shooting through his leg. He gritted his teeth, frustrated that such a seemingly light strike had wounded him so severely. As he looked up at the ceiling, he realized something troubling. The golden glow from the spears had lit up the entire area, making it impossible for him to remain hidden. Once again, the spears descended. But this time, Michael was ready. Determined, he whispered, "Let's see which of us is faster." Wilhelm only laughed harder. "Faster than light? Don't make me laugh." Yet at that very moment, Michael's eyes glinted sharply. He had activated his superbrain ability. Time seemed to slow. The movements of the spears decelerated noticeably. Then, near the stunned Wilhelm, several massive shadows emerged. Without needing to move, Michael summoned multiple shadow clones, each one armed with bladed weapons. In perfect sync, the clones surged past Wilhelm, slashing as they moved. Only after the ambush did Michael release his grip over Wilhelm's movements. "You should surrender," Michael said coldly. Wilhelm's expression shifted from triumph to confusion. He couldn't move a muscle, no matter how hard he tried. Just then, 5 shadow-infused spears, mimicking the trajectories of the earlier clones, shot toward him with terrifying speed. All 5 pierced him simultaneously. A guttural scream tore from Wilhelm's throat. Struggling to breathe, he managed to gasp, no one man should have this many powers." Michael, seeing the man's attempt to heal, stepped forward. "Don't bother," he warned. "You'll keep experiencing death again and again until you stop trying." He extended his hand and activated his extraction ability. A golden light glowed around Wilhelm's chest, and Michael absorbed it. The ability was called Heart of Light, an A-rank power with multiple functions. Recovery heals physical wounds. Enhancement boosts the user's abilities. Invisibility conceals a selected target. Holy Healing restores health to oneself or others. Spear of Justice summons a massive spear imbued with light magic. Without delay, Michael used Holy Healing. A warm glow enveloped his body, knitting his wounds and replenishing his strength. He exhaled slowly, feeling vitality return to his limbs. "I'll need to be more careful next time," he muttered. "I didn't expect Wilhelm to have one of those blue pills. I almost died because of it." With his healing complete, he walked over to the corpse of the Earth Mage. Activating extraction once more, he absorbed the Mage's B-rank ability, Great Land Wizard. This power allowed the user to reshape terrain using sand and summon an offensive sand creature. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the street. It was a public announcement from the Hero Association. "Attention! The Hero Association is taking control of this area. Please stand by." Michael didn't intend to be discovered. He quickly changed out of his combat attire and slipped away into the shadows before the association members could arrive. By the time he vanished, several Hero Association helicopters had already landed near the building. Valeria, now on site with the investigation team, reported that the earlier noise had indeed been the result of an intense battle. As they descended into the parking lot, her eyes landed on a familiar figure. There lay Wilhelm's body, pierced by his own legendary spears. Valeria stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the lifeless body lying before her. This was the high priest, she whispered. The leader of the organization of saints. A cameraman moved in closer, capturing detailed footage of the fallen villain. The broadcast spread rapidly, and viewers across the region reacted with shock and satisfaction. The long-feared criminal had finally been brought to justice. Suddenly, one of the investigators shouted, "There's another body here." Valeria's face turned pale. The sight of more death overwhelmed her. She clutched her mouth with one hand, stumbling backward. A wave of nausea surged through her. Unable to hold it in, she turned and rushed to a nearby wall. "Valeria! Are you all right?" someone called out, concerned. But she couldn't hear them. Reaching the corner, she leaned against the wall, and then everything she'd eaten came back up. Her body trembled as the moment's horror overcame her. Then, just as she wiped her mouth, a hand extended a bottle of water toward her. She froze. That voice, calm and familiar, spoke gently. "Here, drink." Valeria looked up. "Michael." "What are you doing here?" she asked, her voice still shaky. "I was nearby when you called me," he answered, crouching beside her. With all the noise the association made, it wasn't hard to find you. A faint blush rose to her cheeks. Looking away, she murmured, "You're never around during my best interviews, but somehow, you always catch me like this." Michael chuckled softly. He pulled her into a comforting embrace and pressed a gentle kiss to the top of her head. "You're beautiful no matter what," he whispered, though part of him mentally scolded himself for not cleaning up the place before anyone arrived. Just then, Paul approached. Seeing Valeria in someone's arms, he hesitated, his question catching in his throat. He had wanted to ask if she was feeling better, but now stood awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Michael noticed him first. Stepping back slightly, he gave Paul a nod, helping break the silence. "There's been a development," Paul announced. "The rescue team found a girl. She was kidnapped by the Organization of Saints. They're prepping her for an interview." Valeria's eyes widened. She turned toward the direction Paul pointed, and there, near a hole in the floor, a rescue worker was helping several children out from underground. Without hesitation, Valeria slipped out of Michael's embrace. "Wait here," she said quickly before running off to do her job. Michael nodded, watching her go with a warm smile on his face. Unseen by the others, a glowing pearl shimmered into existence in his palm, the pearl of the heart of light. Gazing into its radiance, Michael spoke softly to himself, "Soon I'll be able to return and save my sister." With this, he had collected the powers of all 5 main elements. And now, it was time for a new figure from the judge's organization to enter the stage, someone called Dragon. Meanwhile, the injured children were being rushed to the nearest hospital. Among them was Lucas and his younger sister. The boy sat in a daze, searching the crowd for a familiar figure. "Where's my teacher?" he whispered. Then, at the edge of the lot, a quiet sound drew his attention. Turning, he spotted a man in a snake mask standing by the car entrance, signaling silently for him to keep quiet. It was his teacher. The doctor, now under Michael's influence, continued escorting children to safety, completely ignoring the hero in the shadows. Michael sat beside Lucas and asked gently, "How's your sister?" Lucas lowered his head, his voice heavy with grief. "She's dead, but I want to take her home. I can't leave her in that horrible place." In response, Michael opened his palm, revealing the radiant pearl. "I can save her." Lucas's eyes widened with hope. You can?" Michael nodded. Placing his palm over the girl's body, he activated holy healing. A divine glow spread through her body, and after several tense seconds, Juliana's eyelids fluttered open. She blinked and instinctively pulled closer to her brother. Tears welled in Lucas's eyes. "She's alive," he whispered, his voice breaking with joy. "She's alive." Smiling, Michael moved to heal Lucas's own injuries. "I'll take you both away from here soon," he promised. But no one must know how quickly Juliana was healed. "Understood." Lucas wiped his eyes and nodded solemnly. Then, Michael placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "From now on, you can call me teacher," he said, handing the boy a small pouch of money. "Your sister is still too young, she deserves to live a normal life. But I need you to infiltrate the hero class at sea." Lucas hesitated. I'll need stronger abilities to do that," he said quietly. Michael handed Lucas a glowing pearl. "You don't need to worry about that," he said calmly. "This one contains the mimic ability. Combine it with your mantis technique, and you'll have more than enough to qualify for the university." Lucas stared at the pearl, barely believing what he was hearing. This was the kind of opportunity he never dreamed he'd receive. He took it carefully, then looked up with a determined glint in his eyes. "I'll do my best. I promise," he said, a confident smile on his face. Michael rose from where he was sitting. "Live a good life," he said softly. "Don't look for me. If anything happens, I'll find you. I'll stay in touch." With that, he turned and walked away. Once outside, Michael changed out of his disguise and back into his regular clothes. But he had barely taken a few steps when he heard a voice call out, sharp and annoyed, "Michael!" He turned, startled, to see Valeria striding toward him with clear irritation written all over her face. "Where did you run off to?" she snapped. "I told you to wait, but I had to search the whole place for you." Michael averted his gaze, scratching his head sheepishly. "I was helping the kids at the hospital," he explained. "Is everything all right?" Valeria exhaled, some of her anger melting away. "They're safe now," she said. "The association is contacting their families. As for the orphans, they'll be sent to shelters." Michael smiled faintly. "I hope they grow up happy and healthy." Suddenly, Valeria grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him toward her. Her hesitation vanished. She kissed him. Michael's eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't pull away. A few seconds later, she parted from him, her cheeks glowing. Before he could say anything, a member of the association called out her name. "Valeria! We need to head back." Turning to wave goodbye, Valeria smiled warmly at Michael. "I've still got work to do," she said, winking. "But I'll see you in a few days, at home, beloved." Michael stood there, completely flustered. It took him a few moments to recover from what had just happened. Several hours later, he was on a plane, heading back. His mind was already focused on one thing, his sister. The moment he arrived, he rushed to the hospital and entered her room. Holding his palm over her, he activated holy healing. A bright light engulfed her entire body. He held his breath. But when the glow faded, nothing happened. Lucia remained motionless, unconscious. His heart sank. "No, come on." "Lucia," he whispered, panic creeping into his voice. "Wake up," no response. Suddenly, strange blue bubbles began to rise from her head. Michael reached out cautiously, but they scattered the moment he got close. His eyes widened. He realized, to his horror, that the bubbles were multiplying, feeding off Lucia's energy and growing stronger. He stumbled back. His power wasn't enough. Not yet. But he wasn't giving up. Not now. Michael clenched his fists and steeled his resolve. It was time to take the next step and confront the mysterious figure behind the blue pill, the one who had supplied it to the hero of hot and sour noodles. He summoned 3 pearls into his palm: transformation, clone, and metal manipulation. A radiant golden light surged through the room as he began to enhance them, pouring every ounce of power he had into the process. Half an hour later, it was done. In his hand shimmered a golden C-rank pearl of transformation. With it, he could instantly alter his appearance, voice, personality, even his body type. It also enhanced his acting skills to near perfection. Next, he upgraded the clone ability to C-rank. The clone would be 8 times weaker than him and last only 30 minutes, but it was more than enough for infiltration. Finally, he focused on metal control and pushed his limits. Minutes passed. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Then, he fell to his knees, exhausted. But in his hand was an S-rank pearl. Now, he could control metal across a 10,000 mile radius, up to 100,000 tons in total weight. Michael let out a long breath, smiling through the fatigue. He was ready. That night, he activated his newly enhanced abilities and took control of the hero of hot and sour noodles' body. Using information from Adam's memories, he made his way to a rooftop where the next meeting was supposed to take place. Moments later, space shimmered, and a rift opened before him. From it stepped a mysterious man. The same one Adam remembered. The man adjusted his hat and greeted him. "Well? Got any new intel?" Michael folded his arms, keeping his expression calm. "I might. I've got information on the man in the mask," he said coolly. "But I doubt you can afford it." The stranger tilted his head, amused. "If it's real, I'll pay double." Michael nodded. "A few days ago, the Organization of Saints was completely wiped out. You've heard, I'm sure." "Yes," the man said. "It was the Seal Swordswoman from the Hero Association. She's famous for that kind of thing. Michael leaned in slightly. But here's the curious part. During her report, Alexa mentioned she was helped by someone who called himself Snake. The stranger folded his arms, his voice casual. I already know about Snake and Michael. Both of them are from the judge's organization. That's common knowledge. Michael's expression didn't change. Calmly, he asked, do you also know they both possess 2 abilities? This caught the stranger slightly off guard, but only slightly. I figured as much, he replied. Probably a requirement to join the judges. Michael chuckled and shook his head. You're wrong. People like that are incredibly rare. The chances of gathering them into one group? Practically zero. The stranger raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued now. Then what are you getting at? Without answering, Michael reached into his coat and pulled out a small flask filled with a glowing liquid. He held it out. This is an elixir of abilities. The stranger stepped forward, extending a hand. Elixir of what? He asked skeptically. But just before the stranger could touch it, Michael pulled it back. Drink it, he said, and you gain a new ability. Even if you already have one, it adds another. If you don't, it gives you one. The man scoffed. That's complete nonsense. Michael expected that. Without hesitation, he uncorked the flask and downed the contents in a single motion. Then, he looked the man dead in the eyes. A second later, flames erupted across Michael's hand. The stranger took a step back, stunned. That's impossible, he muttered. You only had strengthening. You never had fire. Michael raised his fist and launched a fireball into the sky, its light illuminating the rooftop. I made a deal with Michael, he said, his voice steady. That's how I got this information. And after seeing the effects of the blue pill, I knew it was possible. The man stared, speechless for a moment. Then curiosity took over. Do you know what the elixir is made from? Michael smiled, satisfied. I've told you everything I know, he said. Now it's time you held up your end. Without another word, the stranger pulled a small container from his pocket and handed it over. 15 blue pills, he said. This information was valuable. Michael took the jar, but before walking away, he spoke again. One more question. The man gave him a nod. A few days ago, I noticed something strange, Michael said. My body, it started developing pale blue patches. Is that from the pills? Or something else? The man turned away, spreading his arms like it was no big deal. Just a harmless side effect, he said over his shoulder. Don't worry about it. Then he glanced back with a half smile. I look forward to our next meeting. And with that, he vanished into thin air, absorbed into space like smoke blown away by the wind. The transformation instantly faded. Michael stood alone on the rooftop once again, his mind racing. So that was it? The man knew the pills drained vitality, and still brushed it off as a minor side effect. He clenched his jaw. On the far end of the rooftop, Adam lay unconscious. Michael walked over and stood beside him. Before he could do anything, a child's voice rang out from the stairwell. Dad! Michael froze. A little girl stepped through the open door and looked around, spotting her father slumped on the ground. Daddy, what are you doing? She asked, walking toward him. Michael glanced down at the pills in his hand. With visible contempt, he tossed the bottle next to Adam. If you're doing this for your daughter, he muttered, then stop. Quit taking these damn pills. At that moment, Adam stirred awake. He rubbed his eyes and ran a hand through his hair. Sorry, sweetheart, he said with a weak laugh. I must have dozed off. Katia frowned. You promised you'd stay with me on my birthday, she scolded. Then her eyes caught the jar on the ground. Curious, she pointed to it. What's that? Adam's eyes widened. He immediately snatched the jar off the floor and held it out of her reach. This isn't a toy, he said sternly. It's dangerous. Very dangerous. But confusion filled his face. He couldn't remember anything. Just that he had come here to meet someone to get the pills. But what had happened after that? Nothing. His mind was blank. Standing up, he gently took his daughter's hand. Come on, he said softly. Let's go get some cake. And just like that, they left the rooftop behind, father and daughter walking hand in hand toward a fleeting moment of peace. At that same moment, in another part of the city, a frustrated Austin was heading back to his room. He let out a long yawn, stretching his arms high above his head, and grumbled under his breath. He was sick of it, sick of the endless restrictions, the constant rules, and the feeling that everyone was trying to control his life. As he passed by the hallway, a faint glow caught his eye. Light was still coming from his father's office. Austin paused, confused. What's he still doing up? He wondered. It was already late, far past the time his father usually called it a night. Quietly, Austin pushed the door open and peeked inside. But to his surprise, the room was empty. The desk lamp was still on, casting a focus beam of light across a cluttered tabletop. Drawings, schematics, and technical documents were scattered everywhere. And right in the center, there was a single piece of paper lying neatly on the surface. Curiosity took hold. He stepped inside, drawn to the document like a moth to flame. As he approached, he could make out the heading at the top of the page. It was a planning document. His eye scanned the bold title, Requirements for White Zone Deployment, City L. Austin's heart skipped a beat. He read further, his eyes widening as he absorbed the details. It was a strategic framework, an actual government-level operation designed to establish a protective white area in City L, a place free from corruption, violence, and influence. A safe haven where citizens could live without fear. The more he read, the more fired up he became. This was an opportunity. A real one. One where he could step forward. He could make a difference, not just as someone's son, but as a true hero. A savior. And for the first time in a long while, Austin felt it. Purpose. The following morning, Michael was back at work in the newspaper office. As he stood at the printer, Alex's familiar voice rang out from behind. "Where have you been all this time?" she asked, bewildered. Michael offered a brief explanation. "A woman came in yesterday requesting a missing persons notice." He handed Alex a freshly printed leaflet. She read it aloud, 7-year-old Igor Lyson, last seen near Central Park. Alex frowned, but the announcement crackled through the office speakers before she could respond. "Attention all residents, A-rank monsters have invaded. Proceed immediately to the nearest shelter. B-rank heroes, report to the scene." Panic erupted. Staffers dropped their papers and rushed for the exits. Michael's calm facade cracked. He realized the danger zone was only a few blocks from the apartment he rented with Valeria and the others. His heart pounded as he dialed her number. "Valeria, where are you right now?" he demanded. Her terrified whisper answered, "There's a monster in our building." A scream shattered the line, and the call went dead. Horror and determination surged through Michael. He barely registered Alex's shaken question, "Are you okay?" As he sprinted from the office. Reaching the rooftop above the chaos, Michael summoned his metal control power. A shimmering shield formed beneath his feet, and he soared across the cityscape. As he flew, he shifted into his rooster form, hoping to arrive in time. Below, a colossal rat-like creature rampaged through the street, its shriek capable of shattering glass and its matted fur bristling into razor-sharp spikes. 2 heroines, a B-rank green storm and a C-rank fire butterfly, struggled against it. Michael grimaced. Defeating such an A-rank menace would normally require at least 3 heroes of their caliber. The monster unleashed its piercing scream again, this time targeting fire butterfly. Green storm dove between her and the creature, absorbing the full blast, and the pressure blew out 2 adjacent walls. Fire butterfly landed hard, dust choking her lungs. "What am I doing here?" she cried. "C-rank heroes like me are just cannon fodder." "I'm here to help," Valeria called as she swooped in. She had rescued Marina, a terrified child hanging from a broken window ledge. Tears streamed down Marina's face as she clung to Valeria's hand. "Hold on," Valeria shouted. But the ceiling collapsed above them, a jagged beam plunging toward the pair. Valeria's grip slipped as the debris sliced through her wrist. Both girls plummeted. Fire butterfly caught Marina mere meters from the ground, cradling her gently. Marina blinked, amazed. "Thank you," she whispered, clutching the heroine's arm. Reporters clamored to film the rescue, but Emily, the field host, noticed another figure still falling. "Someone else, look," she cried. A dark shape swooped in, vanishing into the chaos with a rescued victim. Camera's word, capturing the mystery savior. Suddenly, Alexa's anguished scream echoed above. A sweeping beast attack was barreling toward the news helicopter. The crew froze in terror. Without hesitation, Lisa, shield maiden of the association, launched herself into the sky, her barrier powers meeting the monster's assault in a thunderous explosion. A shockwave knocked Fire Butterfly off her feet. Stinging in the haze of dust, she covered her eyes. Below, Michael had landed Valeria on a battered park bench away from the fray. Her face was bruised, her wrist bleeding. He knelt beside her. "I'm sorry I'm late," he murmured, activating holy healing. A warm, golden light enveloped her wounds, knitting torn flesh and soothing pain. When the glow faded, he draped his cloak over her shoulders. "You're safe now," he whispered. "No one will hurt you again." Valeria blinked up at the masked stranger, confusion and relief mingling in her eyes. She grasped his hand. "Why do you pretend to be a villain, then a hero?" she asked softly. Michael offered a small, rueful smile. "I saved you because I was here. That's all." He stood and summoned his metal shield, lifting Valeria gently to her feet. "Rest a moment," he advised. "Then head to a safe zone. I'll handle the rest." Before she could respond, he launched skyward, ignoring her frantic calls. From above, Valeria watched him go, an odd sense of déjà vu tugging at her heart. High in the night sky, Michael summoned a shadow clone beside him. In his palm, he materialized 2 gleaming pearls. "The clone will have Heart of Light and Snow Queen powers," he explained to the empty air. "And it's better if it takes the form of a girl." He tossed the pearls into the darkness, readying his next move as the city below continued to burn with chaos. High above the city, Michael watched as his shadow clone enacted his orders. In an instant, the clone's form shifted into a young woman wearing a rabbit mask. "Go," Michael commanded. "Save everyone in danger." Without hesitation, Rabbit darted off the rooftop and vanished into the chaos below. Michael turned his attention back to the monstrous rat that was laying waste to the street. He raised his hand, prepared to strike, but then he noticed another figure standing atop a neighboring building's roof. She wore a confident smile and raised her fists, her posture radiating power. It was Victoria, the famed A-rank heroine who had disappeared from the public eye in L City years ago. Reporters gaped in disbelief as the broadcast camera swung to capture her unexpected arrival. Victoria waved directly into the lens as if greeting old friends. Michael allowed himself a small smile. With such seasoned heroes on the field, he could assess the battlefield from a distance. Victoria narrowed her eyes at the rat. "Perfect punching bag," she thought, flexing her knuckles. The rat snarled and unleashed a massive sonic shriek. "Watch out!" Lisa, Shield Maiden of the Hero Association, yelled through her communicator. That sound wave could shatter steel. Victoria's only response was a calm laugh. She crossed her arms. "I won't know what I'm capable of unless I try," she said. The shockwave struck her rooftop with earth-shaking force. Debris rained down, and a roar of destruction followed. When the dust cleared, onlookers gasped. The spot where Victoria had stood was empty. The rat threw its head back in triumphant laughter, convinced it had killed the heroine, until a blur of movement appeared behind it. Victoria had dropped to ground level and circled the beast. Gathering every ounce of strength into one blistering punch, she slammed her fist into the creature's flank. The impact threw the rat to the pavement in a crumpled heap. Victoria stood over it, grinning. "Why aren't you screaming now?" she taunted. The rat tried to rise but couldn't move. Victoria seized its tail and, with a swift pull, sent it spinning through the air. The monster flew out of the city, landing miles away in a distant field. Meanwhile, Rabbit was already back in action. She spotted a crumbling facade about to collapse on a lone civilian. In one fluid motion, she intercepted him and carried him to safety just before the debris struck. The man, wide-eyed, stared at his masked savior. "Which organization are you from?" he asked. Rabbit set him down gently. "I'm Rabbit," she replied. "From the judge's organization." Then she bounded off to continue her rescue efforts. Nearby, Fire Butterfly and Marina, one of her former neighbors, sat on a battered bench, nursing injuries from their fall. Rabbit paused beside them. "They need help," a bystander explained. "They fell from the upper floors." Rabbit nodded and knelt beside them, placing her hands over their wounds. A soft glow spread through their bodies, and before the stunned crowd's eyes, bruises and cuts vanished. When the healing light dissipated, Rabbit rose and turned to the gathering civilians. "Move now," she ordered calmly. "Head for the shelters. Stay safe." Her warning was cut short by the monster's return, a deafening screech so powerful the crowd instinctively covered their ears. Lisa and Victoria, caught in the open, struggled to withstand the onslaught. Their heroic postures wavered as the sound wave threatened to tear through their minds. From his vantage point, Michael's blood ran cold. He realized with horror what the creature was doing. It wasn't just using sound, it was absorbing the very souls of those nearby, feeding on their life essence to grow ever more powerful. Moments later, the monster stood surrounded by a swirling aura of green light. It closed its maw, pausing its ear-splitting screech. Then, with a groan, its jaws reopened, and it began to draw the spectral forms of the departed into its body. Shield Maiden Lisa staggered under the horror of it all. "What is it doing?" she cried. Victoria, bruised but unbowed, steadied herself on one elbow. "It's absorbing the souls of the dead," she explained. "Watch, it's healing itself with their energy." A nearby reporter gasped into her microphone. Doubt flickered across her face. Could even the city's finest fighter overcome such a power? Victoria's gaze hardened. "Lisa, fall back. This thing's next attack will be worse." With that, she rose and stepped forward once more. Freed of its weakness, the rat monster went berserk. It lashed out, smashing telephone poles and tossing street lamps like twigs. Victoria summoned her strength, her fists glowing with righteous fury. She struck the beast's armored flank, unleashing a shockwave that sent it tumbling into a row of parked cars. As dust settled, Victoria peered through the haze, expecting to find the creature down and out. Instead, its tail lashed back, skewering her across the chest. She cried out, then was lifted aloft and flung violently into a nearby wall. She crumpled in a heap, blood trickling from her mouth. Shield Maiden Lisa rushed to her side, scooping Victoria into her arms. "Get out of here!" Victoria rasped, glaring at her rescuer. "I told you to retreat." Tears in her eyes, Lisa shook her head. "I'm a hero. I can't abandon people in danger." The monster roared again, preparing to deliver a final, soul-draining blow. Victoria threw herself in front of Lisa, bracing for the impact, when a sudden ping echoed through the air. A metal needle, fired with pinpoint accuracy, impaled the creature's tail. It yelped in pain, its head snapping around. Michael and his rabbit clone burst onto the scene. The reporter's eyes widened as the masked saviors appeared. "There," she whispered. "An A-rank hero, and a rabbit-masked rescuer." Victoria and Lisa watched in stunned relief as Michael's metal needles rained down, pinning the thrashing beast to the pavement. Its writhing body was held fast by dozens of gleaming spikes. Victoria realized the real target. Michael had driven nails through its jaws, preventing it from opening its mouth to gorge on more souls. The monster, still alive and furious, opened its maw in a last, desperate screech, aimed this time at Michael himself. He slammed a metal shield before him, and the sonic blast rattled harmlessly off its surface. "Rabbit," Michael called out, "stop it from opening its mouth." The clone nodded and swept her arms skyward. Instantly, temperatures plummeted. A swirling storm of snowflakes descended, enveloping the rat monster in an icy vortex. In seconds, its massive form was frozen solid, suspended in midair. The onlookers stared in awe as the beast pounded futilely against its crystal prison. But then, green lights began rising from the rubble once more. Victoria's eyes narrowed in horror. "It's feeding on new souls again." Michael soared upward, dragging the frozen creature with him. "From up here," he shouted, "it can't reach any fresh victims." Higher and higher he climbed, until, at last, he hovered above the skyline. With a decisive twist of his wrist, he shattered the ice, and the monster's body exploded into countless frozen fragments that rained down across the city streets. Below, citizens caught the falling shards in their hands, marveling at the display. High above, Michael closed his fist. In the instant before the fragments scattered, he drew out the creature's A-rank soul leader ability, a cruel power that restored its wielder with the strength of harvested spirits but at the price of creeping madness. Michael absorbed it swiftly. As he studied its essence, he realized it was nearly identical to his own Heart of Light, save that it demanded souls for its healing. Clutching the new ability in his palm, Michael vanished into the night, leaving the city to reel from the spectacle of a frozen monster and the astonishing arrival of two masked heroes. Moments later, the reporter's voice crackled through the helicopter's loudspeaker. "Civilians, please remain calm. We will disperse the clouds shortly so you can see your hero's status." The crowd didn't have to wait long. Through a break in the mist, Michael descended gracefully on his metal shield, settling before the helicopter's open door. Emily waved exuberantly. "Sir Michael, could we have a word? We'd like to interview you." Cameras whirred and zoomed as Michael offered a courteous nod. Standing beside him, Victoria watched silently, her brow raised in admiration. He must have surpassed A-rank, she thought. Only an S-rank could have dispatched that beast so effortlessly. As the press prepared their questions, two glowing blue spheres leapt from Rabbit's palm and streaked toward the heroines. Instinctively, Lisa sprang forward, using her shield to protect Victoria. Both women braced themselves, and then, instead of pain, they felt warmth. Their wounds began to seal, the ache ebbing away. Victoria blinked at Rabbit. "What ability is this? Who are you?" Rabbit inclined her head beneath her mask. "I am Rabbit," she replied calmly, "a representative of the judges' organization." Behind them, the helicopter's presenter piped up. "Viewers, you're witnessing the arrival of a new heroine, one who accompanies Mr. Michael. She, too, hails from the judges' organization and possesses remarkable healing powers." Victoria, scratching the back of her head, looked genuinely puzzled. "I've never heard of that agency before." "Thank you, Rabbit. Without you, we wouldn't have made it through that monster." With a graceful nod, Rabbit rose on a shimmer of snow-white light and joined Michael atop his shield. The cameras followed their ascent until both heroes slipped behind a curtain of clouds. Emily's commentary continued, praising their decisive intervention, while Victoria stared skyward in bitterness, convinced that her own efforts had been eclipsed. A few minutes later, Michael and Rabbit flew beyond the city limits, skirting the forest canopy toward a prearranged rendezvous with Austin. Michael's mind raced with questions. What latest intelligence would his godson bring? "Time's almost up for me," Rabbit murmured, her form blurring. In an instant, she dissolved, and the energy she had held returned to Michael. He examined the two pearls in his palm, the Heart of Light and Snow Queen stones. "This is remarkably efficient," he thought. "I can send future clones on missions without hesitation." But the memories of men leering at Rabbit from below stung him. "I'll avoid creating female forms going forward." At last, they reached an old building beside an abandoned car. There, leaning nonchalantly against the wall, was Austin, his thumb half raised to his nose, boresomely waiting. Michael landed beside him, suppressing a sigh. He didn't even think to check his story for accuracy. Austin looked up, a scrap of paper clutched in his hand. His eyes lit up. "Michael!" "I've got something," he called, bounding forward with eager confidence. A sudden rustle from the nearby tree line made Austin freeze in his tracks, clutching the sheet of paper he had just handed to Michael. His eyes darted into the shadows, wary and uncertain. Michael cleared his throat. "Let's review this first," he said, unfolding the document. It detailed the Hero Association's plan to establish a white zone in City L. Despite the unsettling noise behind him, Austin's attention shifted fully to the paper. With uncontainable excitement, Austin declared, "I've heard there are special items in the world, equipment that can magnify one's power. We have to obtain them at any cost." Michael nodded. "This intelligence is invaluable. You've earned your reward." He produced a tiny vial of amber liquid, an ability potion of C-rank potency, and handed it to Austin. Without hesitation, Austin downed the elixir in a single gulp, wincing at the taste. "Ooh," he muttered, wiping his mouth. "These potions taste worse every time." "All good medicine tastes bitter," Michael replied with a reassuring pat on his godson's back. Within moments, Austin's form convulsed, bones stretching and sinews thickening. Fur sprouted across his body, his canine features sharpening into a full werewolf's visage. He howled in triumph, marveling at his newfound hereditary lycanthropy and the promise of double strength under the full moon. Michael glanced toward the forest. "You needn't hide any longer," he said. Austin frowned. "Michael, I think you're mistaken. My father should be elsewhere." But stepping through the undergrowth came the unmistakable silhouette of the mechanical hero, Austin's own father, his eyes blazing with furious light. He strode forward, fists clenched, and turned to Michael. "Permission to discipline my wayward son," he growled. Austin whimpered as his father's metallic boots began to collide with his ribs. Each blow was delivered with iron resolve, an attempt to correct his betrayal in front of his new godfather. Michael watched calmly until Austin's pleas grew too desperate. Stepping between them, he raised a gloved hand. "We had a deal," he reminded the mechanical hero. He simply wished to gain an ability. Show him mercy. The blows stopped. Austin, battered and tear-streaked, wiped at his cheek. "I've been punished enough," he sobbed. "I won't reveal our family secrets again." The mechanical hero's rage faltered, and he barked an order for silence. Then, eyeing Michael with reproach, he growled, "My son was born powerless. You had no right to grant him these superpowers." Michael spread his arms in a calm gesture. "It's actually quite simple. Granting C-rank, or even A-rank, abilities isn't difficult. But obtaining an A-rank power carries a prohibitive cost." Intrigued despite himself, The mechanical hero leaned forward. Anyone can obtain these abilities? Even an A-rank hero like me? Michael allowed himself a thin smile behind his mask. Yes, anyone. But prepare to pay dearly for top-tier powers. Without further ado, he produced a single blue pill and tossed it to the astonished father. The man caught it mid-air, studying its smooth surface with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Michael's voice remained low and steady. That's your starting point. And with that, he turned away, the night air carrying the promise of even greater power and greater peril for those who dared to seize it. Late that evening, the mechanical hero, Gilbert, stood beside Michael beneath the sparse glow of a street lamp. In his fist, he turned a single blue pill over and over. You're telling me our own heroes have been using these pills for ages? Gilbert's voice rumbled with disbelief. One bite, and your power triples. Michael nodded, his masked face unreadable. They do. I'm not one of the manufacturers, but I'm working with Austin to uncover their source. Gilbert's gaze snapped to his son. Austin, explain yourself. Austin swallowed hard and recounted what he'd seen, how the ice-wielding adventurer used the pills to eliminate rivals, twice, events he'd witnessed firsthand. Gilbert frowned as the pieces fell into place. So Pavel's behind those accidents, Gilbert muttered. He met Michael's eyes. Your mission is clear, find out who makes these pills, and how. Michael inclined his head. Consider it done. I'll also need your help to access the White Zone plan. In return, I can grant you an A-rank ability, one that doubles your strength. Gilbert's jaw tightened. The White Zone, he spat. People die just stepping inside. No one returns alive. Michael slid a ring into view, its surface etched with runes. Activate this, and it collects ability genes, the key ingredient for the elixir. You know those genes come from monster remains. The White Zone is teeming with monsters ripe for harvest. Gilbert's skepticism lingered. Prove the elixir works. Michael spread his arms. In one hand, flame crackled, in the other, a shard of living ice formed. My very existence is proof. But if you doubt the judges, you're free to refuse. Austin, still transformed as a werewolf, snapped at his father, don't get in my way. Let me grow stronger. Gilbert's face darkened, and he cuffed Austin across the head. Quiet, boy. Turning back to Michael, he exhaled and said, I'll do it. I'll bring down the ice adventurer. Michael offered a curt nod. I look forward to our next meeting. With that, he launched skyward on his metal shield and vanished into the night. Later, at the hospital. Valeria shuffled into her room, still in her uniform from the shelter, eyes blinking blearily at the bedside light. Michael stood by the window, silhouetted against the city glow. Michael, she whispered. What are you doing here so late? He crossed the room and slipped an arm around her shoulders. I was looking for you all day, he said, voice warm. I heard the wounded were brought here, so I came straight away. Valeria turned to face him. I'm fine, just a scratch. But my home's gone. I have nowhere to live. Michael's smile was gentle but sudden. Then move in with me. Valeria's eyes went wide, her cheeks flushing. That's too soon, Michael. He stumbled over himself. No, I didn't mean. Before he could explain, she wriggled free and fled to the far corner of the room. Standing by the window, she sighed, sorrow in her eyes. I still miss my family. Michael watched her, heart heavy, realizing he needed to give her time and space if he ever hoped to truly stand by her side. Michael raised an eyebrow, visibly confused, and asked, without even turning toward her, what chicken she was talking about. Valeria, her eyes distant and dreamy, replied that she had nearly died today, but was saved by a mysterious hero in a rooster mask. As she continued to float in her romantic fantasy, Michael's expression soured. His gaze, sharp and displeased, bored into her back. He never imagined he'd feel jealous of his own girlfriend toward himself. Valeria let out a surprised yelp as Michael suddenly swept her into his arms. Ignoring her startled questions about what he was doing, he carried her over and dropped her onto the hospital bed. Slowly, Valeria sat up, visibly flustered, and repeated the question she'd been asking, the one the masked hero had refused to answer. But this time, there was no answer either. Instead, Michael silently approached her, his gaze fixed and intense. As he reached out, Valeria realized what he was about to do and quickly turned away, stammering that this kind of thing couldn't be done in a hospital. But what happened next took her completely by surprise. Michael simply pulled the blanket over her and climbed onto the bed beside her. For several quiet minutes, they just lay there, face to face, eyes locked. Then, without a word, Michael pulled her gently into his arms. "You should fall asleep quickly," he murmured. "Tomorrow, I'll help you move in. It's better if you live with me." Valeria gave a small nod, her lips curling into a hidden smile as she rested her head against his chest. The next day, Michael had to rush to another city. While waiting in line at the airport, he called Valeria. She was at their now shared home, clearly frustrated as she searched for a frying pan. "Try the kitchen cupboard," Michael suggested, phone wedged between his shoulder and cheek. "I've already searched the entire kitchen," she snapped. "I can't even find a grain of rice, let alone a frying pan." At that moment, Michael finally boarded and began placing his luggage in the overhead compartment. "Just take the card I gave you yesterday and buy whatever you need," he told her. But Valeria stubbornly replied, "I'll just wait for you to come back. Besides, I have a surprise for you." Michael smiled, but his fellow passenger gave him a strange look when a soft meowing sound came from the phone. Chuckling awkwardly, Michael said his goodbye. "I'll call as soon as I land." "Animals require a lot of attention," the man beside him commented with a knowing smile. Michael could only laugh lightly in response. A few minutes later, the plane took off. Everything seemed peaceful until something caught Michael's attention, disturbing his calm. Just a few seats ahead of him sat Anna, next to a girl he didn't recognize. Michael was headed to the city of HH to negotiate with the Chamber of Commerce. Never in his wildest thoughts did he expect to end up on the same flight as her. He could only hope she wouldn't recognize him in his plain clothes. Meanwhile, the men seated behind them were openly leering at the girls. As a pretty flight attendant walked by, the girl sitting beside Anna asked politely if she could bring her a towel. The attendant nodded and told her to wait a few minutes. But that was when Anna spotted Michael. Her eyes narrowed, and her voice dripped with irritation. "Why are you staring at us like that?" she snapped, before launching into a barrage of insults aimed at him. Michael remained silent. He didn't want to attract any more attention. Suddenly, the towel that had been requested fell to the floor. The flight attendant bent down to pick it up, only to freeze as she felt the cold barrel of a gun pressed against her back. "Don't kill me," she pleaded, raising her hands in surrender. "Nobody move." "Hands behind your heads," barked the man standing behind her. All around the cabin, other men in identical uniforms stood up, weapons drawn. They barked threats, warning the passengers they'd get a bullet in the forehead if they disobeyed. Michael's eyes shifted. One of the armed men stood just beside him, gun in hand. Michael narrowed his eyes. Judging by the aura and composure of the attackers, he assumed they were mutated monsters, possibly entirely unnatural beings. His scrutinizing gaze didn't go unnoticed. One of the armed men snapped at him, voice sharp with threat, demanding he put his hands behind his head. Michael complied, lifting his hands slowly, but his eyes remained fixed on the man in front of him. He continued to analyze the situation. Judging by their strength and confidence, he estimated the hijackers were at least B rank. Still, hijacking a plane in broad daylight? That was bold, even reckless. He shifted his gaze toward Anna. Transforming into his heroic form in front of the entire cabin, especially with her present, was out of the question. He had to come up with another plan, fast. Meanwhile, the one who appeared to be their leader barked an order at the flight attendant, forcing her at gunpoint to open the cockpit. As soon as the door clicked open, gunshots rang out from within. The sound echoed through the cabin, sending a jolt of alarm through Michael. They had eliminated the crew. The leader, a man named France, stepped forward and placed one of his own men at the controls, reminding him in a stern voice to follow the planned course exactly. Thomas, the hijacker at the controls, nodded in agreement. One of the flight attendants, now kneeling and trembling, looked up through tear-filled eyes. "Where are you taking the plane?" she asked in a shaky voice. France turned toward her, his expression as cold as steel. He raised the gun again and replied flatly, "We're headed to the White Tower, the tallest building in Shush. Everyone else will die." Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A red splash marked the end of her question. Not a flicker of emotion crossed France's face as blood hit his skin. He remained cold and merciless, a picture of ruthlessness. The remaining hijackers continued to watch the passengers with sharp eyes. Oddly, the man sitting beside Michael didn't appear the least bit frightened. In fact, he smiled, completely enamored with Anna. "If this is my last flight, I regret nothing," he whispered, eyes locked on her. "Meeting such a beauty was worth it." Michael, meanwhile, mulled over a growing question: where had these hijackers come from? He muttered the thought aloud, and Anna heard him. One of them said earlier they took the plane to destroy the White Tower, she explained. From how much they hate the 2nd District. I think they're from the 35th. Michael raised an eyebrow. Why do you think that? Anna blinked in surprise. You've never heard the story. Her surprise was met with his blank expression. She sighed and began to explain. When the 50th District was newly formed, people from the 2nd invaded it. They caused chaos and destruction everywhere. The 35th stepped in to defend the peaceful region, and afterward demanded that the government council force the 2nd District to apologize and pay compensation. She paused, then added bitterly, but the arrogant chairman of the 2nd District's parliament rejected it. Michael shook his head. What they did was cruel. But using terrorism won't fix anything. Anna nodded. Only civilians suffer in the end. Their whispering didn't go unnoticed. One of the hijackers, the warden, snapped at them, his voice sharp and threatening. What are you whispering about? Nothing, Anna quickly replied. I'm sorry. We won't do it again. But the man wasn't satisfied. He grabbed her roughly by the wrist and yanked her to her feet. Without warning, he slung her over his shoulder and marched to the front of the plane. Throwing the cabin door open, he shouted back at the passengers. If anyone else wants to say goodbye to life, I'll throw them down with her. Anna began to thrash, struggling to break free. Help me. Somebody. Michael jumped up from his seat. He couldn't sit by any longer. But before he could act, someone else moved faster. A stranger in a green suit appeared, taking down the hijacker with a precise strike. He gently picked Anna up in his arms and reassured her. You're safe now. I'll take you back to your seat. Before the stunned passengers could even process what had just happened, another figure entered the cabin, a blond man who stood tall and offered a crisp salute. Apologies for being late, he said with a smile. Michael recognized him immediately. He was an A-rank hero, Star Cloak. Following close behind was another man with a prominent scar across his forehead and a cigar clenched between his teeth. He too was an A-rank hero, known as Captain Cigar. At the sight of the two heroes, the cabin erupted into cheers. Hope surged through the passengers. With these two present, their lives were no longer in danger. Michael exhaled in relief. He wouldn't need to reveal his identity today. Several of the male hijackers lunged toward Star Cloak in a desperate attack, but the hero didn't even flinch. Calmly, he extended a single hand. In the next instant, something surged through the air at a terrifying speed, sweeping past the hijackers and sending a wave of panic through them. Michael's eyes widened in surprise. The hero's cloak, it wasn't just for show. It was a spiritual weapon, one with sentience and formidable combat power. Moments later, the ringleader, France, rushed out in response to the commotion only to freeze at the sight of the new arrival. By that time, Klaus had already neutralized all of the invaders within the cabin. Turning toward France and the lone subordinate still standing, he coldly declared, "Only you two are left. It'd be smarter to surrender." But instead of backing down, France growled defiantly, shouting that this was far from the end. The next moment, both he and his ally activated a grotesque ability, Fruit Meat Bomb. Their bodies began to bloat like balloons, inflating rapidly. Then, an explosion. The blast rocked the aircraft violently, damaging critical structural elements. The plane lurched, tilted, and began a rapid descent. Passengers screamed, clutching at their seats in desperation. The cabin turned into chaos. Despite the panic, the heroes stayed composed. Ivan shouted with authority, ordering everyone to don their oxygen masks immediately. Then, turning to Klaus, he asked urgently, "Do you have anything, any power, that can help in this situation? Can your cloak lift the plane?" Klaus scoffed, clearly irritated. "You'd need to be at least S rank for that," he replied. "My cloak can carry a few passengers, nothing more." The moment those words left his mouth, the entire cabin erupted. Dozens rushed toward him, pleading to be saved, offering anything in return. Some shouted prices, others screamed promises. Michael, watching it unfold, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the desperation. He sincerely hoped no one tried to negotiate payment right then and there. The cries only grew louder, more frantic. Meanwhile, Ivan approached the girl he had rescued earlier, Anna, and told her to return to her seat and fasten her belt. "Thank you again," she said, still shaken, before hurrying back. When she reached her seat, she was greeted by Sakura, who was visibly relieved to see her. Elsewhere, Klaus removed his cloak and spread it across the floor. "I have a plan," he said confidently, beckoning Ivan. "Come with me." Ivan hesitated. "We can't just leave these people alone. What are you planning to do?" With a tone of veiled annoyance, Klaus responded, "Just trust me. Otherwise, it'll be too late." Left with no better option, Ivan nodded and stepped onto the cloak. Together, the two heroes flew up and exited the plane through the emergency hatch. Michael, witnessing their departure, formulated a quick plan of his own. He didn't need to reveal his identity, not yet. Instead, he could create a clone of himself outside the aircraft. Even with just a fraction of his true power, the clone could still help save the plane. Without wasting another second, he closed his eyes and activated the ability. A dark shadow leaked through the window, and moments later, Rooster, his clone, stood on the other side of the glass, looking back at him. Meanwhile, high above, the two heroes had reached the plane's rooftop. Klaus shouted through the roaring wind, "Use your power! Make a parachute!" Ivan blinked, impressed. "You're smarter than you look," he said. "Didn't even think of that myself." Drawing in a deep breath, Ivan activated his unique ability, cigarette smoke manipulation. He exhaled thick plumes of smoke that separated into 3 distinct trails, each wrapping around the tail and wings of the aircraft. Slowly but surely, the plane began to stabilize. Exhausted, Ivan collapsed onto the surface of the plane. His breathing was heavy and his body sagged with fatigue. "That took everything out of me," he muttered, facing away from his partner. "I've got nothing left." He didn't see the sinister grin spreading across Klaus' face. Silently, Klaus twisted his cloak into the shape of a needle, sharp and deadly. "Thanks for your hard work," he said coldly. Michael's clone, still hovering nearby, saw what happened next, and it left him in shock. With a swift motion, Klaus stabbed Ivan in the back, the sharp edge of his cloak piercing his partner's body. Ivan cried out in pain, clutching at the wound as his blood spilled across the plane's roof. Michael couldn't believe what he was seeing. Klaus' eyes burned with hatred as he stood over his fallen comrade. "Every mission," he spat, "I was the one who got the job done. But you always got the praise. The spotlight. The fans. The sponsors." His voice turned venomous. "Now they won't even look at me." Then, turning his back on Ivan, Klaus gave one final parting word. "If you're such a great hero, then die for the civilians. I'll tell the media Captain Cigar died in a crash, heroically trying to save everyone. Just like a real hero should." He turned away, leaving Ivan bleeding behind him moments away from death. After that, Klaus leapt from the plane. As soon as he vanished from sight, Michael rushed over to the wounded Ivan and immediately began healing him using his power. Ivan, breathing heavily, stopped him. "Don't waste your strength. This wound was caused by a spiritual weapon. It can't be healed." Michael's eyes widened in disbelief. He winced in shock, unable to accept what he was hearing. Still managing to stand, Ivan looked at him with sorrow in his eyes. "I was too naive. I never imagined Klaus hated me so much." His voice cracked. "I have a son. He's waiting for me at home. We were supposed to play football this weekend." Suddenly, Ivan's power, his smoke-based ability, flickered and vanished entirely. The plane jolted again. By this time, Klaus had already returned to the aircraft. The passengers looked at him in confusion as he calmly re-entered the cabin. When someone asked where the other hero had gone, he answered with a sorrowful tone, "Captain Cigar, he gave everything he had to slow the fall. But it wasn't enough. I'm sorry." Then he added that his cloak could only carry a few people. Before anyone could question him, the cloak surged to life, grabbing several girls at once. Among them was Sakura, who screamed as the cloak wrapped tightly around her waist. "I want to stay. I want to be with Anna," she cried out. But Klaus wasn't listening. He had already made his selection, and with that, he left the plane, abandoning everyone else. A sense of crushing despair fell upon the remaining passengers. Back outside, Michael knelt beside Ivan's fading body and extracted what remained of his ability, vowing to avenge him. Then, something caught everyone's attention. Crowds rushed to the windows when they spotted a familiar figure outside, the hero in the rooster mask. It was Michael's clone. Channeling his metal manipulation, he focused on stopping or at least slowing the descent of the aircraft. Each second felt like an eternity. For a moment, nothing happened. The plane kept falling. Then, when only a few kilometers remained between them and the ground, the metal finally responded. The plane froze in mid-air, suspended, as though caught in an invisible hand. Michael gently guided it downward, doing everything he could to land safely. At last, the aircraft touched down. Passengers erupted into joyous cries. They burst from the doors, overwhelmed with relief. Many immediately began scanning the area, trying to find the hero responsible. Anna was the last to exit, stunned that she was still alive. Regaining her composure, she too began searching, looking for Michael. Meanwhile, Klaus, now far from the crash site, returned to the city and brought back reinforcements. Soon, an association helicopter hovered over the area. Inside, a reporter gave a live broadcast, promising to update viewers on the events surrounding the hijacked plane crash. As Klaus landed from his cloak, he wore a look of practiced confusion. He had expected to return to a wreckage filled with corpses, yet everyone had survived. Anna spotted him and ran over, her voice trembling with emotion and fury. "Where are the girls?" she demanded. "The ones you dragged off the plane." The reporter landed nearby and began broadcasting. At the moment, details are unclear, but what matters most is that the plane landed safely. Eyewitnesses claim a hero in a rooster mask appeared just before the crash, someone who could control metal, but both he and Captain Cigar are missing. Klaus listened closely, already forming a story to fit that version of events. When reporters swarmed him with questions, he put on a mournful act. "Captain Cigar, he was my closest partner," he said, covering his face with his hand. At the final moment, he sacrificed himself. Gave everything he had to slow the fall. He died, from exhaustion. He claimed he had only been able to save a few passengers and had immediately called for ambulances. He said he never imagined so many would make it out alive. Then, a voice rang out from above. "Stop your performance." Everyone turned. Michael descended slowly, landing in front of the crowd. In his arms, he carried the lifeless body of Captain Cigar. Gasps broke out from the passengers, the media, and even Klaus, who went pale. Anna ran up to Michael. "Is it true? Were you the one who saved us?" Michael gently laid Ivan's body on the ground. "I just helped a little," he said. "The one you should thank is Captain Cigar." Anna's eyes welled up with tears. She looked at Ivan's body, then whispered, "Did he really die? From using too much power?" But as she gazed down, she noticed something horrifying, a gaping hole in his chest. Her breath caught. Wait, this wasn't from exhaustion. Whispers spread through the crowd. Doubts began to form. Michael turned toward Klaus, eyes blazing, and pointed at him. "What really happened up there?" Klaus' expression darkened. He turned red with rage. I don't know," he snapped. "I have no idea what happened to my partner." Michael let out a heavy sigh. "If that's how it is," he said, "then I'll tell them the truth myself." He stepped forward and addressed the crowd, his voice clear and firm. He told them that he had witnessed everything, how Klaus had lured Captain Cigar out of the plane under the guise of a rescue mission, then forced him to use up his ability until he was weakened, and stabbed him from behind. Gasps rippled through the onlookers. To support his claim, Michael pointed to the hem of Klaus' cloak. There, clearly visible, were bloodstains. "That's Ivan's blood," Michael said coldly. "If you need proof, run a test. It'll all add up." The crowd shifted uncomfortably. Eyes turned to the cloak. And sure enough, the blood was there. Shock spread like wildfire. People struggled to believe it, but the evidence was undeniable. Whispers turned to accusations. Reporters swarmed Klaus, shoving microphones in his face, demanding answers. The mask dropped. Klaus' face twisted with irritation. "This is ridiculous," he growled. "I didn't think some stray dog could ruin everything." His voice cracked, emotions breaking through as he shouted at the crowd. "Why was he always more popular than me?" he snapped, eyes burning with hatred. "I've always matched him, surpassed him even, but all the praise, all the glory, it went to him." "To Ivan?" Michael interrupted coldly. "You know, the people from the 35th region were surprised to see you. Their faces said everything. They felt betrayed." The implication landed like a hammer blow. Michael continued, "You struck a deal with them, didn't you? You sold out this flight." For a moment, Klaus was silent. Then, a low, manic laughter bubbled from his throat. He rose into the air, cloak fluttering wildly behind him. "Yes. That's right," he bellowed. "I'm from the 35th region too." He tore off his cloak, revealing a jagged scar on his chest and a twisted look in his eyes. Thanks to your interference, Michael, the deaths of my brothers were in vain. Suddenly, the ground shook. A massive sand whirlwind burst from the earth, swallowing ambulances, medical crews, and innocent bystanders alike. Screams erupted as people were pulled into the spiraling vortex. As the chaos unfolded, Klaus' past began to surface in his mind, memories he'd long buried. When he was just a child, his mother gave him a tattered cape, one she said all true heroes wore. She died not long after. He had grown up in the 35th region, a land of ruin and ash where sunlight never touched the ground. Life was harsh. Food was scarce. And yet, he had been a happy child, believing this was simply the way the world was. That illusion shattered when he accidentally crossed into the 2nd region. There, he discovered that water could be sweet, that flowers could bloom in every yard, and that the sky was blue. But what truly broke him was the people. When they learned where he was from, they mocked him, beat him, humiliated him. At first, he thought he had done something wrong. But the deeper he dug, the more he realized they were the problem. The elites of the 2nd region hoarded resources, exploited the weak, and laughed as others suffered. That's when his cloak awakened, its spiritual power fueled by rage. He forged documents to stay in the 2nd region, secretly sharing intel with his homeland. He instigated terrorist attacks, then swooped in to play the hero. The public adored him. He rose through the ranks, until Captain Cigar appeared. Suddenly, the spotlight faded. Applause that once echoed for him now belonged to someone else. Jealousy festered. He tried again and again to cause greater destruction, just so he could save more people and reclaim the fame, but Cigar always got there first. Now, his hatred had boiled over. All of you, Captain Cigar, the 2nd region, all these ridiculous rules, you deserve to die. He roared above the whirlwind, taking a step forward. Anna screamed, voice trembling. You're insane, she shouted. You're no different than the usurpers you hate. She turned to Michael, panic in her eyes. What do we do? This lunatic will kill everyone. Michael didn't answer. He stared silently at the monstrous whirlwind, his eyes locked on the weapon behind it all, the cloak. Then he spoke. That cloak. It's a spiritual weapon, entirely fueled by its master's emotions. After all the lives it's claimed, it's now evolved into an S-rank weapon. Anna's face went pale. She immediately summoned her bag, rummaging through it desperately. But after a few seconds, her expression turned to despair. She had nothing that could stand against something that powerful. Anna looked at Michael, her expression full of worry. Can you handle him? She asked quietly. But then, she noticed something, his hand was trembling. You're afraid? She asked in surprise. Michael didn't deny it. Instead, he took a few confident steps forward, eyes locked on the swirling chaos ahead. I'm not afraid, he said. On the contrary. I've been waiting for this fight. He floated into the air and shouted toward Klaus. You said it yourself. You've been secretly killing civilians in District 2 just to vent your frustrations. Klaus tilted his head and laughed, unapologetic. Yes. I killed a lot of them, he said casually. Every fan, every person I've saved, their lives belong to me. I can do whatever I want with them. Michael's expression darkened. To think an A-rank hero with 1 million followers turned out to be a lunatic, going back and forth between destroyer and savior. He raised his voice. When a victim becomes an offender, her motives no longer matter. There's no forgiveness. No pity. Klaus gave a sharp laugh. You talk just like Captain Cigar, he said with a sneer. Fine then. I'll reward you with 100 seconds to run. With that, Klaus began the countdown. But Michael didn't waste a second. He immediately activated his metal control ability. From the spinning vortex, a razor-sharp blade emerged. Then another. And another. Soon 8 blades, double-edged and gleaming, hovered behind his back like metallic wings. At second 15, Klaus peeked open an eye. How patient, he muttered. Now let's see what, but then he paused, confused. Michael was nowhere in sight. Only Anna stood nearby. We're in the center of the sand vortex, he said, narrowing his eyes. Where did he? A voice from above called his name. Klaus looked up. Michael was there, diving toward the cloak. In one clean strike, he slashed the spiritual weapon at its core. Immediately, the sand whirlwind shattered, collapsing like a broken dam. Screams echoed through the air as people began plummeting from the sky. Klaus was stunned. He looked down at his cloak and realized the edges were pinned in place by blades. Michael had pierced it. This was the first time he had used his S-rank ability to restrain a spiritual weapon of the same level, and it was taking everything he had to keep it under control. Turning to Anna, he shouted, "Do something. Save the people." Anna nodded, her voice steady. "You can count on me." She flung open her bag and hurled several small beast eggs into the air. As they fell, they rapidly grew in size, swelling larger and larger. Despite knowing it was necessary, her heart ached. Each egg cost her 30,000 Wi. When they hit the ground, the eggs cracked, releasing a thick, sticky substance that spread into a cushioned layer. The falling people landed on it, their impact softened, their lives spared. Klaus screamed in rage. "They mustn't survive. None of them. I'll kill everyone and get my cloak back." He raised his gun and opened fire on Michael. At first, Michael dodged with ease, but then he noticed something strange. The bullets looped back, chasing him. They were homing rounds. He gritted his teeth, slicing them mid-air to destroy them, but the distraction had cost him. Klaus had taken back the cloak. With a wild cry, Klaus lunged at him, launching a frenzied barrage of strikes. Michael dodged blow after blow, but suddenly, a deep cut slashed across his right arm. He immediately tried to heal, activating his ability, but nothing happened. Then he remembered Captain Cigar's words, "Wounds from spiritual weapons can't be healed." Klaus jumped back, laughing. "That's right. My cloak attacks the mind, it tears into your spiritual core. Healing's useless." Michael narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Then maybe I'll be the one to make better use of it." At that moment, the cloak began to float, drifting up from Klaus' shoulders on its own. Klaus blinked in confusion. The cloak slid its fabric down into the inner pocket of his jacket. A moment later, it pulled out a handful of pills. Michael's heart sank. "If it uses those," he whispered, "it'll become unstoppable." He watched in horror as the cloak, now acting independently, forced the pills into Klaus' mouth, ignoring his resistance. Michael stood frozen, tense, waiting for the outcome. The fact that the spiritual weapon could now move and act on its own deeply troubled him. It meant Klaus was no longer in full control, and the weapon itself had become a greater threat. Then, Klaus' posture straightened. His eyes glowed an eerie blue, and his voice roared out, "This is your fault, Michael. Because of you I had to swallow that disgusting thing again." The cloak ripped off his shoulders, then rapidly grew in size, monstrous and overwhelming, and surged toward Michael like a living storm. Michael found himself trapped. The massive cloak had sealed off every exit, wrapping around him like a dome. There was no sky above him, no light, no direction, only pitch blackness. "Damn it," he muttered, now completely blind inside the spiritual weapon. Suddenly, small points of light began to glow overhead. At first, Michael squinted in confusion. "What are those?" But as they drifted closer, his eyes widened in horror. They were stars, but not ordinary ones. They were sharp, and they were flying toward him. They clung to him, covering him almost up to the neck. In desperation, he grabbed one and tried to throw it off, but the moment it left his hand, it began to glow brighter, then heat up. The other stars followed. That's when it hit him. These aren't stars, they're bombs. A moment later, a massive explosion rocked the inside of the cloak. Outside, Anna stood frozen, eyes wide with panic. Smoke poured from the shrinking cloak, and Klaus let out a cruel laugh. "It's over," he sneered. "Your boyfriend's nothing but ash now." The cloak slowly shrank back to its normal size, thick steam hissing out from underneath it. Anna clutched her mouth in disbelief. But as the smoke cleared, they saw something unbelievable. Standing where Michael had been was an iron statue. He had encased himself in a shell of hardened metal just in time. The statue cracked open, and Michael stepped out, dusting himself off, exhausted but alive. "If I'd waited even a second longer," he muttered, "I'd be dead." From the crowd below, cheers erupted. The people he'd saved earlier were overjoyed to see him alive. Anna smiled, her relief washing over her. Michael reached into his pocket, staring straight at Klaus. "I got a little something from Captain Cigar," he said. He placed a dead man's cigarette between his lips. Klaus' eyes flared with rage. "Don't you dare mention him." Fueled by anger, he lunged at Michael, but Michael raised his hand and calmly activated absorption of stars. Klaus stopped in midair. He couldn't move. Dark liquid began to ooze from his body, and then, his entire form collapsed, transforming into a perfect black sphere. Michael had pulled every trace of metal from his opponent's body. A moment later, Klaus was gone, erased without a trace. The star cloak, now color-shifted, drifted into Michael's hands. He inspected it carefully. The weapon had changed. Its description now read that it could damage mental power, possessed A-rank immunity, and had incredible elasticity. Then, the cloak spoke. "The previous master is gone. You are my new master." It changed shape, folding into the form of a heart. Michael let out a tired sigh. He knew right away, if he didn't grow stronger, this weapon might one day turn on him and consume him entirely. Just then, screams called out from nearby. Civilians were still stuck in the sticky liquid that Anna had spread using the beast eggs. Michael gave her a confused look. She laughed awkwardly. "That was me. I didn't think about how to clean it up." Rising into the sky on a metal platform, Michael called down, "The rescue team will be here soon. You handle the mess." And with that, he left. Hours later, Michael landed in the quiet backyard of Captain Cigar's country home. A young boy, about 6 years old, was kicking a soccer ball around by himself. When the ball rolled to Michael's feet, the child looked up and smiled. "Wanna play?" he asked. Michael knelt beside him and smiled. "I didn't come here to play soccer, but seeing you like this makes me want to." Then he looked the boy in the eyes. "Turn around." The boy obeyed, only to find a tall, cloud-like human figure standing behind him. Excited, the child shouted, "Then let's not wait. Let the game begin." While the boy ran off to play, Michael quietly slipped a pearl of cigarette smoke into his body, the essence of Captain Cigar's ability. "Go ahead," Michael said. "I'll join you soon." And just like that, the boy laughed and ran across the grass, playing with the smoky phantom, completely unaware. Michael left an open pack of cigars on the porch step and disappeared without a sound, fulfilling his promise to his fallen friend. Meanwhile, all the passengers from the hijacked plane had long since been rescued and returned to the city. Anna and Sakura walked side by side, animatedly discussing everything that had happened. Anna exaggerated Michael's heroic moments, mimicking him with flair. Sakura, however, had a different story. Her captors, those who'd taken her during Klaus' rampage, had simply abandoned her group in the desert. If it weren't for a passing helicopter, they might have died out there. After hearing the story, Anna grabbed her by the shoulders. "Then it's fate that we survived. From now on, we have to value our lives more." Sakura nodded in agreement. "But I still have that meeting today," she said, pulling out a sealed envelope. It was an invitation. A few days ago, she explained, this letter arrived at the head office. "It's from the judges' organization. I have to negotiate a deal with them." The letter had come from a high-ranking member of the judges' organization, a mission of great importance. Sakura could hardly believe it. Being chosen for something like this was beyond anything she ever imagined. Excitedly, she spoke of the possibility of seeing the hero in the rooster mask again, the very one who had saved them earlier that day. But just then, a presence appeared behind her. A shadowy figure emerged from nowhere. Anna's eyes widened. She quickly pointed behind her friend. Sakura turned around and froze. A masked stranger loomed over her. Who are you?" she asked cautiously. He said nothing at first. He just looked at her. Then, coldly, he asked, "Why so surprised?" Anna narrowed her eyes, studying him closely. "You look familiar," she said. Then Sakura remembered something. One time, Alexa, the heroine from the 2nd District, mentioned someone in the judges' organization named Snake. He wore a mask like an animal. Nodding slowly, Anna took a few steps forward. "I'm Anna, a friend of the hero in the rooster mask," she said. "The one who just risked his life out there." Still, the masked man said nothing. He just stared at her. Anna sighed, slightly annoyed. Despite being in the same organization, this one, Snake, was icy and distant. Not like the rooster at all. Turning away, she muttered, "Whatever. We were sent by HQ to help transport the goods. But there are no goods in sight." Suddenly, Sakura gasped. Snake had grabbed her wrist and yanked her a few steps back. Anna spun around, irritated. "What are you doing now?" Michael, still hidden under his snake persona, reached for a hanging chain, tugging on it with a wicked grin. "You wanted to know where the goods were, didn't you?" Then, he pulled. And the floor vanished beneath Anna. She let out a startled scream as she fell. Michael crossed his arms, smirking. "She's needed a lesson for a long time." Sakura dropped to her knees in horror, crawling to the edge of the hole. Anna! Anna, are you okay? There was no response. Then suddenly, woo! I'm rich. Anna's voice echoed joyfully. From below. Sakura blinked, stunned. Anna's voice called up again, more composed this time, Sakura. Jump down. You've got to see this. Hesitantly, Sakura lowered herself into the pit, and her jaw dropped. Mountains of jewels. Crates of gold. Treasures beyond imagination. Anna had already climbed inside a box of gold, her eyes glittering like the gems around her. I could stay here forever, she sighed blissfully. Michael finally descended and calmly explained. All of this belongs to the judge's organization. For some reason, they are re-handing it over to the MOPS Chamber of Commerce. Anna playfully pulled out her purse and winked. Don't worry. You can trust us. But then, lowering her voice, she leaned toward Sakura. Why do you think they're giving MOPS so much treasure? Sakura answered thoughtfully. MOPS is the largest business agency around. After the trade, they'll have a foundation of trust. That's crucial for future cooperation. Anna raised an eyebrow. What kind of cooperation? When powerful heroes level up, Sakura explained, they don't just rely on strength. They need high-quality weapons. Anna picked up a gleaming diamond. You mean, they can forge weapons from monster materials? Sakura nodded. Exactly. And if the judge's organization ever needs specialized gear, MOPS will be their supplier. As they talked, faint blue bubbles began to rise from Sakura's body, surrounding her. Suddenly, her expression twisted in pain. Still asleep, she clenched the sheets beneath her, and called out weakly, "Brother," later that evening. Michael returned from his mission. As soon as he stepped off the plane, someone called out his name. Michael! Valeria came running, her voice trembling with emotion. I saw the news. The hijacked plane, when I heard it crashed, I thought I'd never see you again. Michael caught her in a warm embrace. With a soft smile, he whispered, You're exaggerating. Gently, he stroked her hair, comforting her. But as he looked around, he noticed something amusing. All the men passing by were staring, glaring, even burning with jealousy. Valeria took a small step back, a faint blush on her cheeks. Tears welled in Valeria's eyes as she looked up at Michael. The next time something like this happens, promise me you'll at least send a message. I need to know you're okay. Michael nodded gently and pulled her into a reassuring hug. Then, with a calm smile, he led her toward the exit. Let me take you home first, he said. After that, I have to meet my godson. Valeria blinked in surprise. Godson? Michael laughed softly. It's not as serious as it sounds. My friends and I just call each other that. Elsewhere. Austin was drowning his frustration in alcohol, seated between two women who clung to him as he bitterly slammed back another drink. My godfather just used me, he muttered. All to get close to my dad. Now that he's done, I'm nothing. He stared blankly ahead, consumed by bitterness and completely unaware of what was coming. Suddenly, one of the girls beside him collapsed. Austin instantly sobered up, jumping from his seat. What the? Before he could react, ice-cold water was poured over his head. Ag! What the hell? He turned around furiously, only to freeze. Michael stood behind him, arms crossed, expression unreadable. You want to get rid of me? He asked with a mockingly amused tone. Go ahead. I'd love to see you try. Austin went pale. He stumbled backward, hands raised in surrender. No. I wouldn't. I didn't mean it. I swear. Michael chuckled and ruffled Austin's hair like a mischievous older brother. Weren't you just whining about being used? Yeah, Austin muttered, ashamed. Michael shook his head. You've got talent. I wouldn't waste that. Austin's eyes began to tear up again, but this time, from joy. No one's ever believed in me like that. Michael suddenly raised his right hand, joining his thumb and middle finger. Let's fix that, he said, raising his palm toward Austin's face. Flick! A burst of spiritual energy knocked Austin out cold. When Austin opened his eyes, he found himself in a vast shadowy space. A glowing pentagram floated in the air before him. Something instinctive guided him forward. Without hesitation, he placed his palm on the circle. His body moved on its own. He turned around, leaned back into the pentagram, and closed his eyes. The symbol blazed with light. A deep, echoing voice filled his mind. The spiritual contract is complete. When Austin opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the dark. He was standing in the clouds, a bright and boundless realm. Everything felt distant, foreign. Then, Michael's voice rang out behind him. You've now bridged the gap between body and soul. Austin turned, and what he saw made his heart skip a beat. Michael was missing half his body. Only his upper half remained. What happened to you? Austin gasped in horror. Michael waved it off casually. We're in a space shaped by thought. Here, nothing is fixed. You can imagine and create anything using spiritual power. He continued, recently, I gained several spiritual abilities. During my research, I discovered this place, only accessible to those who've entered into a spiritual contract. He pointed to Austin's forehead. You have a gemstone now. Focus on it. Confused, Austin touched his forehead and closed his eyes. As he concentrated, the world behind him began to transform. Floors appeared. Then walls. A massive palace rose around him. His jaw dropped. At the center stood 12 empty thrones. One of them was instantly occupied by Michael. Still stunned, Austin couldn't speak. Michael smiled and beckoned him forward. Come. Finally breaking from his daze, Austin shouted in awe, this place is insane. The judge's organization is way cooler than my dad's company. Michael nodded. This is the Heavenly Palace. It's where we share information. Our future meetings will take place here. Austin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What's my mission? What's my role? Michael pointed to one of the thrones. The rat's seat is vacant. Austin's face lit up with excitement. Without waiting another second, he dashed toward the throne, wham. He smacked face first into an invisible barrier, clutching his nose in pain. After Michael jumped down, he stood behind Austin, his confusion evident. Why did you do this to me? Austin asked, still processing the situation. The hero answered calmly. You were in too much of a hurry. He didn't explain that he had the authority to appoint Austin to the position. Austin furrowed his brow. But you mentioned formal membership earlier, he said, trying to piece things together. Michael sighed, giving a measured response. I only said that the rat position was open. That means you could be a candidate for the job, but it's not guaranteed. This caught Austin off guard. His eyes widened. Does that mean my father is also a candidate for this position? Michael nodded. Gilbert is one of the candidates. The leader of the judges will decide who gets the position. The mention of Gilbert seemed to ignite something within Austin. His face grew red with frustration. You're telling me my father might take this position instead? Michael didn't soften his words. The judges are an organization that puts strength first. If you want to hold a high position, you'll need to prove your capability and power. Austin's shoulders slumped, his disappointment palpable. Sighing deeply, he lowered his head. I understand. I'll do my best and won't waste this chance. He looked up at Michael, determination flashing in his eyes. Please, give me my next assignment. Michael considered for a moment before responding. Gilbert will never give you the ice adventurer, so I want you to figure out how to lure him into a trap. Then, I'll take care of the rest. Austin nodded eagerly. I can do that. But then, a thought crossed his mind, and he hesitated. By the way, if I do become the rat, will I meet Rabbit? Michael froze, his expression utterly dumbfounded. Austin's face turned dreamy. I saw her on TV. She's perfect. If I marry her, my life will be complete. I'm certain of it. Michael's shock was palpable. You want to marry my clone? Austin didn't seem to pick up on Michael's concern, his gaze fixed on a future with Rabbit. Michael, however, was quick to act. He kicked Austin in the back. This is not the time for that. Get your task done first. Later that evening, Michael returned home and sat at the kitchen table, his eyes glued to the TV screen as he waited for Valeria. The news anchor reported something that caught his attention, a financial company from the second region, Knights of the Round Table, had imposed a fine on Alexa, an A-rank heroine known for her swordsmanship. Michael's mind raced. The report was unexpected. A moment later, Valeria entered the room, carrying a plate of chicken. She was dressed in nothing but an apron, her bare feet padding across the floor. Michael couldn't hide his shock. This was the second time he'd seen her in such revealing attire, but now, it left him speechless. Valeria didn't seem to notice his reaction as she placed the chicken down on the table. She looked up and, noticing his silence, asked, "What? Do I look bad?" Michael, still stunned, quickly shook his head. "No. You look great. But why are you dressed like that?" Valeria sat down across from him with a slight blush, explaining, "I told you I was going to surprise you. It's not just the food, though. There's more." The tension between them hung in the air as Valeria nervously handed him a chicken thigh, telling him to eat. Michael took a bite, still lost in thought. Mid-meal, Valeria hesitated before asking, "Have you heard about Alexa?" Michael nodded while chewing. "Yes, I saw the news." "Why?" Valeria looked serious. "I heard from some of the other heroes that Alexa's been secretly colluding with another organization. She disappeared after a massive attack in the second region." Michael frowned. Alexa's reputation had always been impeccable, noble, strong, and beloved. Such rumors didn't make sense. He studied Valeria closely. Why would such rumors start? She's a hero with an excellent reputation. Beautiful, strong. Everything she's done has been for the good of others. Valeria seemed to grow tense. She raised an eyebrow, asking, "Are you concerned about her?" Michael's expression softened. "No. I just think someone with that much charisma has plenty of secrets. I'll look into it tomorrow." Valeria paused, the conversation turning more serious. But then, as if to change the mood, she suddenly put down her chopsticks, stood up, and snapped, "I can never be like Alexa. Maybe if I help more people, you'd notice me." Michael's eyes widened as he moved quickly toward her, grabbing her by the shoulders. He pulled her into an embrace, trying to explain. "I'm investigating this, Valeria. It's not about what you think." But before she could respond, he kissed her. It was soft at first, but soon deepened. Valeria, gasping for air, slowly pulled back, blushing deeply. Michael, his arms still around her, whispered tenderly, "For me, you're perfect." Valeria, still uncertain, looked up at Michael, asking, "What do you mean when you said earlier that it wasn't what I thought?" Michael took a step back but still held her close, trying to explain. "I'm a reporter, Valeria. It's important for me to know all the details about this case." Valeria looked at him, her eyes narrowing as she asked, "Is that really true?" Michael nodded. "All journalists are like that. I'm not interested in Alexa any other way. I only like you." Hearing his words, Valeria's face softened. She hugged him tightly, her voice filled with affection. "You're the best." As Michael held her, his thoughts turned to regret. He mentally apologized to her, promising that sooner or later he would return her ability to her. He felt the weight of his hidden truths pressing down on him. The next morning, Michael began his investigation, knowing he needed Anna's help. She responded more quickly than he expected, sending him a link to the dark web with all the information he needed. Without hesitation, Michael opened the link and was pleasantly surprised by the wealth of information it contained, almost everything about the heroes. He decided to start with Adam, the hero known for his hot and sour noodles. When he clicked the necessary link, a new page appeared, requiring a payment of 100,000. After the payment, Michael was granted access to Adam's personal and battle history, including an analysis of his combat skills. It detailed Adam's most recent battle, where he had gained a new ability and learned to better control his transformation. Michael was impressed by the thoroughness of the dark web information. It even included details about an incident in a park where they had taught an idiot a lesson. Satisfied, he moved on to his next search, the Ice Adventurer. However, when he clicked the link, the page displayed a message that there was no available information on him. Michael suspected that this was a deliberate concealment, but there was no way to know for sure. Next, he searched for Alexa, and this time, he was lucky. After making another payment, he gained access to her personal file. To his surprise, it revealed that Alexa had betrayed the Knights of the Round Table. The incident had begun because of Boxer in a mask, a hero from the Knights. After a series of investigations, it was found that Alexa and the judges' organization had killed Boxer in a mask. Now, she was wanted, with the last known sighting of her at the port of Shi. The revelation that Boxer in a mask was a hero from the Knights left Michael stunned. He couldn't wrap his mind around it. It was clear that this company knew something they weren't revealing. Michael believed that the Saints organization, to which the Boxer belonged, had something to hide. What really disturbed Michael, however, was the last line in Alexa's file. It revealed that she had been in a relationship with Snake, a member of the judges. The implications of this were troubling to him, particularly because of Victoria, who might react angrily if she found out. Additionally, there was information about the judge's organization now being available online, and the personal data of the hero known as the Rooster Mask was up for sale for 30 million. Michael was taken aback by the staggering sum. The idea that Alexa might be persecuted because of him filled him with guilt. He adjusted his glasses nervously, his mind racing as he thought about the consequences of this revelation. Meanwhile, a brewing conflict unfolded in Olympus. The enraged Black Dragon stormed into his father's office, demanding answers. Why did you give the ice adventurer a chance to participate in the White Region case? He's not even your son, the Black Dragon demanded. Gilbert, unfazed, maintained his stern gaze. Do you doubt my decision? He asked, clearly unbothered. The Black Dragon was furious. You promised me that I would be the one working with Explosive Fist, and that we would go to the White Region together to train. What happened? Gilbert sighed and stood up. You're no longer suited for that role. I had to replace you with someone more suitable. The Black Dragon's anger only grew. What changed so suddenly? Is this about Rooster Mask? He threw a sharp glare at his father. Gilbert slammed his fist on the table, shouting, Don't bring Rooster into this. The Black Dragon was momentarily confused, his anger now mixing with uncertainty. He moved closer to his father. Do you realize how dangerous the White Region is? You're doing this for me, but you don't understand what it means. Gilbert placed a hand on his son's shoulder, trying to calm him down. You have no idea how dangerous this area is. I'm doing this for you, but you don't understand. But the Black Dragon wasn't moved. With a single, dismissive gesture, he shrugged off his father's hand and headed for the door, his voice cold as he threw one last remark over his shoulder. You don't take me seriously. As the door slammed shut behind him, Gilbert sighed deeply, a trace of regret in his eyes. He wished his son understood how dangerous the White Region truly was. It wasn't just the monsters, it was far more dangerous than anyone realized. In the corridor, Edgar, still furious, ran into Austin, who was sitting nearby. Edgar paused, noticing him. What were you and Dad arguing about? He whispered. The Black Dragon glared at Austin, his anger still simmering. Our father wants to send Pavel on an operation in the White Region. That's why I'm so furious. Austin was taken aback. He couldn't understand why Gilbert would make such a foolish decision. Everyone knew the White Region was a dangerous place, but it was also known for its lucrative rewards, especially the valuable materials gained from defeating monsters. Edgar stormed past him, his irritation clear. If people find out about this, they'll think Pavel is Gilbert's real son, he muttered under his breath. Austin's mind raced as he tried to make sense of the situation. The fact that Gilbert had made this decision without consulting him was almost unthinkable. Not wasting any more time, Austin rushed to the nearest bathroom. Locking himself in the stall, he concentrated, pressing his palm to his forehead. He needed to communicate with Michael. A few moments later, Austin succeeded in entering the Heavenly Palace. He stumbled forward, face planting onto the floor. Before he could even gather his bearings, he heard Michael's voice. What brings you here at this time? Austin looked up in surprise, quickly scrambling to his feet. I have news for you. My father is sending Pavel to the White Region operation. I'm worried. Something's wrong. Michael's expression turned serious. Gilbert's up to something, isn't he? Austin shrugged, his voice filled with uncertainty. I don't know. But my brother is arguing with him about it. Michael paused, clearly thinking through the situation. He sighed, the weight of the decision heavy on his mind. If we get rid of the ice adventurer, people will become suspicious, especially since he has a close relationship with Gilbert. After a moment of contemplation, Michael suggested, I want you to join the operation. If anything happens in the White Region, it'll seem less strange for you to be involved. Austin, startled by the offer, asked, What will my role be? Michael nodded. Your role is simple. Make sure everything goes according to your father's plan. You and Pavel will take part in the operation, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Austin, now standing at attention, placed his hand on his forehead, declaring with enthusiasm, You can count on me, Godfather. Once the discussion concluded, Michael shifted his focus. He didn't have time to waste. He needed to improve his abilities in preparation for the operation. First, he began enhancing his transformation and cloning abilities to B rank. To do so, he decomposed several abilities into dark matter cubes and then materialized them into 2 pearls of abilities. Filling them with dark energy, Michael worked for a couple of minutes before the transformation was complete. His upgraded abilities now allowed him to change his body size, appearance, voice, and even personality. The cloning ability also gained a new edge, extending the lifespan of his clones to 6 hours. Next, he focused on enhancing his Spirit of the Deep Sea and Fiery Fire abilities to A rank. He also unlocked 2 new abilities, Water Leader, which had several skills like Bloody Rain, River Defense, and Water Steel Spear, and King of Fire, which allowed him to control any territory engulfed in flames. Satisfied with his improvements, Michael knew that these new abilities would be perfect for dealing with the dragon. Meanwhile, at the port, a secret meeting took place. The man, holding a bag full of money, looked at Alexa with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Why would a girl who once bathed in fame and glory decide to get involved in smuggling? He asked. Alexa shot him a dark, irritated look. You shouldn't interfere in other people's business, she said coldly. If you're planning to stay alive, you better keep your mouth shut and pretend you know nothing. The man sighed. For his own safety, he decided it was better not to ask any further questions. I'll keep my silence, he muttered. As Alexa wandered the city late into the night, she couldn't shake the overwhelming sense that her life had drastically changed in such a short time. Just days ago, she was a superhero. Now, she was considered a criminal, hunted by A-rank heroes. Her thoughts turned to the one who had killed Masked Boxer. Maybe they were right. Boxer had been a servant of the Saints organization, and he didn't deserve any forgiveness. Alexa continued her walk, heading toward the park. She couldn't understand why the company wasn't interested in her reasons for killing Boxer, they only seemed focused on capturing her. She assumed she could find Snake in the city, especially since a hero in a rooster mask had been spotted nearby. Suddenly, a voice from behind her echoed in the still night, sending a chill down her spine. You will never escape from me. Before she could react, Alexa swiftly jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding an attack. As she landed, she looked up to see the lifeless body of the man she had just made a deal with, falling to the ground nearby. Horrified, Alexa realized the situation had escalated far beyond her control. If my hunter has come for me, she thought, I won't kill any more innocent people. But before she could gather her thoughts, a shadow moved at terrifying speed, circling around her. A mocking voice spoke. I've come for you. But your allies. They must die. And now, it's your turn to answer for your actions. Alexa unsheathed her sword with a determined motion, swinging it toward the shadows, hoping to catch her elusive attacker. She shouted, if you want to fight, stop hiding. But her hunter, laughing loudly, easily dodged the strike and threw several sharp needles in her direction. His voice rang out coldly, it doesn't matter. My goal is to kill you, Alexa, by any means necessary. The situation escalated too quickly for her to react. The sharp needles pierced her chest, and pain shot through her body, freezing her in place. Alexa couldn't move. She was preparing for death when, out of nowhere, Valeria appeared next to her. Valeria, agitated, asked, is everything all right? When she saw the blood on Alexa's chest, her worry deepened. Alexa, struggling through the pain, weakly urged her to leave immediately. At first, Valeria didn't understand why Alexa would say such a thing, but when she looked up, she saw more needles hurtling toward them. Acting quickly, Valeria threw herself over Alexa, covering her with her body. She screamed, hoping for help. In response, the needles were destroyed just in time, and both Alexa and Valeria looked up in surprise to see who had intervened. Standing before them was Snake, the bounty hunter. He was hiding behind a nearby tree, his eyes fixed on Michael, and he asked, are you really one of the judges who destroyed the Saints organization? Michael, unshaken, countered with a question of his own. Why haven't you run? We know each other. Snake laughed, revealing his intention. I'm curious to see what you're capable of. With that, Snake stepped out from behind the tree and released a powerful stream of energy from his palm. Michael immediately launched a counterattack, but Snake's energy was too strong, and Michael's strike was quickly neutralized. Surprised by the intensity of Snake's power, Michael remained unfazed but kept his guard up. Though Michael tried to shield the girls, several of Snake's rays hit them, tearing their clothes. Alexa, through the pain, managed to spot her old enemy. Stefan, she called out in disbelief. The man grinned, stepping into view. I'm surprised you remember me, he said, his smile as sharp as ever. Alexa, stunned, asked how he had escaped since she had put him behind bars 2 years ago. Stefan's smile didn't falter as he explained, "Someone help me. And now, I'm not the weakling I once was. I'm a user of an S-rank ability." Alexa's grip on her sword tightened despite her pain. "Even if it costs my life, I will send you back to prison," she declared, taking a step forward. Michael stood aside, watching the confrontation carefully. He knew that if Stefan's abilities were truly at such a high level, the battle could endanger Valeria. His only option was to scare Stefan off. With determination, Michael spoke to Stefan, "You may be strong, but you didn't come here alone. Rooster, an S-rank hero and one of the judges, will be here soon. It won't be hard for him to handle someone like you." Stefan laughed, confident in his power. "Then I'll just have to kill you first, before anyone else arrives." Michael summoned an electric ball in his palm, preparing to strike. But Alexa, realizing the danger, turned to Valeria and shouted, "Run! You need to get away quickly. The snake won't be able to stop him alone." Valeria, undeterred, pulled out her phone and began dialing. "I'm not going to leave you to your fate. I'll call for reinforcements from the Hero Association." Stefan, hearing her words, took a leap onto a nearby lamppost. "This time, you have the advantage. But don't think I'm done with you. One day, I will return for your lives." With those final words, Stefan vanished into the night. Valeria exhaled a sigh of relief, glad they had managed to scare him off. But Michael, watching her carefully, asked, "Did you really call the association?" Valeria shook her head. "No, I just said that to scare him. Especially since Alexa is wanted. Bringing in the association would only complicate things." Finally, Alexa cleared her throat, catching Michael's attention. She had one question that weighed on her mind. "I need to know about the judges' organization," she said. Michael held his palm out in front of him, interrupting her. "First, focus on recovering. I'll visit you when the time comes." After Stefan's departure, Valeria turned to Alexa, noting the emptiness of the space where the bounty hunter had just been. She couldn't help but remark that powerful heroes always seem to vanish without a trace. Shifting her focus, Valeria asked if Alexa needed to be taken to the hospital before the poison from the needle spread too far. Alexa, shaking her head, firmly rejected the idea. "It's too dangerous there," she explained. "You need to get out of here and find a secluded place where I can heal." When Valeria suggested going to her house, Alexa's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected such kindness from someone she barely knew. "Are you sure about this?" Alexa asked, still unsure of Valeria's offer. At that moment, Michael entered the park and immediately noticed Alexa standing there. Surprised, he asked, "What are you doing here, Alexa? A famous heroine like you, in this place?" Alexa hesitated, glancing at Valeria, who quickly responded, "She's my boyfriend. We went jogging earlier, and she needed to use the restroom." Valeria then briefed Michael on the situation, how she had found Alexa in danger and offered her a place at their house. She hoped Michael would support her decision. Michael, ever calm and collected, nodded approvingly. "In that case, I'll carry her," he said, his smile reassuring. With no objections raised, they set off towards Michael's house. As they walked, Alexa shared her story with Valeria and Michael, explaining everything that had happened since she had been branded a criminal. Valeria smiled gently. "Fate must have brought us together today," she said. Alexa, exhausted and emotional, closed her eyes and quietly thanked them. After all, she was a wanted criminal, and they had no reason to help her. But Valeria reassured her. "The Alexa I know always sacrifices herself to help others. You were the one who helped the children in Shu, so Michael and I don't think of you as a bad person." Tears welled up in Alexa's eyes. She finally admitted, "I didn't kill the masked boxer, nor am I working with the mysterious judges' organization." Michael, ever perceptive, said, "I heard the masked boxer had ties to the saints in Shay. Even if you did kill him, it would probably have been for the best." Alexa shook her head, still troubled. "It doesn't matter how he died. The real issue is that someone is using his death to frame me. But there's more to this than just getting rid of me." She fell silent, contemplating whether to voice her theory. But before she could speak, Michael filled in the gap, suggesting, "It's a good chance to expose the judges' organization and make them public enemies number one." This revelation shocked Alexa. She asked in surprise, "Why would you think that?" Michael explained, "The rumors and news stories not only point to you but also suggest you're collaborating with the judges." Valeria spoke up at this point, offering her insight. "It won't be easy to take them down. The The judges have a strong reputation, especially since Rooster has saved people on multiple occasions. And now Snake has helped us. Alexa responded gravely. Recently, heroes from all regions have become afraid of the judges. Some even say they want to take control of all 53 regions, if not the entire world. This assumption greatly shocked Michael. He couldn't fathom how such wild rumors had spread. Alexa continued, explaining, "It's these rumors that made me realize that people from all over the world are hunting me down. And based on the bounty on my head, there will be many who will want to claim it." Valeria asked, "How did this happen?" Alexa explained, "In a country like ours, divided into so many regions, the distribution of heroes and their powers must be balanced. If one region gains too much power, it could dominate the others. So, the Hero Association often rotates its heroes to different regions. Some even call it a vacation." Michael, hearing this, recalled Senior from the recent rat attack incident. She had mentioned just returning from a vacation. This new piece of information made Michael realize that Senior's long absence and her words about vacation now made perfect sense. Alexa interrupted Michael's thoughts, explaining the increasing power of the judges' organization. She revealed that the most powerful member, Rooster, had gained immense power suddenly and uncontrollably. Because of this, the judges had become a powerful force, exerting pressure on other heroes from different regions. Someone, she suspected, was trying to use this situation to gather all superheroes together and eliminate the judges. Michael, still trying to process all this information, asked, "Can people really spread so much hatred through rumors alone?" Valeria, who had been listening intently, responded firmly, "The power of rumors should never be underestimated." Michael frowned, realizing that the Blue Pills organization, which was known for manipulating people's consciousness, might be involved. With each passing day, Michael felt more questions piling up, with far too few answers. On top of this, he hadn't figured out what the mysterious blue light surrounding his sister was, gradually draining her energy. He glanced over at Alexa, deciding to ask her, "Why did you come to the city?" Alexa's answer left him stunned. She admitted that she had come to find out more and to assist the judges. When Michael questioned her sudden willingness to help them, Alexa's cheeks flushed pink. She explained that she knew Snake, one of the judges, and that they had been through many hardships together. Because he had saved her, she believed in him completely, and now she wanted to understand the true motives of the judges' organization. Meanwhile, the MOPS Chamber of Commerce was making its own moves. In their main office's storage facility, Anna carefully helped her boss, Carr, settle into his chair. The man expressed his excitement over the possibility of a powerful organization like the judges joining the Four Great Seas, which would greatly strengthen their position. Anna, ever the strategist, proposed a plan to gain Rooster's favor. Though she had close ties to him, she had never been directly offered to join the judges. She suggested that perhaps they could bribe him with treasures. Sakura, standing behind Anna, agreed, calling Anna a genius for thinking of this. Nikolai, in a satisfied tone, instructed Anna to organize a monster weapon exhibition and invite Rooster. It would be the perfect opportunity to gift him an S-rank weapon. Anna, excited, expressed her confidence that her grandfather would support the plan, though Sakura was less thrilled at the prospect of parting with such a valuable weapon. The next morning, Valeria woke up early, preparing a delicious breakfast for everyone. Michael, roused by the enticing smell, entered the kitchen and hugged her from behind. Valeria, though, mentioned that she had received an emergency assignment and wouldn't be able to have breakfast with them. She kissed Michael on the cheek and told him she would go to the meeting place on her own. She urged him to wash up and enjoy the breakfast, as she had worked hard on it. Alexa, now fully recovered and led by the delicious smells, came downstairs. As she changed quickly, Valeria gathered her things and headed for the door, telling Alexa that she could stay until she recovered fully. Michael and Alexa sat down for breakfast, and Alexa, feeling deeply grateful for their care, expressed her thanks. However, she mentioned that she would soon need to leave. Michael, concerned, replied that it wasn't safe for her to go anywhere in her condition, especially since everyone outside seemed to be after her. Alexa smiled mysteriously and assured him that she still had important tasks to complete, despite the danger. Her wounds had nearly healed, and she didn't need to worry about her. As Michael chewed on a bun, he realized that Alexa's rapid recovery was likely due to the treatment he had given her the previous night. However, he never intended for her to leave so soon, especially not to face whatever danger still awaited her. Before he could voice his concerns, Alexa was gone, leaving only the empty space where she had been moments before. The moment Alexa left the house, Michael felt a sense of unease, but there was no time to dwell on it. A few hours later, he decided to use his transformation ability to head to one of the quiet, empty beaches to practice his newly acquired dragon abilities. Activating his water control power, Michael summoned a massive wave beneath him and, without hesitation, rode it out into the open sea. As he leisurely glided further from shore, he noticed a ship approaching. Michael paid little attention, not moving out of its way, until he recognized two familiar figures on board. However, they were completely oblivious to his presence, continuing to enjoy themselves with conversation and dancing. Sakura and Anna were both aboard the ship. Without missing a beat, Sakura stepped forward, her hands on her hips, and called out with irritation to the group standing opposite them. She bluntly told them that they weren't welcome there. A mischievous grin appeared on Jacob's face as he sarcastically replied that without the support of their organization, the Florence family would never have been able to acquire an S-rank weapon. Anna, visibly annoyed, shot back, commenting that Jacob had never stopped being a little dog chasing after her, and now, all of a sudden, he thought he was strong enough to bark at her. As she casually twisted a lock of her hair around her finger, Jacob admitted that for years, he had hated her family for their impulsive decisions. Even if he was just a dog, he believed he could surpass Anna this time. At that moment, Sakura stepped up, moving protectively in front of Anna. She warned Jacob not to embarrass himself by wasting their time. The cocky comment only made Jacob laugh, and he gave the order to his subordinates to tear Sakura's clothes off. His twisted excitement was clear. He couldn't wait to see what the second most beautiful girl in the 4CS looked like. As Jacob's subordinates began to approach the two girls, intending to carry out his orders, Michael, still seated on his wave, suddenly spoke up, asking if anyone knew the direction to the city of L. Upon hearing him, Anna immediately brightened, recognizing him as one of Rooster's associates. With a confident smirk, Michael introduced himself as Dragon, one of the members of the judges' organization. The other people on the ship grew intrigued, curious to see what he was capable of. Sakura, not missing a beat, dashed over to the ship's side and asked if Dragon could help them escape. Michael barely glanced at her and, with a wave of his hand, told her to shut up, firmly stating that he couldn't do that. He then turned his gaze to Jacob's subordinates and coldly offered to help eliminate the obstacle in front of them. Jacob's face twisted with anger, his voice dripping with disbelief as he asked how someone like Dragon dared to provoke the Love Organization. Without another word, his subordinate, Wilson, charged at Michael, launching several bolts of dark energy in his direction. Remaining completely relaxed, Michael activated his river defense ability. Water droplets surged upwards rapidly, forming a shield around him. As everyone watched in awe, the figure of the water protector manifested behind him, effortlessly deflecting Wilson's attack. With a mocking voice, Michael commented that he had expected more from them, but now, it was his turn. The water protector's enormous fist reached out, grabbing Wilson's sword and rendering the boy immobile. A sharp water needle shot through the air, narrowly missing Wilson's shoulder and tearing his clothes. The protector then released him, and Wilson fell into the sea, realizing the vast gap in their strength. Determining that the odds were against them, Jacob's second subordinate, a fiery individual, charged forward. As he swung his staff, multiple fiery clumps shot from it, transforming into several fire dragons aimed directly at Michael. With a mocking tone, Michael casually told his opponent to calm down, assuring him that he could use more than just water. Immediately after speaking, he stood up, deciding to activate his Lord of Fire ability. This would allow him to easily suppress the flames created by Jacob's subordinate, whose powers were lower in rank than his. As the fire dragons charged toward him, Michael extended his palm and redirected them, shouting that he would now show Wilson what it felt like to be pursued by a fire dragon. In a panic, Wilson began to flee, shouting for the others to run, warning them that this guy had two abilities and they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. The onlookers, however, were transfixed by the spectacle, filming the extraordinary battle between the newly emerged hero and the judges' organization. Even Sakura couldn't help but admire Michael, keeping her gaze fixed on him as he landed on the side of the ship next to her. He scanned the scene, disappointed that Jacob and his lackeys had given up so easily. The blonde boy had been shouting, saying he wanted to beat him to death, but Michael wasn't bothered. Before Sakura could speak, Anna, her voice brimming with hope, approached Michael and eagerly asked if he would help them find Rooster since they were from the same organization. She explained that she wanted to invite him to an auction that the MOPS Chamber of Commerce was organizing. After a moment's contemplation, Michael replied that he had a way to help them contact Rooster and invite him personally. Anna, surprised, asked how he would do that. In response, Michael created 2 glowing crystals in his hand, explaining that if they signed a spiritual contract, the girls would become official representatives of the judges' organization. Overjoyed, Anna's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed that she never would have imagined that becoming a representative of such a prestigious organization could be so easy. Michael shook his head and folded his arms, clarifying that he had only come here on Rooster's orders. He hoped the girls could assist with their organization's goods. Michael was well aware that, without the support of the Florence family and the Chamber of Commerce, he wouldn't be able to explore the 4 seas or obtain valuable materials. Without hesitation, Anna agreed, and after a brief pause, Sakura also accepted. Once they had given their consent, Michael placed the crystals on their foreheads and completed the spiritual contract. A few hours later, the news programs were buzzing about the new member of the judges, Dragon, and the stunning fight he had just participated in. The footage of the battle was spreading like wildfire, and this was what distracted Edgar from his intense training. Upon hearing about Dragon, he immediately dropped the 40 kilograms weight he had been lifting and rushed out of the gym. By nightfall, most of the invited guests had arrived at the lavish Florence mansion, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Rooster, the special guest of the evening. When Michael finally arrived, he was greeted by admiring glances, and whispers filled the air as everyone took notice of the hero. At the entrance, Ivan and his granddaughters greeted Michael warmly. Ivan, who had heard much about Dragon, was pleased to meet him in person and expressed his respect for such a renowned hero. Michael, offering a nod, placed his clenched fist to his chest and replied that it was an honor to meet the head of the Florence family. As Ivan looked toward the guests, he good-naturedly told them to take their seats as the auction was about to begin. Before he could finish his sentence, Jacob barged in, interrupting with a sly grin. He demanded to know why the auction was in such a rush, as not all the high-ranking guests had arrived yet. Michael grimaced under his mask. The last thing he wanted was to run into Jacob again, especially with his annoying attitude. As puzzled looks were directed at him, Michael pulled a folded piece of paper from his jacket pocket and revealed that he, too, had an invitation. He suggested they should be a bit more welcoming to their guest. Anna, irked by his attitude, immediately confronted him, accusing him of having ulterior motives since no one usually brought their own weapons to such events. Michael, leaning in close, whispered that he had realized Florence family's situation was even worse than he initially thought. Their eagerness to find powerful allies was telling, and he quickly turned to the crowd, boldly declaring that Florence's weapons had always been renowned for their strength, but the price was equally steep. Considering the recent events, he had brought his own monster weapons to try them out, and there was no issue with doing so. Sakura was about to step forward and put Jacob in his place, but Ivan, calm and measured, stopped her. He said it would be interesting to watch the unfolding drama. Jacob was visibly frustrated, his sword having failed to leave even a scratch on the shield that stood before him. He swung his blade again with all his might, but to no avail. The shield remained intact, while his weapon was left with deep cracks, eventually breaking apart. The audience erupted in taunts, mocking the fact that a member of the Rook family had brought such a poor weapon to the auction, ruining the evening's proceedings. Anna couldn't believe her eyes. She asked Michael, without taking her gaze off the stage, if he had known in advance that the sword wouldn't be able to destroy the shield. Michael simply chuckled behind his mask, thinking back to how he had stolen the ability from the sword without anyone noticing. Before the auction started, he had touched the weapon, quietly absorbing its abilities. Jacob, utterly confused, clutched his head in frustration as Will, one of his subordinates, approached him. Will remembered how Rooster had touched every weapon before the auction, and it became clear to him that the weapons had lost their power only after Rooster's touch. Anna, now furious, snapped at Will, shouting that they shouldn't be blaming others for their incompetence. A weapon that could be destroyed by just one touch could not possibly be an S-rank weapon. Will smirked, replying that Rooster himself was a man of S-rank abilities and suggested that he might be capable of altering the internal structure of objects he touched. This revelation sparked another round of discussion among the guests. The logic seemed sound. Rooster had touched every weapon before the auction, and if there was any deceit involved, the Florence family might be working in cahoots with him. Determined to prove his point, Jacob looked at Michael and suggested they settle the matter by testing another weapon. Michael nodded, agreeing to the idea of a check. Jacob immediately donned his helmet and picked up a magical horn, blowing into it. The sound waves emanated from the horn, golden and vibrating through the air. As he aimed it at the guests, they instinctively covered their ears, feeling the intensity of the vibrations that almost caused their heads to split apart. Once he confirmed that the horn was functional, Jacob removed his mask, his face reflecting real confusion. The attack and defense capabilities of the horn were indeed at the S-rank level, which directly contradicted the theory that Michael had somehow caused the destruction of his sword. Anna, seething with anger, approached Jacob and shouted that she had had enough. She accused him of treating them cruelly, slandering their clients, and even daring to accuse Rooster and the Florence family of lying. Jacob had no retort to her accusations, so Will stepped forward and remarked that there was likely a traitor within the Florence family who knew exactly what was going on. Without saying another word, Jacob, flanked by his subordinates, left the hall. As they walked out, Michael mentally rejoiced, knowing that Jacob had failed to stop him before he could remove the dark energy from another magical weapon. Michael had been intrigued by the mask Jacob wore, and he had been planning to absorb its unique ability. But just then, a question about Michael's aunt was asked, and he decided it was time to leave the matter there, returning to the guests. Sakura approached him, surprised, and asked if he had foreseen this outcome from the start. Before Michael could answer, Ivan walked over and said that he was also curious to know how Michael had managed to deal with the sword. He suggested they continue their conversation in the VIP room. Meanwhile, Alexa wandered through the deserted streets of the city, unaware of the danger closing in on her. She felt eyes on her and looked up to find mercenaries from the Five Elements watching from the rooftops. One of them, sitting casually on a tree branch, twirled her red curls around her finger and asked with a smile if Alexa's parents had taught her not to walk alone in the dark. Alexa, clearly irritated, shot back that her parents hadn't, and the stranger would be the first to learn why. Hugh, one of the mercenaries, clenched his fist, the knuckle duster gleaming ominously. He coldly declared that tonight would be Alexa's last, as she would never be able to handle all five of them at once. Later, Michael, accompanied by Ivan, Sakura, and Anna, moved to the reception room. Ivan was the first to speak, stating that there were no prying eyes here, and he hoped Michael would clear up any doubts they had. Michael nodded and began explaining. He said that both monsters and heroes carried ability genes within their bodies. One day, he realized that even weapons made from monsters contained these genes. Anna asked, now understanding the concept, if these ability genes were similar to the energy used in alchemy. Ivan was eager for more details and asked how Michael was able to extract and utilize this energy. Michael explained that he didn't exactly extract the ability, he collected it. He showed them a ring on his palm, revealing that it was an absorbing star ring. This ring allowed him to absorb the abilities of other creatures and objects. Anna was taken aback and asked if Michael could truly absorb all ability genes with just one ring. Ivan took a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking. Standing up from his seat, he mentioned that he, too, had made achievements in the field of alchemy but had never heard of collecting ability genes. He then handed Michael a drank wolf brush, an item known for its healing properties, and asked if Michael could demonstrate how he absorbed the ability genes from it. Michael nodded and took the brush in his hands. A few moments later, he handed the brush back to Ivan, who was shocked to discover that all the energy in the brush had completely disappeared. Sakura, watching from the side, couldn't help but ask how Michael was using the genes he had absorbed. Michael smiled beneath his mask, clearly anticipating this question. He had been waiting for the right moment to share this information. He explained that special elixirs could be created using ability genes, which would greatly enhance the fighting capabilities of those who consumed them. This was also how all members of the judges' organization had 2 or more abilities. Anna, clearly excited by this revelation, eagerly asked if these ability genes could be used to create equipment. She went on to mention that it could potentially lead to the creation of the 7 mythical S-rank weapons, which until now had only existed in theory. However, Michael shook his head, expressing his regret that it was not possible. Despite his desire to disappoint her, he explained that the creation of such weapons remained out of reach. Looking at Ivan, who stood in front of him, Michael finally asked a question he had been wanting to ask for a long time. Ivan, with a smile, encouraged Michael to ask whatever was on his mind. Michael explained that he knew weapons were often crafted from parts of monsters, but he was puzzled as to why a small part of the monster's genes could only account for 30% of the total mass. Ivan was happy to explain, diving into alchemy. He said that when a monster died, a phenomenon known as an energy beam occurred. All of the monster's energy would concentrate in a specific place, and it was from this charged area that they extracted the energy. Special techniques, combined with an alchemical matrix, were then used to turn this energy into a weapon. As Ivan walked to the far corner of the room, he offered to demonstrate his accumulated alchemy experience for Michael if he was interested. Michael, clearly intrigued by the offer, followed him. Meanwhile, a drone had been recording the skirmish between Alexa and the Five Elements. The TV presenter explained that about 10 heroes had gathered on one of the city streets. Hugh, noticing the drone, frowned in confusion, unsure why it was focusing on them. But before he could figure out what was happening, a black dragon appeared, accompanied by the lazy swordsman and the explosive fist heroine. The black dragon, enraged, demanded to know how anyone dared to interfere with his precious prey. Hugh calmly explained that it was the Five Elements who had found Alexa first and that it wouldn't be fair for them to simply take her away. Edgar, the black dragon, was unfazed. His body was covered in dark flames as a sinister smile curled on his lips. He announced that Alexa was a traitor, and so were the Five Elements from the Hero Association. He wouldn't let any of them escape alive. Without warning, Edgar vanished and reappeared in front of Hugh, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. The TV presenter, watching the scene unfold through the drone, remarked that the black dragon could easily defeat the golden claw tiger with such power, making the chances of his opponents escaping nearly impossible. The spectators cheered, excited to see how this skirmish would play out. Meanwhile, the Five Elements decided to strike first. 3 of them attacked Edgar simultaneously from different sides, activating their abilities. But the black dragon effortlessly dealt with them, overpowering them without breaking a sweat. As Hugh attempted to attack Edgar from behind, taking advantage of the moment, Edgar simply threw him over his shoulder, knocking him out cold. Cassandra, one of the members of the Five Elements, stood by, terrified and too afraid to engage with such a powerful enemy. Realizing she had no chance, she turned to run. Edgar, however, wasn't about to let any of the traitors escape. In a flash, he was on her, piercing her chest with his claw. With a sadistic smile, he muttered that he never let go of his prey. After dealing with the Five Elements, Edgar turned his attention to Alexa, who was still standing there. He declared that it was now her turn. Meanwhile, Oscar and Amelia, watching the scene unfold through a TV screen, seemed confident that Edgar would emerge victorious. Amelia reassured Oscar, telling him not to worry about his brother, since Alexa wasn't in the best shape and the Black Dragon's victory was practically guaranteed. However, Oscar wasn't worried about his brother's victory. He had been consumed by something entirely different, something far more important than the outcome of the fight. As Oscar stood silently, watching Amelia, her observation wasn't lost on him. While he had claimed not to be worried about his brother, Amelia noticed a different story on his face. There was a deep concern he couldn't mask. Oscar turned abruptly and left the room, asking Amelia to monitor the broadcast. He mentioned he needed to visit the restroom. Once alone, Oscar locked himself in the booth. It was there that he used a spiritual contract to transport himself to the judge's secret meeting place. Upon his arrival, he immediately approached Michael, commenting on how Edgar, the Black Dragon, was being ruthless, targeting the seal swordswoman, Alexa, with intent to kill. Then, with curiosity in his voice, Oscar conspiratorially asked if Alexa was actually a member of the judges. The internet was buzzing with rumors, and one even suggested that she was connected to the snake, the infamous figure from the judges. Michael, ever the calm presence, assured Oscar not to believe such stupid rumors. The snake, he said, was far too old for any sort of relationship, throwing doubt on the idea that Alexa and the snake were romantically involved. However, Oscar frowned, trying to piece together the connection. If there wasn't a relationship, the only theory that made sense to him was that Alexa might actually be the illegitimate daughter of the snake. Shaking his head, Oscar decided it was better not to press further on the matter. He understood that, as a secret, it was something he shouldn't pry into. It would only cause unnecessary complications for his godfather. Just as he was lost in thought, Michael interrupted, informing him that reinforcements would be sent to the scene. Oscar, relieved by the news, made to leave. As he exited, he casually remarked that he would closely monitor the broadcast and report immediately if anything unexpected happened. Once Oscar disappeared, Michael materialized pearls in his palms, his mind set on enhancing Edgar's abilities. He decided to bestow upon the Black Dragon Earth Control and Wind Control, enhancing both abilities to S rank. After creating a clone to absorb the enhanced abilities, Michael sent the Black Dragon to assist Alexa. Meanwhile, on the street, Edgar slowly closed in on Alexa, his dark flame-covered body radiating an ominous aura. He took his time, offering the girl a twisted opportunity. He proposed that she call for help, summoning the hero in the rooster mask, before he ended her life. He claimed that he wasn't eager to kill her, since they had once been on good terms when it came to studying. Alexa, however, wasn't about to give him the satisfaction. With a frown, she refused, telling him that if he wanted to fight, she was ready. Edgar didn't need any more encouragement. He leapt at her, declaring that she should show him everything she was capable of. The battle began in earnest as Edgar launched himself at Alexa. She barely managed to step back as his sharp claws swiped through the air, just missing her by a hair's breadth. Alexa, gathering her strength, concentrated her power into her sword. As Edgar landed on the ground, he turned, sensing something was wrong. Before he could react, Alexa's sword pierced his body with a clean strike. The black dragon cried out in pain, but he was quick to overcome it. With a sharp twist, he retaliated, charging forward to strike again. But Alexa was quick on her feet. She managed to jump back just in time, covering herself with her sword to shield from the cutting airwave created by Edgar's attack. Though the battle was taking a toll on Alexa, she survived, barely. Unfortunately, the drone capturing the fight wasn't so lucky. It sustained significant damage and crashed to the ground, causing the TV presenter to announce that the feed was lost. Despite the technical difficulties, the presenter assured everyone that reporters would soon be arriving to continue the broadcast, urging the viewers to remain calm. Meanwhile, the battle continued unabated. Alexa and Edgar fought fiercely, their blows echoing through the streets. Edgar, seething with rage, told Alexa that if she didn't call for the rooster, she would die. But Alexa, with determination in her eyes, refused to ask for anyone's help. Frustrated, Edgar pressed on with his attacks, each blow growing more vicious, hoping to break her resolve. But as Edgar prepared for another full-on assault, Alexa raised her sword high, summoning a protective dome. Edgar's fist crashed into the golden shield, leaving deep cracks in its surface. Still, Alexa held her ground, though it was clear that with each passing moment, the shield's resilience was wearing thin. Minutes later, Valeria arrived at the scene, accompanied by a drone. She reported that Edgar and Alexa were still locked in battle, with Edgar having broken through Alexa's shield. The black dragon approached the girl, grabbed her by the throat, and lifted her off the ground, squeezing with increasing force. He offered her one last chance, call the rooster, and he would let her go. Alexa, with defiance burning in her eyes, shouted that she would never call for help. The battle had reached its climax, and there was no turning back now. Edgar, irritated by Alexa's stubbornness, showed no mercy. With a swift motion, he threw her violently into a nearby wall, the force of the impact causing her body to crumple to the ground. The TV presenter voiced his concern, noting that after such a devastating attack, it seemed impossible for Alexa to get up again. Despite the damage, Edgar was not finished. He approached the fallen swordswoman with rapid steps, determined to finish what he had started. As he moved forward, the lazy swordsman and explosive fist stepped in to stop him. The swordsman warned Edgar that if he continued this way, he would leave Alexa crippled for life. Irritated, Edgar frowned, questioning why they were protecting a traitor. His words were met with a sharp rebuttal. Suddenly, Alexa defied expectations. With great effort, she slowly rose to her feet, her body shaking with pain, but her eyes burning with defiance. She made it clear she was still capable of fighting, despite her injuries. Her voice carried a challenge, showing no trace of fear. Valeria, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but admire Alexa's resilience. She acknowledged the swordswoman's steadfastness, recalling how Alexa had sacrificed herself once before to protect the citizens. There was no denying her determination and courage. Without taking his eyes off Alexa, Edgar growled that since she was so determined to continue, he would not stop. He prepared to attack, but just as he was about to strike, something unexpected happened. A massive column of water appeared out of nowhere, completely engulfing Edgar's raised fist, freezing him in place. Confused and struggling to move, Edgar looked up and saw a giant water guardian looming above him. The water giant's other hand gently reached down and carefully lifted Alexa, pulling her out of harm's way. Surprise flashed across Alexa's face. She gazed at the dragon in front of her, still in disbelief. The water guardian spoke, apologizing to Alexa for the lateness of their arrival, revealing that they were part of the same organization. This moment confirmed the suspicions of the onlookers. Alexa was indeed a traitor, aligning herself with the judges, and the rumors surrounding her were true. Still processing the shock of the situation, Alexa swallowed her fear and hesitantly asked why the water guardian referred to her as a member of their organization. In response, the dragon calmly explained that if Alexa wanted to stay alive, she had no choice but to join them. His words filled her with doubt and fear, but at that moment, she understood that her options were severely limited. If she wanted to survive, aligning herself with the judges might be her only chance. Before Alexa could fully process the situation, the hero, the rooster mask, appeared. He jumped down to join the scene, approaching the black dragon. With a teasing smile, he asked what had happened to the black dragon and why he wasn't worried about Alexa. The black dragon ignored the question, instead asking why the rooster had shown up and not the rooster's expected backup. Mocking, the dragon placed his palms together and said that if Edgar was worried about his opponent being too weak, he needn't worry. Even if Edgar miraculously defeated him, there were many others much stronger who would be coming for him. The dragon hinted that the black dragon's problems were far from over. In the next moment, two massive palms formed entirely of water surged from both sides, rushing toward Edgar with terrifying speed. Caught off guard, he barely managed to extend his arms outward in a desperate attempt to brace against the incoming attack. Nearby, the dragon watched with calm interest. A faint blue glow surrounded his clenched fist as he murmured, "The next move will be more interesting." Suddenly, the walls of water compressing Edgar began to rise, lifting upward with unnatural force. His eyes widened in horror as a gigantic water palm formed above him, poised to strike from above. The black dragon realized he wouldn't be able to escape in time. A second later, the massive palm crashed to the ground with explosive force, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that swallowed the scene. Meanwhile, Michael had finally exited the Florence family mansion. After putting some distance between himself and the entrance, he paused and scanned the area cautiously. Assured that no one was watching, he slipped behind a large tree with a thick trunk. From his pocket, he retrieved an old, weathered notebook, an item given to him by Ivan, who claimed it contained the life experiences of a respected alchemist. Michael quickly skimmed through the pages when, suddenly, a soft white glow began to emanate from one of them. Startled, he immediately shut the notebook. A voice behind him remarked that if he found it interesting, he could borrow it for a while. Michael agreed, noting that the contents were indeed valuable. Opening the notebook once more, he noticed a hidden entry, one that could only be seen by individuals with at least third-rank spiritual power. He was certain Ivan had never discovered this passage, otherwise, he would not have parted with the diary so easily. After a brief search, Michael found the secret entry. It revealed that a man named George came from a distant continent on the planet Odusa. Using elementary magic, George managed to reach Earth, where he discovered the legendary heroic stone. This artifact was said to be incredibly powerful, even accessible to those lacking magical talent. It granted strength to those who could comprehend its true essence. With only a small portion of the heroic stone, George had already surpassed his ancestors, reaching the 4th rank and ascending to the status of a god. However, he was eventually forced to return to his home planet. Before leaving, he taught a group of humans how to open a portal to another world, the White Region, and entrusted them with knowledge that could save humanity. His final message in the diary instructed the one who found it to search for the heroic stone, which he had hidden somewhere on Earth. It was his parting gift to help prevent the coming enslavement of mankind. As Michael reached the end of the passage, a bright glow burst forth from the pages. It lifted off the book and flew toward him, striking his forehead with a sharp, tingling sensation. He closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the energy coursing through him. Moments later, it subsided, and Michael instinctively formed a protective shield around himself. Then, with a surge of newfound power, he ascended into the air. He sensed that this mysterious glow was the key to locating the heroic stone. Determined to uncover more secrets of this world, he soared away from the Florence mansion. Back at the battlefield, Valeria continued observing the scene. Edgar, still pinned to the ground by the massive water palm, was clearly struggling. The new member of the judges, a young-looking boy, possessed terrifying power. Day by day, the might of the judges was growing more intimidating. Suddenly, the dragon landed beside her, interrupting her thoughts. He gave her a reassuring smile and said kindly, "You don't need to be afraid of me." Turning his gaze toward a hovering drone, he introduced himself to the camera. "My name is Dragon. I represent one of the Chinese zodiac signs, and our organization, the Judges, exists solely to fight evil. There is no reason for anyone to fear us." The drone recorded his every word and gesture. However, his brief message was soon interrupted by a loud crash behind him. The black dragon, battered and enraged, had taken on his final form. With sheer effort, he lifted the collapsed water palm off his body and glared at his opponent with eyes full of fury. Dragon turned to Valeria and said urgently, "Edgar has lost his human mind in this state. It's too dangerous for you to stay. You need to leave now." Without waiting for a response, he charged at his opponent. Valeria stood frozen, watching his retreating figure. There was something strangely familiar about him, something that reminded her of the hero in the rooster mask who had once saved her. For reasons she couldn't explain, the feeling stirred within her once again as Dragon leapt toward the raging enemy. Once again, the dragon stood face to face with the protector of the waters. The black dragon held his position, refusing to make the first move. Suddenly, a smaller but much faster stone palm shot toward him. Reacting quickly, the black dragon leapt into the air and clamped his sharp fangs onto the stone hand. However, the palm abruptly shifted direction, thrashing him violently from side to side. From the Olympus office, Austin watched the battle unfold with childlike excitement, cheering at the strength and spectacle of the judges. But the girl beside him did not share his enthusiasm. She stepped closer, concern on her face, and quietly asked whether he had also noticed how cold the room had become. Her question was answered moments later when the black dragon's tail slammed into the building, tearing off half the roof with sheer force. Amelia's expression turned to horror as she imagined what could happen if they too were caught in the destruction. Perched on the rooftop of a nearby house, the black dragon struggled to restrain the stone hand. It proved too strong. With another violent jerk, it knocked him from his footing as the rooftop beneath him crumbled. The black dragon tumbled downward. On the ground, Valeria watched in frozen terror as a massive chunk of the collapsing roof hurtled toward her. She instinctively shut her eyes, bracing for death. But when several seconds passed and nothing happened, she hesitantly opened them. There, standing protectively in front of her, was the dragon, along with his summoned water monster. The creature had caught the falling debris just in time. Valeria waved timidly in gratitude and thanked him for saving her life. The hero returned the gesture with a brief wave of his own. But in his mind, he knew the battle needed to end quickly. If the black dragon continued rampaging, there would be casualties, something he could no longer allow. Just then, a sharp pain pierced through his chest. His mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. He had been stabbed from behind. Behind the water protector stood the so-called lazy swordsman. With a faint, tired smile, he admitted that he had been waiting a long time for the dragon to let his guard down. The attack had taken everything he had left. Dropping his sword, the swordsman collapsed to the ground, whispering that his role in this battle was now complete. Watching in disbelief, the TV presenter announced that the lazy swordsman had used the wind sword pursuit technique, an ability equivalent in strength to an S rank. But in doing so, he had ignored the consequences to his own body. The commentator's voice trembled as he realized the danger. The black dragon was now vulnerable. If he were struck again, it could be fatal. At the same time, the reporter noted that the dragon had taken a serious risk to protect an innocent bystander, sparking debate among viewers. Edward, who once stood as a protector, now brought destruction, while the dragon's true intentions remained unclear. Explosive Fist couldn't watch idly any longer. Gathering all her strength, she struck the massive water monster. But the blow only tore off a small chunk of its body. Water splashed down onto her, leaving her drenched. Valeria observed that only through the combined efforts of all three heroes had they managed to injure the water creature at all. Meanwhile, the dragon launched a flurry of air strikes at his opponent, sending a dozen blades of compressed wind through the air. The black dragon fought back using his tail to deflect them, but one blade broke through, striking him and causing severe damage. The dragon saw his chance. Transforming his fist into a massive block of stone, he charged at the weakened enemy. The black dragon, eyes wide in horror, watched death race toward him. The dragon's stone fist slammed directly into his chest. As the blow landed, the stone fist vanished, and the hero declared that it was time for Edward to surrender. This time, he was truly finished. Mirroring the dragon's strike, another massive stone hand erupted from the ground, seizing the black dragon in an unbreakable grip. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. The hand dragged him downward. A few moments later, a deafening roar echoed through the area, followed by a towering cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Edward was revealed, unconscious and reverted to his human form. The dragon wrapped water vines around both Edward's limp body and the collapsed lazy swordsman. Then he spoke, directing his message toward Gilbert, who had been watching the entire fight from his company's conference room. The dragon's words sparked a furious reaction in Gilbert, who clenched his fists in anger, unable to contain it. Valeria, still nearby, was confused. She didn't understand what choice the dragon had referred to. No matter how many theories crossed her mind, she knew the truth would only be revealed in time. A few minutes passed before she noticed someone approaching. It was the mechanical hero, slowly descending from the sky. Dragging the defeated ice adventurer behind him, he landed near the dragon, who stood waiting. The dragon said there was no need for further discussion, he had already figured everything out. But his attention was abruptly drawn to a strange blue liquid slowly seeping down the armor of the fallen ice adventurer. As if sensing an unseen presence, the liquid began to move on its own, slithering toward the dragon. Sensing danger, the dragon reacted quickly, leaping to the side and dragging the mechanical hero with him to safety. But the mysterious slime had no intention of letting its prey escape. It sprouted multiple tentacles, each ending in sharp, fang-like teeth. The tendrils shot forward, catching up with the fleeing heroes and wrapping tightly around their bodies, rendering them completely immobile. Gilbert stared at the dragon in disbelief. "What the hell is this?" he shouted. The dragon, equally stunned, admitted that he had no idea. Desperately, he asked Gilbert if he could fire off a few blasts to destroy the tentacles restraining them. Before they could act, both men noticed something terrifying. Pavel, who was supposed to be dead, had risen again. Standing in the very center of the slime, he laughed maniacally, his expression twisted in joy. He screamed that power was surging through him and that he was utterly in love with the sensation. Gilbert looked on in horror. He couldn't understand how his ice adventurer had transformed into something so monstrous. The dragon guessed that it was the result of the blue pill's influence. Meanwhile, from the shadows around the corner of a nearby house, another figure had been silently observing the scene unfold. This man, known as Mr. X, watched the berserk ice adventurer with mild disappointment. If things had escalated just a bit further, he said to himself, the experiment might have succeeded. But now, he would have to officially consider subject number 52 a failure. Even so, he acknowledged that the destructive power being unleashed far surpassed that of any previous test subject. Adjusting his hat, Mr. X muttered that the deeper he delved into the study of spiritual power, the more mystical it seemed, and the more it made him question his own competence. He was convinced that he must obtain the third stage of spiritual power, no matter the cost. Only then could he ascend to the level of a great commander. With that thought, he decided to wait for the battle to reach its climax, then seize the dark blue fragment for himself. But lost in thought, Mr. X failed to notice that he was being watched as well. Michael, lurking nearby, whispered that Mr. X wasn't the only hunter lying in wait. Others, too, were stalking their prey. Meanwhile, Valeria reported that no drone could get close to the epicenter of the battle. The signal was too unstable. The camera crew had been forced to retreat to a safe zone. Describing the scene, she said Pavel's transformation looked more like a spreading infection than any form of controlled evolution. The dragon had managed to break free from the tentacles and was now unleashing a flurry of wind blades upon them. But no matter how many he sliced, the tentacles regenerated with frightening speed. Gilbert joined the assault, firing laser blasts from his hands to incinerate the monstrous limbs. The ice adventurer, if he could still be called that, watched their struggle with a calm, cruel smile. Tilting his head, he told them it was pointless to resist. Once he finished with them, he would go after the entire Olympus company. Then, a new thought entered his mind, one that disturbed even himself. He wondered aloud if it might be a good idea to eat the heroes. After all, to the dark blue race, humans were nothing more than food. Suddenly, Pavel was overcome by pain. His head throbbed violently, as if splitting in two. He let out a scream, struggling to focus. The agony faded slightly, and his gaze locked onto the dragon and the mechanical hero. With hatred in his voice, he blamed them for his suffering. A tentacle wrapped itself around Pavel's head, and he sighed with relief. After another dose, he claimed, he felt much better. The clone, observing the situation, warned that Pavel's body was no longer his own, it was being controlled by someone else. If they wanted to end this, they would need to find the real body of the enemy and deliver a critical blow. Gilbert had an idea. He shouted that he could use the exploding egg to destroy the monstrous slime. But for that to work, the dragon would have to figure out how to free him from the tentacles. Without hesitation, the dragon summoned the fire phoenix. Raging flames erupted, burning through the slime's tendrils. It was just enough for Gilbert to break free. Wasting no time, he hurled the exploding egg directly into the monster's core. As it descended, Gilbert looked back at the dragon, who was still trapped, and casually remarked, "Oh, right. I forgot to mention something. The blast radius of the egg is 500 meters. You won't be able to escape in time. The clone cursed aloud. He hadn't expected Gilbert to betray him like this, though, in hindsight, he should have known better. It was just like Gilbert to pull a stunt like this. Rotten to the core. In the next moment, the exploding egg began to glow ominously. Then, with a deafening blast, it detonated, its force echoing for kilometers. The impact left a massive crater in the earth, and thick smoke rose in towering clouds. For a moment, it seemed as if the explosion had obliterated the blue monster entirely. But to everyone's horror, it had survived. The dragon had not been as fortunate. Half of his body was gone. Fortunately, Michael, watching from afar, was relieved to know that it was only a clone. If it had been his real body, he would have been dead. Drones flew in, capturing the destruction in real time. Spectators watching the footage were stunned. This was the first time the judges' organization had suffered such catastrophic damage. But what truly sent chills down their spines was the monster's resilience. It regenerated and returned to its previous form as if nothing had happened. For many, the sight of the creature rising once again felt like an omen of the end of the world. Suddenly, one of the tentacles shot skyward, towering over the nearby rooftops. At that moment, a new figure arrived, the hero of hot and sour noodles. Though injured, he had recovered enough to fight. Right behind him stood Senior, who had also joined the fray. Their presence sparked hope. Seeing their determination, the remaining heroes rallied, ready to join the battle. Valeria, observing everything from the command center, voiced her unease. She said that tonight had become the longest night in the city's history. An unknown force had invaded their home, and the enemy's destructive power was beyond anything they had prepared for. Still, she held on to hope. With so many heroes rising to face the threat, she believed that dawn would come, and they would face it together. The TV presenter, watching the broadcast, exhaled heavily. He admitted that a part of him felt it might have been easier to simply give in, to nobly sacrifice himself. But seeing the heroes below, he couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of awe. From the battlefield, the wounded dragon, still breathing despite the loss of his legs, gazed at the gathered heroes and asked sarcastically if they had all come just to serve themselves up as food to the monster. Senior met his gaze head-on, defiance burning in her eyes. "Do you have a better plan?" she asked sharply. The dragon turned toward the monster and nodded. He asked everyone to clear the area. He didn't want to hurt them in what he was about to do. As they stepped back, he began forming a powerful wind blast technique in his palm. Being a clone, Michael didn't fear death, but he still didn't want this to be his end. Senior kept a close eye on him, trying to discern what he was planning. Standing next to her, Adam explained that ranged attacks were futile. The monster's skeleton was buried too deep. The only way to kill it was for someone to get close and strike directly at its core. Once the wind blast was ready, the dragon launched himself at the monster at high speed. The technique generated violent currents of air, slicing through the surrounding area like blades. Wounds covered his body, but he didn't stop. Then, impact. A terrible explosion shook the battlefield, and hurricane-force winds blew out from the center in all directions. Senior shielded her face from the debris. The hero of hot and sour noodles did the same, momentarily blinded by dust and stone. When the smoke began to clear, they looked toward the center of the blast. But there was nothing. Only thick columns of smoke remained. No movement. No sign of the dragon. The TV presenter shot to his feet, stunned. No one had expected this. The dragon had given his life to destroy the monster. Even after losing both legs, he had fought to the very end. A true hero. Tears welled up in Valeria's eyes. She felt joy, relief, and sorrow. Silently, she thanked the dragon for giving them a new dawn. Elsewhere, Michael created another clone and appointed it as the new dragon. He confirmed the clone would retain all of the same elemental powers: earth, water, fire, and air. The clone simply nodded and promised to carry out his mission. Two judges stood atop a tall building, watching the sunrise. They waited patiently for the moment when it would be their turn to take the stage. Back on the battlefield, Gilbert had returned. He scanned the wreckage, looking for any signs of the monster's remnants. He needed to be sure it was completely destroyed. That's when he saw it. Hovering just above the ground was a glowing blue stone. Its light shimmered, hypnotic and otherworldly. An irresistible urge to possess it surged through Gilbert. He stepped forward, hand outstretched. But a voice rang out behind him. Ordinary people are not allowed to touch that. Before he could react, Gilbert felt a sharp, cold pain. A weapon had pierced straight through his body. His eyes widened in shock. He looked down, his armor had not been breached. The alarm systems hadn't even activated. Somehow, the enemy had bypassed all his defenses. Behind him stood Mr. X, his expression filled with disappointment. He pulled his blade free and muttered, "Heroes these days rely far too much on magical enlightenment." The TV presenter watching was stunned. Where had this stranger come from? How had he gotten so close to Gilbert, one of the most well-defended mechanical heroes, and landed a blow without being seen? Gilbert stumbled back, trying to get some distance. Holding his wound, he demanded, "Who are you? How did you injure me?" As he moved, he saw Mr. X slowly bending down, reaching for the glowing blue stone. Mr. X responded coldly, stating that the mechanical hero had simply been too weak to sense the danger right behind him. Just as he extended his hand to take the glowing blue stone, something unexpected happened. Michael swooped in from above and snatched the stone away in the blink of an eye. Now floating mid-air, Michael held the radiant blue stone in his hand and stared down at the stranger in the wide-brimmed hat. "This stone," he declared, "now belongs to the judge's organization." The moment the main character appeared at the heart of the crisis, a joyful smile broke across the TV presenter's face. He firmly believed that with Michael and Rooster working together, they might finally break through the chaos and reach a peaceful future. The audience watching the broadcast erupted in cheers, voicing their support for their new idol. Looking up at Michael, Mr. X spoke calmly. He claimed that Neva's organization had no desire to feud with the judges and suggested that, to avoid unnecessary conflict, Michael should return the blue stone to its rightful owners. Meanwhile, a cameraman who had just arrived at the scene glanced at his equipment in confusion. "Strange," he muttered, "the camera isn't recording anymore." He assumed it was a technical failure. But Valeria, examining one of the nearby drones that had landed and gone inactive, disagreed. She suspected it wasn't mechanical failure at all, but rather some kind of spiritual interference. Michael, overhearing their conversation, quickly pieced it together. Mr. X had disabled the recording equipment on purpose, not wanting his actions to be exposed. It was a calculated move, one that hinted at a much larger objective. He turned to Mr. X and asked, "What if I do want to declare war on Neva's organization?" With a sudden burst of speed, Mr. X lunged forward, blade raised to strike. "If you desire death so much," he shouted, "then I'll be happy to grant it." Just as the blade was about to reach him, Michael activated a spiritual explosion. In an instant, Mr. X's weapon disintegrated mid-air. Shocked, he jumped back. His eyes narrowed. "Our leader reached the third stage 15 years ago," he muttered. "He said our dark blue trump card was the only one capable of breaking the human limit. I didn't think there were others out there, but you..." Or his words made Michael pause. He recalled Lucia's strange spiritual particles and began to suspect a connection to this so-called dark blue race. If he wanted to save his sister, he would need to learn everything about them. Adjusting his hat, Mr. X straightened up and said with a calm but firm tone, "I'd love to fight you properly, but I've been assigned to an urgent mission." He turned to leave, offering a final remark. "Take care of the stone until we meet again." But Michael wasn't about to let him go. Suddenly, Mr. X froze in place, unable to take another step. Before he could even turn around, a powerful spiritual blast struck him in the back, launching him several meters forward. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a spiritual shield to block the next attack. But deep down, he knew the truth: this boy was too strong. His shield wouldn't hold for long. And it didn't. Michael's next strike pierced his shoulder cleanly. Mr. X fell to the ground, swearing in pain. The blade Michael had used dissolved immediately after the blow, and he stood towering above the fallen man. "You're now a prisoner of the judge's organization," Michael said coldly. The damage was too severe. Michael stepped closer and asked, "How do you feel about this now?" Grimacing, Mr. X shouted, "Fine. I admit defeat. If you're going to kill me, then go ahead, do it." Michael leaned in slightly. "That depends. If you answer my questions obediently, I'll let you live." Without waiting for permission, Michael launched his interrogation. "Tell me, how is the ice adventurer connected to that blue thing?" Mr. X hesitated, then finally spoke in a low voice. "It won't matter if I tell you about the elemental particles." He explained that the spiritual bodies of the dark blue race typically contain a high concentration of these particles. Ever since the start of the period of changes, these blue elements had begun slowly transforming the souls of their carriers. Over time, strange sprouts would emerge from their bodies. These sprouts act like sensors, tracking down areas of light, which are essential to eventually obtaining the soul of a full-blooded member of the race. The stronger the spiritual power of the host, the denser the particles become, allowing the sprouts to grow. The more stable these sprouts are, the more power a person can absorb, unlocking advanced techniques or new combat abilities. Currently, the dark blue race was actively distributing blue pills to locate suitable bodies for spiritual migration. But as the ice adventurer's fate had shown, not everyone could withstand the transformation when the particles activated. Grabbing Mr. X by the lapels, Michael's voice trembled slightly. Can someone infected with these particles be cured? Mr. X blinked, surprised by the question. Why are you interested in something like that? But just a few moments later, Mr. X figured it out on his own. A cruel, mocking smile crossed his face as he asked, "Is there someone among the test subjects that you care about deeply, Michael?" Michael didn't answer. Instead, he unleashed several spiritual blades at the man in a swift, merciless attack. Mr. X narrowly dodged them at the last second. But as he moved to safety, a strange blue energy began to surge from his body. Michael's expression darkened. He cursed loudly, realizing what had just happened. The creature that had been controlling Mr. X had fled. The man's body went limp and collapsed to the ground. White steam began to rise from his form. Then, to everyone's shock, his physical appearance began to change. Michael's eyes widened under his mask. Gilbert, who was standing nearby, froze in disbelief as well. The figure of Mr. X evaporated completely, and in his place lay an unconscious woman. And not just any woman, this was none other than the head of the Hero Association in their city. Michael clicked his tongue in disgust. So, Neva's organization has already infiltrated the very top of the association, he muttered grimly. Gilbert stepped forward, clearly disturbed but trying to stay composed. Regarding the accusation of Headmistress Olivia's murder, he said, "I can testify on behalf of the judge's organization. As compensation for the injury to the dragon." Enraged, Michael grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "Do you really think you can brush this off with a few words?" His voice trembled with fury. "Do you have any idea how hard it is to raise someone with 4 abilities at once?" Gilbert held his ground and asked, "Then what do you want from me?" Michael released him and answered, "I want the mechanical hero to step down and let Austin succeed the Olympus company." A nervous smile appeared on Gilbert's face. "I can name my son as my heir, but only if he reaches A rank. Without that, the others will never support the decision." Ascending into the air on his spiritual shield, Michael replied with certainty, "That won't be a problem. Once Austin becomes an A-rank hero, he'll take his place as the heir of Olympus." Without another word, he soared off. Mid-flight, Michael created a spiritual clone and transformed it into the serpent. He commanded it to take care of the problems related to Alexa, while he made his way to the hospital to check on his sister. The serpent nodded silently and moved swiftly to fulfill the order. As Michael flew, thoughts weighed heavily on his mind. After the ice adventurer's death, some strange spiritual wave had been released. He needed to make sure Lucia was safe. Meanwhile, Gilbert returned to his office and immediately called an emergency meeting with everyone who had witnessed the earlier events. Staring out the window, he said solemnly, "All of you saw what happened with your own eyes. Headmistress Olivia had been infected, which means she may have been a spy for the organization responsible for the ice adventurer's mutation." He turned to face them. "That's why I'm asking each of you to cooperate fully with the Hero Association's investigation." Senior and Adam exchanged glances and nodded. "We'll do everything we can." The trio began to head for the door, but before they could leave, Gilbert called out to his son, "Austin, stay a moment." The young man stopped and turned around, clearly exhausted. "What is it?" Gilbert walked over, placed a hand on his son's shoulder, and said, "I've made a deal with Rooster. He wants you to become the next head of the Olympus company. That means you'll need to earn an A-rank ability, no matter what it takes." He ruffled Austin's hair gently and added, "I'm counting on you, son." But Austin shrugged his hand off and scowled. "This will only make things worse between me and my brother." His voice hardened. "My goal is to become one of the judges, one of the Zodiac, to fulfill the will of the dragon." Looking his father in the eyes, he added bitterly, "My godfather opened a path to a bright future for me. But you? You've done nothing but chain me to family errands. I won't waste my talent running errands anymore." Gilbert stared at his son in silence. His expression grew heavy. He realized, perhaps too late, how much his children had grown, how far apart they now stood. Unable to contain his emotions, the mechanical hero hugged his son tightly. "I didn't even realize how much you've all grown," he whispered. Austin struggled in his grasp. "Let go already," he shouted, clearly embarrassed and frustrated. At that same moment, in a quiet alley far from the chaos, Alexa sat slumped against the wall of a house, clearly worn out. Suddenly, a shadow approached. A hand extended toward her. She looked up in surprise. It was the serpent, offering her help. But Alexa, eyes filled with fatigue and confusion, shook her head. Alexa shook her head and replied that she could handle it on her own. Gripping her sword tightly, she tried to lift herself up from the ground, using it for support. But her weapon couldn't withstand the pressure. Its blade slipped out from beneath her, and she collapsed once again onto the cold pavement. Her strength was gone. With her body trembling from exhaustion, the weight of everything she had held back finally came crashing down. Tears welled up in her eyes and spilled over uncontrollably. Covering her face with her palms, she sobbed and whispered an apology to the serpent for the death of the dragon, for everything that had gone wrong because of her. The serpent knelt beside her and gently stroked her head. "It wasn't your fault," he said softly. "None of this was. That's why the judges sent me, to bring you back. Come with me." After a long silence, Alexa nodded weakly and reached out. He helped her to her feet, and the two of them disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Michael had already arrived at the hospital. His worst fears were confirmed. A strange dome of energy now surrounded the entire building. Descending to the ground, he made his way inside, strangely unhindered. But once he passed through the doors, an eerie silence settled over everything. No nurses. No doctors. No staff. The halls were completely empty. Then, just ahead of him, a thick energy began to form, dense and shimmering like a curtain of light. From this mist, grotesque, zombie-like figures began to emerge. Michael stepped back in shock as he recognized them. These were victims from the department store incident. But now, clad in dark blue hospital uniforms, they had been twisted into something else entirely. Suddenly, he felt a cold touch on his shoulder. Spinning around, he came face to face with one of the creatures, its jaws gaping open, ready to attack. Without flinching, Michael grabbed the monster's glowing blue arm, twisted it over his shoulder, and slammed it to the floor. Then, with a single, crushing punch to the chest, he ended it. He reached for his spiritual blade. Within seconds, he cut down every last creature in the corridor. As he stood over their lifeless bodies, he prayed, "Please don't let Lucia be one of them." Without wasting another second, he hurled his blade toward a security camera, destroying it. Then he sprinted through the hospital, finding his sister's room in moments. What he saw inside made his heart stop. Blue energy bubbles filled the room, and in the center of them floated his sister, Lucia, her body glowing with a ghostly blue light. She was suspended in the air, nearly transparent, with strange appendages beginning to burst out of her back. It was just as Mr. X had described. Lucia was mutating. Panic rising in his chest, Michael called out to her. "Lucia! Don't give in. You can fight it!" The glow began to flicker. Her face twisted in agony. A terrible scream tore from her throat as her body slowly began to return to normal. The appendages vanished, her glow faded, and at last, she drifted gently down onto the bed. Lucia clutched her chest in silence. Her scream stopped. Her hair, once a soft golden wheat, had turned pitch black. Michael rushed to her side, checking her breathing anxiously. Her eyes fluttered open, heterochromatic as always, filled with confusion as they settled on him. She sat up in bed in a flash. A spiritual dagger formed in her palm, and she pressed the blade to his throat. "Who are you?" she demanded. "What are you doing here?" Michael raised both hands in surrender. "It's me. Your brother," he said carefully. But Lucia narrowed her eyes. "Nice try. My brother's voice is completely different." With a resigned sigh, Michael dropped his disguise. His form shifted back to normal. Still, the suspicion didn't fade from her eyes. "You're not him," she said. "My brother can't transform like that." Michael adjusted his glasses and gave her a small smile. "Remember when you were 7? You wet the bed and were so scared our parents would find out, you woke me up and asked me to sleep next to you. Then you blamed it all on me." Lucia blinked in shock. Her weapon vanished instantly. With a sheepish smile, she looked at him. When did you learn to transform like that? Michael gently took her hand. I'll explain everything. But first, we need to get out of here. Later, after they returned home, Lucia immediately went to take a long shower. Valeria had also made it home by then, exhausted from the night's chaos. She was in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Michael stepped up behind her and wrapped his arms around her in a grateful hug. Thanks for all this. She turned to face him and smiled warmly, throwing her arms around his neck. Well, there's a good reason. Lucia's finally awake. But then her smile faded slightly. She looked down. Today, at work. I realized something, she said quietly. How truly powerless a person can be when faced with the unknown. Valeria couldn't stop thinking about the dragon. The image of that powerful, noble warrior giving his life in a selfless battle still haunted her. His death had left a scar on her heart. But as she raised her gaze and looked at Michael standing beside her, she managed a soft smile. If there's anything this tragedy taught me, she whispered, it's that I should treasure the people I love even more. A warm, romantic atmosphere settled in the kitchen. Michael didn't take his eyes off her. The emotion in her voice, the sincerity in her expression, it pulled him in. When Valeria leaned closer for a kiss, a soft smile crossed his lips, and he slowly leaned in to meet her. They didn't notice the approaching footsteps. Nor did they hear the cheerful voice echoing down the hall. I'm done with my shower. I'm starving. Lucia's sudden entrance made Valeria flinch in surprise. She quickly shoved Michael away and blurted out, everything's ready. Let's eat. Michael let out a chuckle as he helped Valeria bring the dishes to the table. He laid out the chopsticks while she served the food. Lucia's eyes sparkled as she looked at the table. All my favorites, she cried joyfully. Valeria, this is amazing. Thank you. Without wasting a moment, she plopped into her seat and happily began devouring the chicken legs. Her joy was infectious, and as she chewed with delight, Michael and Valeria watched her with soft smiles. Seeing her like that, so carefree, so full of life, Michael felt a strong surge of emotion. If I could protect this moment forever? I'd give anything. An hour later, Michael quietly called Lucia into his room. Once inside, he got serious. We're not telling Mom and Dad that you're awake. Not yet. Lucia looked uncertain. But is that really necessary? Michael folded his arms. The Hero Association is investigating mutation cases at the hospital. If they know you're alive, they'll come after you. It's safer if they think you're dead. Lucia hesitated, then slowly nodded. Okay. But Michael, you don't have to carry everything alone. I'm here to help you too. Michael looked down, guilt weighing heavy on his heart. If I'd been stronger? I could have protected you. Instead, I dragged you into a world you never asked for. But Lucia shook her head and smiled. It's okay. I learned a lot. Then, summoning a glowing blade in her palm, she added, this weapon doesn't just cut, it attacks an enemy's mind directly. She reached out and held her brother's hand. Michael, I want you to use your human control ability on me. He stared at her, stunned. My health is better, she continued. But I can still feel it. The dark blue race, they left something in my mind. If you don't act now, they might be able to control me again. Michael nodded solemnly and gently touched her cheek. Your body is different now. But to protect you, I'll need to upgrade my ability to S rank. He materialized an ability pearl in his palm and began channeling dark energy into it. Minutes passed in silence until a system message flashed before his eyes. Ability upgrade complete. Human control, S rank, effect, can now brainwash A rank and lower targets, fully subjugating their will for up to 30 years. Spiritual form can also enter the target and extract 6 hours of life force. Without delay, he activated the ability and used it on Lucia, who sat quietly before him. Closing his eyes, Michael focused. But this time, it was different. A strange scene unfolded in his mind, a slow-moving current of water, from which a small tree sprouted and began to grow. As the tree stretched upward, a mysterious voice echoed around him. Who's there? He called out. No answer. Then, something yanked him downward, dragging him into the depths. The voice laughed, filled with sorrow and darkness. Just another dismal find, Michael snapped back to reality with a gasp. Terror clutched his heart. Someone, or something, had nearly broken his spiritual defenses. Lucia noticed his pale expression and rushed over. Michael! Are you okay? He slowly pulled her hand away from his face. There's something I need you to do. At that moment, Valeria peeked into the room. Want some fruit? Michael looked at her and smiled gently. Yeah, something light sounds good. Lucia chose to stay in the room, and Michael returned to the kitchen with Valeria. As she settled at her laptop, he asked casually, "What are you working on?" "I got offered a new position," she replied, glancing back at him. "It's because of how well I performed during the last mission." Michael's expression tightened. "Will it be dangerous?" Valeria chuckled softly. "Don't worry. This time I'll just be broadcasting from a special booth. No field work." Relieved, Michael stood and stepped behind her. As she typed, he gently took her hand and discreetly passed her a glowing ability pearl. Valeria blinked in surprise and turned to him. "What's this?" The ability Michael passed to Valeria was called Green Snake Chain. It was a dual-purpose skill. In moments of danger, it would automatically form a defensive barrier around the user, while simultaneously transforming into a green snake to strike back at the attacker. A blend of protection and offense, just what she needed. Meanwhile, Alex, accompanied by Sakura and Anna, made her way to a hot spring. Sakura explained that these waters were known for their restorative properties, especially after exhausting night battles. Curious, Alex dipped her hands into the warm water, her expression skeptical. She scooped some into her palms and frowned. Was it really that miraculous? Soon after, she rose to her feet. Looking at her companions, Alex informed them she couldn't stay long. Her organization was still on the move and would be expecting her. Coming ashore, she laid out a rug and rested on it, her mind already turning to what sort of mission might await her next. Anna looked at her with admiration. "You're doing a great job staying off the radar," she said with a smile. Moments later, Alex's consciousness was pulled into the Heavenly Palace, a virtual coordination hub, where Michael and the others were already waiting. Michael addressed her directly. "Have you heard of the Four Seas territory?" he asked. He explained that her next mission was to investigate that region and gather intel on the Dark Blue race. If she succeeded, she would earn her place as the 28th member of their organization. Without hesitation, Alexa bent down on one knee. "I will depart immediately," she replied. Michael gave a small, satisfied smile. His fabricated story had worked. Alexa believed this was a test mission, and now the team finally had a truly powerful member to rely on. Raising a hand, Michael added, "Before you go, visit the Florence family. Fully replenish your strength first. Only then may you begin the mission." A happy, confident smile crossed Alexa's face. She bowed low. "Understood. I will give this mission everything I have." And with that, she vanished from the Heavenly Palace. A moment later, a voice spoke up. "Can I say something now?" It was Rabbit, Michael's sister. He gave her a nod. Without holding back her excitement, Rabbit shouted, "That was Alexa." "The Alexa?" "One of the actual knights of the Round Table. I saw her up close. Do you think next time I could ask for her autograph?" Michael sighed heavily. Now it made sense why she had been so quiet earlier. She had met her idol. Placing a firm hand on her shoulder, he looked at her and said, "Your name is Rabbit now. And you must be extremely careful. No one can know who you really are." But it was like she hadn't heard a word. The moment he let go, she happily declared, "I'll definitely work closely with Alexa after this mission. That'll give me a better chance to get her autograph." Michael was speechless. She was focused on all the wrong things. Sigh. He could already tell it would take a long time to get her to understand this wasn't some kind of game. Suddenly, Rabbit looked up. "So, what are you going to do next?" Michael's expression hardened. "I have a plan." He explained that the Knights of the Round Table Company had ties to the Dark Blue race. To investigate, he assigned several people their missions. The hero of sour and spicy noodles and Oscar would work together to dig into the company's secrets. Alexa would continue her reconnaissance across the Four Seas. Meanwhile, Lucas was tasked with infiltrating the Hero Association and rising to the top, becoming a hidden trump card, a black horse under the judge's command. But before any of that, Michael had one more thing to do: visit an old friend. Later that night, Lucas sat quietly on a bench near a small park, a bottle of water in his hand and a tired look on his face. Behind him, a familiar voice called out, "You've been pushing yourself too hard." Startled, Lucas turned, but relaxed as he saw who it was. "Michael," he said with a smile. "It's been a while." Michael placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. "How have you been holding up?" Lucas looked away. Not great. I still can't fully awaken my ability. My body is only 7 times stronger than a normal human's. Michael raised an eyebrow in surprise. 7 times? That's impressive. When someone reaches 10, they're already knocking on A-rank's door. He gave the boy a reassuring pat on the back. You're doing great. Don't pressure yourself. Just grow at your own pace. With that, Michael turned to leave. Oh, and Lucas. He paused without turning around. I know you'll win this year's World Hero Championship. Lucas grinned and stood up straighter. I'll give it everything I've got, for the sake of the organization. But Michael simply raised a hand to silence him. He didn't look back. The danger was imminent, and Michael knew that to prevent any possible harm, he would need to use his human control skill on Lucas. With a firm nod, Lucas agreed, prepared for whatever Michael had planned. A few moments later, Michael took control of Lucas's body. Meanwhile, not far from where they were, an intense battle was unfolding. The men the girl had been fighting with were closing in on her. One of them sneered, accusing her of meddling where she shouldn't have. He warned that Firecloud CL, his organization, would never let her actions go unpunished. In response, the girl questioned in disbelief, since when did responding to ordinary people's letters become business? But she didn't have time to finish her thought, as she noticed a blob of dark energy speeding toward her. She swiftly sidestepped, dodging the attack just in time. Her instincts kicked in, and she lunged at the large man with horns, her blade aiming for him. Before he could react, part of his horn was shattered. As purple liquid began to pour from the injury, he realized she had poisoned him. But before he could make a move, an explosion erupted nearby. The man, hiding behind his partner, staggered backward, struggling to shield himself from the powerful gust of wind. As he regained his balance, he felt another impending threat. Turning just in time, he barely avoided a beam of light, which slammed into the ground where he had just stood. Stunned, he looked at the girl in confusion, asking how it was possible for someone to wield so many elements simultaneously. With a casual smirk, Alice threw her gun over her shoulder and answered, "You could try to guess. If you get it right, I might share the secret with you." Irritated, the man began to emanate a grey mist from his body. But before he could act, he suddenly felt a boot slam into his face, knocked out cold by Lucas's kick. He looked at Alice, standing a bit off to the side, and warned, "If you cause another explosion, this place will be finished. And in 5 days, the entrance exams at B University will be held here." Alice paused, sizing up Lucas. His swift takedown of a C-rank opponent made her think that this boy must be at least a B rank, or even higher. She stepped forward and extended her hand to him, introducing herself. "My name is Alice. If things work out, maybe we'll meet again at the entrance exams. We could even be partners." Lucas, taking her hand, nodded. "If we end up on the same team, so be it." As they shook hands, Alice tried to squeeze Lucas's hand to test his reaction, but he didn't flinch. Surprised by his lack of response, she smiled sweetly and asked, "How about we grab dinner together tonight?" Lucas, unsure how to respond, glanced nervously at Michael, who was still controlling his body. Michael, sensing the awkwardness, intervened and advised, "Lucas, calm down. You don't need to overthink this." He then took back full control of Lucas's body, cleared his throat, and said, "I've got some things to do at home. I'll have to pass on dinner today." Without waiting for a response, he quickly pulled his hand out of Alice's grasp and walked away. Alice stood there in surprise, watching as he left. She'd never had anyone refuse dinner with her before. Meanwhile, Michael, still controlling Lucas, whispered in his ear, "Never forget, Lucas, don't get distracted by girls. Focus on your goals. Remember your sister." Lucas, now back in full control of his body, nodded gratefully, thanking Michael for his guidance. 5 days later, the bustling atmosphere around B University was palpable as many people gathered for the entrance exams. The first to arrive were the team of reporters. Veronica, one of the main commentators, greeted the crowd with excitement. "Welcome, everyone. Today, I'll be your commentator, and I'm thrilled to introduce my new partner, Valeria." Veronica continued with a wink. "You're all here to witness the entrance exams, but don't get too comfortable. It may seem simple, just complete the assigned tasks within a set time using any abilities you have. But what you don't know is that the organizers have prepared plenty of traps and obstacles for the participants." Valeria took over, adding, "The rules themselves are simple enough, but expect to face plenty of surprises. It won't be a walk in the park. In the meantime, Lucas, alongside the other participants, was already at the venue, waiting for the start. As he stood there, Ethan approached and threw an arm over his shoulder, eyeing him with curiosity. "Do you have some abilities that enhance your physical strength?" he asked, noticing that Lucas didn't seem to be using any transport. "I also noticed you're not wearing windproof glasses. Is there a reason?" Lucas shook his head. "I don't need any of that. I just have good speed and don't require the glasses." The entrance exams were about to begin, and everything was set. The participants were ready, but none of them could predict just how intense and unpredictable the tests would become. Ethan grinned widely, clearly excited about the day's events. He mentioned that it was going to be an interesting day, especially since he had heard that even the S-rank Purple Panther had been invited. Alice Wilson, an A-rank fighter, was also present. However, before Ethan could continue, Lucas interrupted him. As the boys looked up, they saw Alice standing before them, dressed in a sports uniform and smiling. She greeted Lucas, saying that she had been looking forward to this meeting. Alice reminded him that they had agreed to work together, and now, they would be on the same team. Suddenly, Ethan stepped in between them, his usual playful grin on his face. He boasted that he, too, had speed abilities, and if Alice had been paired with him, they would have easily completed the task. Alice, however, just snorted in displeasure, dismissing Ethan as just another user of the common physical enhancement abilities. She had no interest in him whatsoever. Lucas couldn't help but look at his friend in surprise as Ethan's heart seemed to shatter into pieces. A few minutes later, a loud warning echoed through the air. The exam was about to begin. All participants were instructed to take their places and prepare for the start. As the countdown began, many participants used cars for transport, but Lucas was among the few who believed in his physical abilities and chose to run without a vehicle. When the countdown reached 0, the test officially began with a loud gunshot. Immediately, most of the participants took to the skies, surprising the spectators below. One of them, soaring above the crowd, looked down with a smug smile. He boasted that those who could fly were invincible, easily outrunning those in cars. But he didn't notice the unexpected obstacle in his path, a flying goose. The bird began pecking at him relentlessly, throwing him off course. Moments later, more geese appeared, circling and targeting their next victims. Veronica, watching from her seat, commented that if flying were so easy, many would bring flying machines to the race. Turning to Valeria, she asked if she recognized these creatures. Valeria nodded, confirming that the geese were B-rank summoned creatures. Veronica watched as the aerial participants dropped out one by one, and soon, the cars were leading the race. As one car sped ahead, the driver shouted confidently, claiming this would be the easiest driving test. However, a black car quickly caught up, and the drivers raced full throttle, oblivious to the hazards in front of them. In their heated competition, one of the organizers stepped in their path, raising a hand and blowing a whistle, signaling them to stop. The driver of the black car cursed loudly as a wall of bubbles appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The organizer reprimanded the racers, reminding them that heroes should always prioritize saving people and adhering to the rules. Just then, Ethan dashed past the scene, chuckling at the mess the racers had found themselves in. But in his distraction, he failed to notice the old man ahead. The two collided, sending them both flying in opposite directions. The old man hit the ground hard, blood oozing from his nose and mouth. Ethan, shaken, jumped to his feet, horrified. He had not expected such serious injuries from such a minor collision. Two more participants ran past, deciding to avoid getting involved. Ethan, eager to leave without drawing attention, slowly backed away. However, the old man, now standing, shouted at him angrily, accusing him of lacking any conscience for leaving after causing the injury. Despite the commotion, Lucas continued forward without hesitation, jumping across rooftops effortlessly. Alice, who had been holding onto her craft, landed next to him. She glanced at him, clearly impressed by his agility. Lucas looked back at her and commented on how much effort the university had put into organizing this exam, even going so far as to use illusion magic to enhance the challenge. Alice raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked if he meant that the old man they had just encountered was an illusion. Lucas nodded, preparing for another leap, and warned her that they would soon encounter two more participants blocking their way. Alice eagerly responded that she was truly looking forward to the next test. As she gazed in the direction Lucas had pointed out, she noticed two figures, just as Lucas had warned her. One of the men was holding a hammer. Valeria, also observing the duo, asked who they were, as she would have recognized them immediately if they were heroes. Veronica, suppressing a chuckle, explained that, according to the information they had, these two were not students at University B. Mentors had already been dispatched to deal with them, should it be necessary. This test was meant to evaluate participants comprehensively, and some challenges could prove dangerous. Meanwhile, the director of the university called one of the new teachers, Sean, into his office. With a relaxed smile, Sean reassured the director that there was no need to worry, he would handle the two troublemakers without issue. One of the men, standing atop a nearby roof, shouted down at Lucas and Alice, announcing that they were about to experience the true power of a B-rank hero. In an instant, he began to transform, his facial features sharpening and a tail sprouting. He rested his hands on the roof and meowed loudly. Alice found this scene unexpectedly adorable and couldn't help but delight in it. Lucas, however, didn't share her sentiments. He turned his gaze toward the transformed man and calmly stated that he would handle him, leaving Alice to deal with the other. Without waiting, Lucas leaped forward, charging toward his opponent. Inside his mind, Michael, who had taken control of his body, advised Lucas to feel every muscle and bone move before harnessing his strength fully. His opponent, Finn, wasn't about to wait and immediately jumped at Lucas. In response, Lucas reacted quickly, landing a powerful punch to Finn's stomach. The sickening sound of broken bones echoed, and blood gushed from Finn's mouth. He was utterly stunned. Finn, a strong and fast fighter, had never expected to be so easily defeated. Lucas was surprised too, having initially thought Finn was more formidable. It turned out Finn's resistance and endurance were lacking. As Lucas stood over Finn, extending a hand in concern, Finn angrily shouted that Lucas had gone too far. Just as Lucas was about to speak, a fiery ball shot toward him. Reacting swiftly, Lucas jumped back just in time to avoid the explosion. The second attacker, wielding a large hammer, swung it fiercely, hurling fiery clots at Alice. She deftly avoided the attacks, but as the flames increased in number, she created a fire extinguisher cylinder, putting out the fires with ease. Lucas, impressed by her quick thinking, noted how incredibly useful her ability to create items was. If she could make equipment, they would be unstoppable. After the smoke cleared, Lucas realized that the opponent he had been fighting had disappeared. But before he could react, he saw movement from the side. Throwing Finn over his shoulder, the second attacker began to flee, realizing he couldn't win. By this time, Valeria had gathered enough information about the attackers. She informed the viewers that the two men were part of the Fire Cloud Society. One of them, who had the ability to transform, had been easily defeated by Lucas with just one blow. Veronica, sitting next to Valeria, eagerly exclaimed to the audience that they should all take notice of Lucas. She predicted that this boy might soon become a super strong hero, deserving of gifts for his impressive display of strength. The defeated attackers didn't get far, though. As soon as they thought they were safe, Sean appeared before them. With a cold gaze, he declared that anyone who dared harm his students would have to pay the full price for it. Meanwhile, Lucas and Alice had already reached the finish line. Alice looked up at the massive screen and sighed in disappointment when she saw that they had secured 14th and 15th place. A nearby competitor tried to reassure her, saying that their battle performance would be enough to get noticed. Alice smiled in satisfaction, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Michael's voice resonated in Lucas's mind, telling him that it was time for him to go. Lucas looked ahead, his expression serious, and replied that everything was fine, he could handle things from here on out. Far from the university, a blue clot of energy shot through the air, traveling across a vast distance until it reached a small, uninhabited island in the middle of the sea. The clot descended into a cave, moving toward the deserted room at its center. There, a cloaked stranger stood beneath a mass of blue tentacles hanging from the ceiling. The clot landed before him and transformed into a blue monster, its eyes glinting ominously. The cloaked figure, his face hidden, grinned as he revealed a significant piece of information. With a subtle nod of approval, he told the others that a hero from the Judge organization had reached the 3rd level of spiritual power. Something intriguing, he implied, was brewing. The following morning, Lucia reported to her brother, Michael, that she had experienced something unusual. She had briefly seen several dark blue shoots awaken, though only for a few seconds. Michael, shocked, asked in disbelief if she had truly been able to see through other people's eyes. Lucia confirmed it, mentioning that she had only succeeded 3 times, and each time involved a representative of the dark blue race. Opening his laptop, Michael inquired if she could remember the location she had seen. After a brief pause, Lucia recalled the three places. The first was a large white tower in the second region, the second was a clubhouse, and the third was inside a mansion. Michael began searching for similarities and, after a few minutes, he called out in triumph. He had found the clubhouse. He asked Lucia to verify if it was the same place. Moving closer, Lucia confirmed that it was indeed the location. She had seen people from the dark blue race visit there to get their nails or hair done. Michael furrowed his brows, his mind racing. He recalled that among the leadership of the Knights of the Round Table, there was a girl who owned half of their shares but possessed no known abilities. Lucia continued, describing the third location. She remembered seeing a lawn, a fountain, and some antiques, but nothing else stood out. Fatigued, she collapsed onto her bed, lamenting that she didn't understand anything. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she suggested to Michael that he use his ability to enter her mind and review all her memories himself. Meanwhile, a significant family meeting was taking place at Olympus. Gilbert sat, his hands clasped thoughtfully, contemplating the best way to present the information to his eldest son. After a long sigh, he finally spoke. He had gathered them there to announce something important. Looking at Edgar, he declared that Edgar would take his place in the heroic union, and Austin would be entrusted with running the company. Austin, tense, watched his brother closely, waiting for his reaction. Contrary to his expectations, Edgar seemed relieved, even joyful, at the news. He praised his father for recognizing Austin's talent, stating that his brother was far better suited for the role. However, Edgar's expression quickly grew serious. He clarified that his only ambition was to become the strongest hero. Gilbert, frowning, acknowledged Edgar's grudge against the judge organization but felt it was necessary to reveal a truth. With a serious glance, he asked if Edgar knew why the members of the organization were so strong. Edgar, dismissing the idea, assumed it was simply the result of hard work and innate talent. Gilbert shook his head. He explained that Edgar was mistaken. The members of the judge organization had access to special technology and equipment that allowed them to create an elixir of abilities. But more importantly, they were aided by forces from another world. Back with Lucia, Michael followed through on her request and entered her memories. He scrolled through everything until he found what she had seen. With this new information, he wasted no time. Transforming into the attire of the judges, Michael and Lucia made their way to the House of Firearms. Upon their arrival, Michael instructed Lucia to stand aside. She, however, was not pleased with this. Confused, she asked why he had brought her along only to make her an observer. Michael reached out, gently ruffling her hair, and calmed her down. Lucia, in response, laughed, teasing her brother. She told him that she knew he was strong, not because of his abilities, but because of his acting skills. Inside the house, the man who owned the property sat calmly sipping tea in his garden. Noticing the stranger's presence, he smiled and asked why they had arrived uninvited. Michael descended, releasing his shadows to destroy a nearby statue, sending it crashing toward the man's table. The man, however, easily dodged the attack, and when one of Michael's shadows rushed at him, the man landed in front of Michael. He smiled again, commenting that he had heard an interesting rumor, that the judge organization helps the dead and that Florence's family supports them in this. This revelation caused Michael to tense up. He couldn't understand where this rumor had come from or why it was spreading so rapidly. Meanwhile, the man stood up and, with a questioning glance, asked if the judges could truly return the soul to a dead person's body. Michael, unfazed, responded that the dark blue race had made significant progress in understanding the spiritual component. He then shrugged, clearly disappointed, and commented that the answer was always the same. With a swift motion, the man pulled out a gun, pointing it directly at Michael. Without hesitation, he fired, declaring that since Michael couldn't provide any useful information, he was no longer needed. As the bullet sped toward Michael, he activated his clone ability, summoning a dozen shadow clones. The bullet struck one of them, passing straight through it, but it didn't stop there. The bullet shifted its trajectory, heading for the next clone. Michael analyzed the situation, noting that while the gun had homing capabilities, its speed was slow, meaning it would take too much time to redirect between clones. George, realizing this as well, fired at several clones simultaneously, making it harder for Michael to dodge. Taking advantage of the distraction, Michael approached George from behind, sword in hand, warning him to be more cautious. When George turned around, a satisfied smile played across his face. Before Michael could react, an explosion echoed across the garden. The clones, quick to respond, jumped back to safety, avoiding the blast. George, however, who was at the epicenter of the explosion, survived, but he was horrified when an icy stream of air suddenly rushed toward him. His hand rapidly froze over. Lucia, perched on her ice throne, chuckled quietly at the sight of George's distress. Panicked, George screamed that while they had clearly outmatched him, fighting 2 against 1 wasn't fair. Desperate, he called over to a figure who had been standing unnoticed. A woman emerged from the shadows, a sword in her hands, and charged at Michael and Lucia. Michael, worried, cautioned his sister to be careful. Lucia nodded, creating an ice sword of her own. The 2 women clashed in battle, with Eliza putting all her strength into her attacks, but Lucia easily blocked each strike. After a brief exchange, Eliza leaped back, lowering her sword and asking if Lucia was also from the dark blue race. Lucia, not answering, leaped back onto her ice throne, floating in mid-air. Meanwhile, George aimed his gun at Michael, shouting that if he dared approach, he would die immediately. As he fired, Michael closed his eyes, deep in thought, trying to figure out the best way to deal with the homing bullets. The bullet grew closer, and just as it was about to strike, Michael had an idea. The next bullet flew straight for his head, but Michael dodged it just in time. The bullet instead embedded itself in a nearby tree trunk, piercing it through and igniting the wood in a fiery blaze. George, visibly frustrated, realized that Michael had already figured out how to counter his homing bullets. Meanwhile, Michael conjured an electric ball in his hand and charged toward George. At the same time, Rabbit rushed into the fray, charging toward Eliza. She skillfully dodged the electric ball, stepping aside just as it grazed her shoulder. When Rabbit engaged Eliza in battle, she summoned a shield to block his attack. Realizing that they couldn't win this way, George reached into his pocket, pulling out a handful of blue pills. Shouting that he wasn't going to give up so easily, he swallowed them all in one go. His body was immediately enveloped in a blue glow, and the hand that had been frozen by Lucia's attack began to heal. As his transformation continued, George's eyes and hair turned blue. Eliza, noticing the change, froze in horror. She rushed to her husband, desperately calling out to him. She reached him just in time to stop his transformation, creating a small blue stick in her palm and touching his forehead. She managed to bring him back to consciousness, explaining that his spiritual body couldn't handle such a large concentration of particles. If he hadn't stopped, he would have fully transformed into a dark blue being. With urgency, Eliza approached him and began absorbing the blue energy from his body. Michael, seeing the opportunity, summoned another electric ball in his palm. As the ball flew toward George, his eyes widened in shock. To protect his wife, he threw himself in front of her, taking the full force of the electric attack. George collapsed to the ground, the fight taking a dramatic turn. Eliza collapsed to the ground beside her husband, tears filling her eyes as she pulled him onto her lap. George gazed up at her, speaking softly. He told her that he had waited for this day for a long time and was grateful to the heroes for helping him. He explained that after her death, life had become worse than death itself. Gently touching Eliza's palm, he asked her to return to the way she was, to restore her original hairstyle because he wanted to see his real wife one last time. As he looked at her, he mentioned that the representatives of the dark blue race had promised to help bring her back, but in exchange, he had to betray humanity. If they could truly do this, he felt it would be a fair trade. But as the words left his mouth, it became clear to him that he was trapped in the abyss of his own lies. Eliza's eyes filled with sorrow as she listened. Suddenly, George let out a bloody cough. His gaze shifted to Michael, and he said that he wanted to trade the information he knew for Eliza's life, since she was not at fault except for falling in love with an idiot like him. When Michael nodded in agreement, George continued, revealing that the people he had been working with were somehow connected to the Crawler Chamber of Commerce. That was the last thing George managed to say before his consciousness slipped away. Tears of despair streamed down Eliza's face as she clutched his body tighter. She began to beg him not to leave her alone. Meanwhile, Rabbit asked Michael what they should do, as they needed to deal with the girl from the dark blue race. Michael raised his hand to stop her, signaling that they should wait. Through her tears, Eliza declared that when she chose to join the dark blue race, she had already been willing to sacrifice everything for George. This was enough for her. She lay down beside him, a peaceful smile on her face, and as she did, blue energy began to emanate from her body, forming a glowing blue ball. Once fully formed, the ball dropped to the ground. Michael, understanding the importance of the energy, picked it up without hesitation, deciding it was better not to leave such a thing behind. Rabbit, distracted by something else, absent-mindedly asked if she could meet someone who would love her as much as George had loved Eliza. Michael ignored the question, concealing the blue ball as he turned to leave. "It's time to go," he said simply, and Lucia followed him silently, a heavy sigh escaping her. As they flew back, Michael suddenly changed his appearance, taking on the form of Raven. Lucia, her irritation mounting, asked where they were headed, but Michael remained silent, fully absorbed in his thoughts. Unable to contain her frustration, Lucia asked if he would at least answer one of her questions, or if he planned to continue playing this silent game. Meanwhile, at the university stadium, the fighting competitions had ended, and it was time for the awards ceremony. Lucas and Alice had both improved their rankings and were now reaping the rewards of their hard work. Michael had flown in to watch the ceremony, pleased to see his protege thriving and even making friends in such a short time. Afterward, he visited the GU place to personally congratulate Lucas. Materializing a green sphere in his palm, he announced that he had improved his ability to A rank and handed the sphere to the surprised young man. Within moments, the sphere was absorbed into Lucas's body. Michael then patted Lucas on the shoulder, telling him that their next goal was the entrance exams and that Lucas had to give it his all. Michael also informed him that he would need to leave for a while. As Michael turned to leave, Lucas called out to him, asking where he was going. Without turning around, Michael replied that his goal was the territory of the 4 Seas. That same evening, Austin made his way into the Black Dragon's office. Finding it empty, he quickly located the safe and deduced that the password was likely his brother's birthday, the same password Michael used everywhere. Testing his theory, Austin entered the date of birth, and the safe opened. Inside, he found a book about the territories of the 4 Seas. Austin was amazed at his brother's carelessness in using such an important password. He took the book and left the office, whistling a cheerful tune. His actions, however, did not go unnoticed. Edward had seen Austin enter the office and leave with the book. Though he didn't know why Austin wanted it, Edward was happy to see his brother in such high spirits. Later, Edward transported himself to the Heavenly Palace and handed the book to Michael. The book detailed that, from ancient times, 2 races had lived on the planet across 4 continents. After a prolonged war, creatures from another world had invaded the southern lands, enslaving a third of the civilization. To redistribute power, the territory had been divided into 4 parts: the Hero Association, the Iron Blood Army, and the Trade Organization Association. Since then, the territory of the Heroes has been governed by an association bearing the same name, while the territory of the Free Union has been subordinated to a Trade Organization Association. In the Mixed Lands, all these forces coexist under a protective agreement. Although the relationship between the Dark Blue race and the Heroic Stone remained uncertain, all evidence pointed to the Free Sea territory. Michael decided to test this theory and began his search from there. Placing his hand on Austin's shoulder, Michael congratulated him for the great work he had done, noting how it demonstrated his growth as a member of their organization. Austin's eyes lit up with excitement at the praise, eagerly rubbing his palms. He wanted to voice his request, but Michael preemptively spoke, saying that since Austin had passed his test, he would not be deprived. Austin had earned his elixir of abilities, and Michael tossed him a flask containing the potion. Austin immediately unscrewed the lid and winced at the disgusting smell. However, he wasn't deterred by the scent. Having worked hard for this moment, he gulped down the contents of the flask in one go, ignoring the equally terrible taste. As soon as he finished, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, collapsing to the floor. Confused, he asked Michael what rank the potion was. Michael casually replied that it was B rank. He then explained that the potion contained 2 B rank abilities, an improved werewolf ability and a mask of terror, which used people's fear to boost the wearer's strength. The maximum increase in strength was 9 times, and the fear energy only lasted for 45 minutes. Hearing this, Austin's face lit up with happiness. He jumped to his feet, hugging Michael and expressing his heartfelt gratitude for such a wonderful gift. After saying goodbye to his godson, Michael returned home, where a delightful dinner awaited him, prepared by Valaria. There was a romantic atmosphere surrounding them that evening, and Valaria wore a beautiful black dress that accentuated her figure. Michael shared that he had received an offer for a year-long assignment abroad. With a slightly saddened expression, he mentioned that they could go together. Valaria smiled brightly and assured him that she could take care of herself, encouraging him to work hard for their future together. Michael agreed, raising his glass of wine and drinking it in one swift motion. He wished to resolve all his issues and enjoy life to the fullest. Valaria stood up, walked over to him, and embraced him around the neck, telling him that she would eagerly await his return. Michael hugged her back, a happy smile spreading across his face. He was pleased to hear these words from her. The evening took a passionate turn, and the couple moved to the bedroom, helping each other undress as they enjoyed their last night together before the long separation. The next day, Michael visited Florence's family estate. The butler, recognizing them as members of the judge's organization, greeted them warmly and led them inside. He escorted Michael and his sister to the office of the head of the family, where Ivan and his two granddaughters, Anna and Sakura, were already waiting. Ivan greeted them with a joyful smile, mentioning that he had already interacted with members of the judge's organization a few times. Anna immediately recognized Michael and eagerly recalled the time they had flown together on the same flight, which had been captured by the Star Cloak. Michael nodded, replying that it was on that very day that the rooster had noticed him. He had already prepared his cover story and explained that the gentleman had given him an elixir of A-rank ability and allowed him to join the organization. Anna looked at him with suspicion, asking if it was really so easy to obtain an elixir of such a high rank. She also inquired about the ability he had gained from the elixir. Ivan, sensing the tension, raised his hand and shot her a disapproving look, telling her not to be rude to their guests by interrogating them about their abilities. Michael chuckled, reassuring everyone that it was fine. After all, they were future allies, and he had no issue answering a few questions. He then revealed that his ability was called the Folding Plum Navy Suit. Sakura leaned forward in curiosity, admitting she had never heard of such an ability before. Michael explained that this was not surprising, as the ability was a combination of both the martial arts of the underwater army and the plum-style suit. This unique combination allowed him to dodge enemy attacks with the grace and agility of a plum blossom. Anna, still intrigued, asked another question. She pointed to Lucia, who was standing beside him, and asked who she was. Michael answered that she was Rabbit's ward and, like him, she was an A-rank user. Lucia cast a distrustful glance at everyone in the room before speaking. She confirmed her ability was ice control, making it clear that she wasn't entirely trusting of the group. After this, Michael mentioned that the rooster had instructed them to travel through the Free Union Sea territory under the guise of being part of the Florence family. He was curious about the head of the family's thoughts on this arrangement. Ivan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, considering the question. He then replied that it was indeed time for Florence's family to return to the Free Union. A few hours later, as the deep night settled outside, the brother and sister arrived at the port. Michael approached Lucia from behind, placing his hand on her shoulder. He asked her what was occupying her thoughts so deeply. Lucia, turning to face him, replied that she was simply a little worried. Tomorrow, they would be leaving the city, and though her brother reassured her that it was not forever, his words failed to ease her mind. Lucia had once envisioned spending the rest of her life here, never suspecting the existence of the territory of the Four Seas. Michael, understanding his sister's concerns, nodded in agreement. He explained that now he understood why the three governing forces avoided discussing these lands. Once others learned about the territory of the Four Seas, they would also uncover the ongoing war with another world, along with the true nature of the conflict. Lucia sighed heavily, her gaze drifting to the sea. She remarked that the local residents had to endure constant stress, their lives far more difficult than the ones they had known. Michael ruffled her hair, offering his own insight. He told her that the atmosphere within the Free Union was tense, and it was crucial for her to always stay vigilant in order to protect herself. The following morning, the 6-star ship Sea Dolphin arrived at the port. Ivan explained that the ship's bottom was constructed from materials taken from monsters of another world and was reinforced with 4 distinct alchemical substances. Thanks to this, it only required spiritual power to make it soar into the sky. The ship could also shoot fire, create barriers, and accelerate. With a gesture, Ivan summoned Over, the butler who had been standing off to the side. Over approached, bringing gifts from the Florence family. Ivan informed Michael and Lucia that they would need these items when entering the territory of the Four Seas: sea clothes, light armor, and a bladder. These items allowed one to walk on water and breathe underwater, with each set tailored to the individual wearer. The two siblings donned the gear, and soon after, others in sea armor approached. Sakura, too, was wearing an outfit that matched her hair. Ivan glanced at the scene, puzzled by the commotion. The butler informed him that young Master Greg from the Gross family, along with his group, Midnight, had arrived. Michael, already familiar with the name, understood the significance of their presence. A faint smile appeared on his face, grateful that Midnight had come here of their own accord. Ivan, however, did not seem pleased by the arrival of uninvited guests. Noticing Ivan's discomfort, the butler explained that Grieg had originally planned to return aboard the 4-star ship Midnight, but upon hearing that a 6-star ship had been prepared, he hurried over. Ivan sighed deeply, conceding that the young master should be provided with a room. The butler then added that Grieg had requested the 608th silver room. At that moment, a fair-haired man approached Sakura with his arms extended, expecting a hug. He commented that he expected nothing less from the second beauty of the 4 seas. Ivan called out to him, prompting the young man to turn his attention toward him. Grieg walked over to Ivan, greeting him warmly. Ivan returned the gesture, acknowledging that Grieg would always be a welcomed guest in their home. Grieg, his smug grin never wavering, passed by them, suggesting that Ivan take good care of his guest. The butler stepped forward, directing Grieg toward the platinum room. Upon hearing this, Grieg's expression darkened. He muttered under his breath, instructing his guard to find out who occupied room 68. It irked him that the Florence family dared to oppose his wishes. Meanwhile, Michael sat in his room, enjoying the drink that had been offered to him earlier while admiring the beautiful view from his window. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. Michael wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood up. He opened the door to find young Master Grieg and his bodyguard standing there. Michael smiled warmly, saying he had been expecting them. Greg's expression shifted to one of confusion before he quickly regained his composure. He informed Michael that if he didn't pack his things and vacate the room, his guards would assist in making that happen. Michael stepped forward, drawing closer to Grieg and whispering in his ear that he had something quite interesting, Sakura's personal photo album. Grieg froze, his face flushing with surprise. His gaze turned to Michael, filled with intrigue. He asked if Michael was truly in possession of such a thing. Michael stepped back slightly, his smile never fading, and assured Grieg that he would never lie to the young master of the Gross family. Grieg, now fully intrigued, leaned closer, whispering to Michael about the price for such a generous gift. Michael suggested they look at the photos first, and then he would set a price. Grieg nodded, then ordered his guards to stay outside. The two of them entered the room, closing the door behind them. Grieg impatiently demanded to see the album. However, as Michael turned to retrieve it, he felt a strange sensation. Using his ability, Michael entered Grieg's mind, sifting through his memories in search of useful information. A few moments later, Michael managed to extract the memories of Uncle Grieg. He discovered that, although Byron had once played a secondary role within the family hierarchy, something had changed recently. Byron had gained both power and authority, quickly becoming one of the key figures in the family. As Michael sifted through the memories, he realized that despite Byron's careful and cautious nature, he had developed a deep connection with his nephew, to the point of brainwashing him. The young man had been completely subjugated by his uncle. Michael approached Grieg and, with a serious tone, ordered him to behave more appropriately toward the young master of the Gross family from now on. He also instructed Grieg to engage more actively with Byron, as he could very well be a member of some organization. Grieg bowed deeply, agreeing to pay more attention to the events within his family and to keep Michael informed of anything noteworthy. After bidding Michael farewell, Grieg left the room. Outside, the security guard who had been standing watch asked if they should begin removing Grieg's things. Grieg struck the man on the head, questioning why they were still concerned about such things when they were already in the platinum room. The confused guard bowed and apologized for his mistake, and the two of them walked away. Several hours later, the ship began its journey toward the island. Michael and Lucia stood together, gazing at the night sky. Lucia, her eyes lighting up, noticed land on the horizon and excitedly asked what it was. Michael answered that it was an independent customs office. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, they saw a man who introduced himself as the manager of the customs office. Michael tensed immediately, realizing that he hadn't sensed the man's presence. Ivan stepped forward to greet the newcomer, shaking his hand. Richard, the manager, smiled as he mentioned that when the head of the Florence family first visited their customs house, he had been certain that one day he would return. Once the ship docked, Richard invited everyone to join him for dinner. During the meal, the girls surrounded Michael, almost instantly, preventing him from moving. Proposals for exchanging numbers came from all sides.